there is no I in team, but there is an I in pie. In There's an I in meat pie. The anagram of meat is team. I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, you know what? Neither do I.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Chief Seat Critics podcast. Today, we're covering Shaun of the Dead, and I am one of your hosts, a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Spranks.
You want to give us our social
Oh
strings?
yeah, absolutely. If you are interested
Socials.
in following updates and uh, asking us questions on other platforms that have more ease to you, we have a Twitter and the Twitter is CRIX at the end, so Cheap Seat Critics like that, and then there's a TikTok and Instagram, which is just the normal full name, and then we got a Facebook. And we have YouTube if you are interested in the visual side of things, and we have a letterbox as well. And I think that's it. Yes, I've been doing this
Sounds
for
right.
over 60 episodes, and I'm still questioning.
Yeah, fair enough.
Hey,
We all
we're
got
always adding socials.
yeah. I think we'll start with our history. Uh, Sinister, why don't you start us out?
Oh boy, it's my first time. Um, I saw this movie, not the whole movie. I saw I think the last like 20, maybe 30 minutes, like when I was 12 or 13, probably, because my dad would get home in the mornings after working like nights, and he'd just like leave the TV on, and so it was like I pretty sure it was like the Sci-Fi Channel or Stars or something, and I just came in and I watched like the last 20 minutes of Shaun of the Dead, and I was like, oh my god, I don't think I was scared, but I was like definitely interested, and then I don't think I ever knew what the movie was until a few years later when I realized, oh, that was a big movie, and then I watched it, and I was like, okay, I kind of like that movie, and then years after that, found out that it was part of like a trilogy and got exposed to more Edgar Wright stuff. So I think I saw this and then Scott Pilgrim, and then years later I saw Hot Fuzz and The World's End and a Baby Driver and all that other stuff. But this was like my introduction to Edgar Wright, as I think it was for a lot of people in North America, and then obviously in the UK they had Space. So, but yeah, I was happy to rewatch this. Me and Crimson have a thing where we're trying to figure out. He likes Hot Fuzz more, and I always like Shaun of the Dead. And now that I've seen kind of both somewhat close together, we'll see if I think one is still the better.
That's fair enough. Crimson, why don't you go next?
Me, little old me. Sure. Kind of similar to Sinister's actually, where my dad was watching it in the living room, so I just hopped in, joined in. It wasn't from the start; it was at some point in the middle, and that was my introduction as well. Shaun of the Dead. Something in my throat. Sorry.
Yeah.
And I've seen it a few times here and there. As Sinister mentioned, I do prefer Hot Fuzz. I've seen that one a lot more. I won't talk about the other Edgar Wright stuff, but yeah, there's not much history to this really. It's just I've might have been my fifth time watching it for the podcast.
Mhm.
That's about it.
That's fair. Respectable history. Springs.
Oh boy, I don't know how I got introduced to this. I don't know if it was via Crimson. I don't know if it was earlier than that. I can't recall. I've seen this movie now for the pod, I think 4 or 5 times. That's
For
about
the
it.
pod or just in total?
Well, no, yeah, yeah, in total. Sorry, counting the time I watched it for the podcast, that
Yeah.
makes it my fourth or fifth viewing. Sorry.
Thank you,
I
writer.
think I phrased
I
it the
didn't want
same
to
way.
I didn't want to make a joke out of it unless somebody else did.
Sorry, go ahead, Springs.
Oh, I think that's about it with my history. I've not seen every Edgar Wright film, even though he only has a handful. I've still not seen Last Night in Soho, and I have not
Man,
seen Fistful of Fingers, which was his first one. And I think there's one more I haven't seen. But
that is the Sparks
yeah, the
documentary.
Brothers one.
Yeah,
Sparks
yeah.
Brothers. Yeah, I have not seen that either.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, my history is I'll go then, obviously. My history is, uh, I started with it my first Edgar Wright film was Scott Pilgrim, um, and then I just retroactively eventually came back when my interest in film just started growing, and then I figured out who the director was for that because I really liked that film, and, um, I saw ooh, I think I saw The World's End, and that was my introduction to the Cornetto trilogy, as this is a part of. Um, and I saw Hot Fuzz first, and then I saw Shaun of the Dead. Um, and now I've seen all those movies about 4 or 5 times as well, like the rest of you. Um, I don't remember what my first viewing. I don't remember what my first viewing was for Shaun of the Dead. I feel like it was either my first time or my second time watching the movie that Springs, I think you were living with me at the time. I remember us watching it at some point while you were there. Um,
More than likely.
yeah, I think that would have been I don't know if that was my first or my second time, but I think that was definitely on the earlier end of my tenure with this specific film. Um, and also pretty similar on the history with I pretty much have the same history with Edgar Wright that Springs does. The stuff that he's missing is the stuff that I'm missing pretty much. Um, And with that, I'll move us into a couple facts. I'm gonna keep it short today because this is a very, very detail-oriented movie, and we do need to get the ball rolling a little bit. But some fun, interesting facts that I've taken from the internet. So grain of salt. Bear that in mind. Verify and all that. I did not know there was a Shaun of the Dead comic book, or there was a 4-issue miniseries, Shaun of the Dead comic books that were done.
Wasn't it
Uh,
the art was done by Edgar Wright's brother or something? Or like I think I read.
I yeah, I don't know. But I know Simon Pegg and Wright had written something for had written a comic strip for it as an ad in the early 2000s for the movie. Um, and it focused on Mary, the first zombie that they encountered the next day in the morning in the backyard.
Hmm.
Um, Sean's parents reunite in another film. That's not really important. Um, I know the movie inspired many knockoffs, but one of them is Juan of the Dead, which is a B movie uh, in Singapore. It's a Spanish-Cuban production.
It's funny that it's a knockoff off of a knockoff.
Pretty much, yeah. Because I'm just gonna guess that this is a knockoff of Dawn of the Dead,
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
judging by the title.
It's a
Uh,
knockoff of several. I think there's a lot of mostly probably Dawn of the Dead and then Day of the Dead and all the Deads, Evil
yeah.
Dead, Brain Dead, the good stuff.
The good stuff, yeah. Only two artists gave thumbs up to their album covers being shown when they're throwing the record player discs. Um, and the only ones that were allowed to be shown was a new British band at the time called New Order, and say another one, the other one made by Sade. I don't know that last one though at
Sade,
all. Sade,
Sade. It's
Sade.
okay. Yeah, yeah, Sade.
Yeah, leave it to you, Sinister, to know, because I do have no.
All good.
Whenever it's music related stuff, I always defer to you usually.
Yeah.
Um, and the film had a modest budget of only $6 million, which is kind
Wow.
of impressive what they managed to do with that. It definitely made a profit.
Yeah, this
um,
is a big movie.
yeah. And does anyone else have any random facts they would like to add, or shall we get started?
I do have one.
All right, throw it in.
I learned that Edgar Wright is known for his directing, but he is also an actor in things, and in this film there are 3 uncredited parts he did,
I knew.
but a cameo Edgar Wright did is in a infamous movie in writer's repertoire called The Last Jedi.
Yes.
where
Yeah.
he's in it as a resistance fighter.
Yeah, I remember that.
So figure I'd throw that in.
Yeah, I know there's a few directors that like background cameoed in the Disney Star Wars stuff. I know, obviously, I know Gareth Edwards is
Simon
the
yeah,
infamous one in there. Um,
Simon
I know,
Pegg's also in one.
yeah,
In
Sean
the he's
Pegg's
in Mandalorian, I think.
yeah,
Mandalorian or
No,
Last Skywalker or
Simon Pegg's
whatever.
in the first one,
Force Awakens.
Force
Force
Awakens. He's
Awakens.
the
Whatever.
big
Yeah, he's the
alien
big
dude
alien.
on Jakku.
Credit to that movie that I don't remember which one it is because they're
Yeah,
all
they're all
equally
bad.
on the
Um,
yeah.
fair enough.
I thought the famous one was Daniel Craig as the
Oh
stormtrooper.
yeah, the Bond.
Yeah.
That's usually that's another famous one. Yeah. Um,
I prefer Simon Pegg. Just me.
fair enough. All right.
I have one little quick fact that I can
Uh, yeah, throw it in.
yeah.
Now's the time.
Uh uh influence for how like the setup for this movie came from Edgar Wright's own life because it was in like 2001 there was a cattle disease like epidemic.
Oh,
Uh,
was it mad cow disease?
it was I don't know enough about this disease because I always thought it was just like a funny turn of phrase that people would say when they like are really tongue tied, like foot and mouth epidemic. But apparently that's a real disease with I think livestock where it's just like
Mm.
their hooves and mouth get infected or whatever. And um, but that happened, and he simply not having paid attention to the news for like a couple of days, found out about it and was very confused that that was going on because apparently it was a really big thing and he had no idea. So that's kind of the influence for the scene where they're flicking through the outbreak and not really realizing the information.
Oh, that's actually one of my favorite scenes. It's kind of cool.
Yeah,
Granted, I like a lot of this movies, but that's me.
yeah. So he took that because he was like, it's plausible that the world could be ending and these guys would be the last to know. So,
It's true. I mean, I mean, I don't watch a news broadcast anymore, though I do try to keep up to
I
date at least
mean,
once a week on my phone.
I was able to my own life. I remember when like COVID was first happening, and I literally had no idea. I think Springs told me, and I just was totally ignorant.
Yeah, I
And
think we've all had those moments, right?
yeah, I'm usually
Yeah,
the first to know about situations
viral
that
or
I
otherwise.
spread. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you spread the
Spread
disease.
information. Let me clarify.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Uh, if that's all, gentlemen, shall we begin?
I believe so.
Yes, it's gonna be a
All right.
long ride. Buckle up,
Yeah,
Buckaroos.
this is going to be a mostly scene by scene. I'll do my best to keep us moving. Mostly for you audience, so we don't get stuck on a scene for too much long of a time. But we also need to have discussions about things that we like and stuff like that, and add on. But we'll start with the opening scene of
Yeah,
Simon Pegg at the Winchester bar, uh, listening to Liz complain and Ed play games. Well, guess we'll start with no reason to go out of order here. So
yeah,
Crimson.
Well, I like the part where Liz and Shaun are talking to each other, and she brought up it'd be nice if we could, and then in the background, uh, w-
Ed.
um,
Ed.
Ed. Yes, I keep wanting to think of Hot Fuzz names. Ed
yeah,
uh, is just being mad at his game, and he says "fuck" when it fits perfectly what she says. It's a quote. I said it. It's a quote, and it fits perfectly. I wish we had more of that. We got it in the beginning, but
Yeah,
it's
it's
fine.
just yeah. I think it's just really hard to
It
write
fits
that. But
perfect. We don't need
yeah,
more of it. It's just I
yeah.
like it. We don't see
Uh,
that in a lot of stuff.
that's fair. I will because actually mine is pretty related to your point, Crimson. I'll actually go as I really like because the dialogue is very, very quickly, snappily written for us to get a grasp of all the characters in the scene. But one of the things I like about it, at least with the particular interaction that you're focusing on, is that they're all complaining about Ed, and Ed's kind of being a verbal he's verbally interrupting their conversation from, at a distance, which is kind of like an overbearing, like you're being shown how he does it without, us having to like properly experience it, if that makes sense. So we're getting a taste of what it's like being having Ed as one of your friends, I guess. And within the scene, so they're in the midst of talking about him and like what he's doing, well, how he's not really good for their friendship and their relationship and stuff like that. And he, like, as you say, he's almost talking over them,
Yeah,
and
finishing
he's
their sentences.
Oh god.
yeah,
We've all had an Ed in our lives. Let's let's be real here. One time or another.
yeah. I could probably agree with that. Everyone has had an ed experience for sure.
Mhm.
All right, Sprinks, why don't you say something about the scene if you got
I
one?
like that it cuts to introduction of character via dialogue. So Les complaining about Ed cuts to Ed to show in a humorous way that Ed was there the whole time listening in, and
Mhm.
same gets done with Sean talking about Dan- Danielle. I just wrote in my notes Danny, but Danielle
It's
and
it
David.
Yeah, it was. I wanted to say Diana, but I don't think it's right. It was like Dina or something to that effect.
Yeah, D. I think it's D or whatever. They just I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
it was
Okay,
interchangeable.
Dina.
I'll
It was
refer to her
Dina
as Danny
and
because I think
all
that's
right.
the first thing that
Yeah.
she's called.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Danny and David, who are also right there and present, to cut to
Yeah,
their introduction.
that's true. I like that. Sinister.
I think one of my favorite little just small like character, not necessarily character, but dialogue things, kind of similar to Crimson. Is I like where this is talking about like I think this exacerbate things, and then he Sean is saying that, and she's like, no, what does exacerbate mean? I don't really I don't. That's just a fun little quick thing. It's not super, but I like that because I've definitely been in those moments where like somebody just uses a word and I'm like, no, I don't know what that means. What does that mean? And so I can relate to that. But I like this is I was trying to kind of figure out because I think um, Edgar Wright and Quentin Tarantino I think are kind of a little bit similar. I'm not. They're saying they don't make the exact same movies because they don't, but like similar in the way that they're both huge film geeks. If anybody
Yeah.
watched the Edgar Wright interview, he's always talking about like he get all those the 1,000 movies you must see or whatever, and going and see all
Hmm.
of them, and it really kind of I think in this one specifically, and I'm sure there's other moments that I'm not gonna mention just because they're not in this movie, but in Hot Fuzz and World's End and Baby Driver, whatever, just like great dialogue, and I think that's kind of something they're also really similar with is like just it's usually pretty fast paced and it's get a lot of information really quickly, but you don't really feel like you're just getting told a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it's very hard to do, but all the dialogue is contextualized.
Yeah, like
So
it all feels organic. I think he feels a little bit more organic than Quentin Tarantino, especially in this one. It all feels kind of like you got your friends at a bar or whatever, and you're just kind of talking about BS or whatever. It just and but there's but it's really good that it's all contextualized within this kind of moment of just you get so much information and so much character stuff that just plays out through like the rest of like the hour 40 minutes.
yeah, it's
It's just
very fast too. And it's
yeah.
it's it's very efficient script writing for sure.
Hmm.
There's no
Um,
wasted dialogue.
No, there's
yeah,
like
Every
every
line conveys
yeah,
something to either the story or the characters, or even if it doesn't, it's for a joke.
yeah.
It's
yep,
it's all used
um,
very well and purposeful.
It's very
yep,
lean, mean, and I love it.
yeah. They definitely he spent time working on the script for sure.
Oh god, yeah,
Um,
those
they
guys.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll open up to the floor for this particular scene. If you have anything you would like to add on to it,
One thing I'll add
so
Nope.
is Ed is playing a Dracula themed game,
Mhm.
which to me I see as 50-50 because one, it pays off in the first scene, very small nod to the theme, or sorry, I should not say theme because I clearly don't fully grasp that, to the tone of the film, that it's horror-esque and plays to that with showing some nod to a monster or just a classic, uh,
yeah.
creature of sort. But on the other hand, I think it's way too fast at putting a hint or a nod towards what's to come in the first scene of a film.
I don't know if I agree with that. It's not like it was a zombie game or anything. It technically has nothing to do with anything in this movie because it's a vampire, which could be a horror element. I don't think could detract by revealing too early that there's something else.
Also, the movie's called Shaun of the Dead, so I don't know. That seems that's I think that's a bit earlier of a reference to
If it was an overbearing thing, I probably would agree with you, Springs. The reason I don't is just because it's such a small, like it's almost meaningless in what he's doing. He just happens to be playing a zombie or a vampire game. Like if they drew attention to it like more directly, I think I would probably agree with you.
Okay,
Um,
just being an
Like,
Edgar Wright film, as Crimson pointed out, like there are no misused details. So I
yeah.
think it was specifically chosen for a reason, and that's just the reason I
Oh,
think it is.
no, I
well,
agree. That's
there's
probably
something else you could grab from it, and Eddie does get bit in the neck where a vampire would bite.
true.
yeah, it's true. Like I said, I definitely agree with you. That's definitely there on purpose, but that's not typically something you people would catch on their first viewing. Like that's something to reward you for repeat viewings if you catch my drift,
Yeah,
which I think
I think
is why I'm fine with it.
if it's a nod, I don't think it's a nod to the theme of it, more so of the context of the movie, I guess maybe it to be a better wording of
Mhm.
it's more like, okay, we need to have for kind of a setup later on, there has to be something that makes a lot of noise and oh, we have like a video game or something. Well, we have like a horror comedy movie, so what would be kind of like a is there like a horror game and like, oh yeah, we have a Dracula thing, like perfect, you know? So it's like it's not super it doesn't like beat you over the head, but it's a nod to like, okay, it's a Dracula thing, and then when you watch it, like, oh, that's a classic horror movie. This is kind of, paying homage to a lot of horror movies. I don't think it's so much a reference to like the overall story, but just a nod to like this is the kind of movie this is kind of influenced by or something.
Mhm.
It's also a very strange machine to
Yeah,
have at a pub. It
I don't.
pays you for
It's a slot
winning.
machine of sorts.
It's a slot
Yeah,
machine, which is
why would it be at a bar?
I don't
I
know.
don't know what it's like in, England and stuff. I maybe they got those things lying around, but
Yeah,
in
I'm trying to
America, you don't
remember.
really see those outside casinos.
The problem is I
Yeah,
don't.
That's
The
not
problem is I don't.
what?
Yeah, the problem is I don't gamble, and I'm trying to think if like when I was visiting England,
Or
if there
lottery,
was.
Oregon
Yeah,
lottery locations.
Yeah,
yeah.
they
I
got
think
the
like
machines at like Sherry's at a
yeah,
diner.
but well, yeah, but
Well, that's in, like, a
the
back room for
yeah.
adults. This is in the open area. Which you could, argue, why would there be kids at a pub, but it
Well,
happens.
no, that's a UK thing. The legal drinking age is
It's like
16.
16 or something.
8. Yeah, I believe that's I think it's 18, actually.
I
UK's
think they bumped
18,
yeah,
France is, like,
uh,
16,
Yeah.
uh,
I
yeah.
think France is 15, isn't it? Or maybe I'm thinking
Maybe.
of something. Yeah.
It might be, like, under parental supervision or, like, you're with
Yeah.
adults kind of thing, and then you can drink earlier than that, but if I
And I
remember,
don't know the
it's
rules on
16.
gambling either,
Yeah,
so
I
I don't know gambling rules in the UK. I can picture, like, when I was there, I could definitely see that there might have been slot machines, but I don't have any direct memory of them because I don't do gambling. So, uh, all right, I got I got a detail.
Okay.
One of those more funny. I liked that Edgar Wright named the bar after Chekhov's gun's descendant. I appreciated it. um,
This will be
and
important later on.
yes, it definitely will be important later on. And then I like that Sean points out that Ed doesn't have many friends, and then as soon as he says that, he calls them all cunts. The Ed. I'm
Yeah,
quoting
that's
him, so
yeah.
but like
It's just
Sean like groans at it and he winces because he knows that he can be very abrasive, and it's also it's kind of it's showing, well, they're telling with the dialogue and they're backing it up immediately with the show. So it's the show and tell working in tandem together very well together in the opening scene.
yeah,
Um,
it's a
yeah,
it's a very it's a very fast-paced scene, get a lot of stuff in
yeah,
I think, like, under 3 minutes? I think it's, like, 2 minutes or something. It might
yeah,
actually be, like, 3 on the dot, but which is, yeah, that's
yeah,
for anything, it's that's fast-paced.
yeah. So, does anyone have anything else, or are we ready to move on?
Good to move on.
I'm good.
Yeah, we get a
All
sneak peek at a couple of people that will soon be zombies
These
from the
people will
background.
return.
Oh, yes, this is true, and also the credit sequence, we meet some people who are gonna be zombies too.
Yes.
So the credit sequence, is kind of a blend with, like, it's foreshadowing, but it's, like, showing how people are just doing the most mundane things who were quote unquote "zombies." It's very on the nose, I love it all the same. But
I,
do we have yeah, so does anyone have anything specific to say about the credit sequence? Or can we kinda skip it?
Yeah, it
We
was
get
just
to
a
see
lot of
Mary
people.
in her environment.
Yeah, a lot of people doing the same things: the cashiers, the phone checkers, and the alley walkers.
Yeah, the
the
alley walkers.
walkers.
Yeah.
I didn't know what they
We
were.
also yeah, we also meet Mary, in the department store, which is cool.
Oh,
Because she's the first zombie that they find in the backyard. So we see her in the credit sequence here.
my, I just question: what are the alley people?
Uh,
Just
drug
figured some
users.
dance group or something.
Yeah.
Oh, they're the druggies.
I would say
Well,
druggies, dance group.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
they're
not as weird as the film portrays it, but it's funny
yeah.
in that way.
Yeah, I know in, like, the UK, there's, like, all these well, in America, we also have, like, weird subcultures, but, uh, the outside perspective, weirder subcultures are different, so I'm sure there's some I don't know what I heard a term recently that it made me kind of roll my eyes about, like, I think what they're supposed to be, but, uh, yeah, they're like probably drug, like ravers or something who are like, go to clubs at like 2 in the morning and then,
They're all hungover and
yeah,
the
I think that's kind of the subset they're supposed to be.
yeah, that's definitely an angle that they're going for. Uh, and that scene kind of transitions them to Sean's house. We go from a kid kicking a soccer ball who will be relevant later to Sean, walking like a tired dead man on his feet.
Yes. No, no reference is spared. Everything.
Yeah, pretty much. Um, but I think I'll just kind of include, uh, I guess, from here to the asking, oh God, what's his name? Ed, what he wants from the
Peter.
store.
Peter,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Who's a famous actor now.
Oh yeah,
Peter
we're also
Star.
yeah. So I'll say from pretty much from here until he leaves the house is the next scene. So sinister. Why don't you lead us on that
Oh
one?
my goodness. Uh, I again, I think it's a little bit more like kind of the fast paced, dialogue and the shamelessly but definitely um retooled over several movies after this to become more of an Edgar Wright thing. But the shamelessly stolen Raimi montage, uh,
Yeah,
is-
I would definitely admit it's Raimi inspired.
yeah, it's he definitely does. Edgar Wright has definitely done his own thing with it, so I'm not but again, the voracious film watcher that he is definitely using kind of every tool he's got. Uh, but I definitely again, you get some more character stuff, and you kind of get to understand more of where Sean and Ed are, and kind of as far as their world and everything, and that Sean is standing up for Ed, even though he's uh, I think it's fair to say he's kind of a fuck up or just a layabout. He's not like he's not contributing much other than just Sean's innate enjoyment of being around him and everything.
Yeah,
And
yeah. It
and
says he's funny. I think that's one of
yeah,
the things he says to Pete.
and as a theme that'll transpire throughout of Sean's kind of not liking change, and so uh, but and I like that Peter's kind of the adult of this whole group of people, and is then innately the enemy of all of it because he is like the one who's being very logical and rational about it. Uh, but also it ends up not making it, which is ironic in and of itself. But
Mhm.
yeah, I'm a fan of the probably the big takeaway for this is just that the quick montage cuts of lifted from Raimi and many others.
All right, Spriggs.
Uh, let's see here. Just to point on that again, I do think the Edgar Wright montage, if that's what it's called, I don't know if it has an actual specific name, but I would say is inspired by Sam Raimi, but he does it so differently that I think it's its own thing. The Sam Raimi ones never really use fast-paced, or it's the opposite of the dolly zoom, uh, famous in Jaws. It's the opposite of that, where instead of zooming in while pulling out, it's pulling out while zooming in. I think it's just the opposite of it because it zooms in quickly on something to cut, which to me makes it its own thing for Edgar Wright. Also, throughout this film, I tallied how many of those are in this film. I guess we can
The
just the Edgar Wright montages. I
We
Okay.
guess
can call them
we
quick cut. We can call them quick cuts. That's
quick cuts. Is that a name
yeah,
for it, or
yeah. That's a well. There's it's an industry term. There's quick cuts. There's match cuts. That kind of thing. But we'll say quick cuts just because I don't think they're really montages
no?
in the
Okay,
normal
they don't
sense.
move
Yeah.
far enough in time length.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I had a question of the scene is when Sean is in the kitchen talking to Pete. There's a TV on top of the fridge. Why?
To
Is that a
watch while you
UK
make
thing?
food.
I wouldn't know because I've never been into someone's house in the UK. Surprisingly.
Really?
And my
So,
You
grandma
weirdo.
used to have a TV in the kitchen, and I don't think it's that weird.
Yeah, I
yeah,
think it's just like something you eat in breakfast. You don't want to have like you don't want to messy up the bed, living room or whatever. You just want
it's less likely today just because of the big flat screen TVs usually are kind of predominant. But
and we
I
have more
think
open floor plans and stuff. So
yeah, I think if this is the early 2000s, I think it makes more sense because there's a lot of those smaller TVs going around, and also like other newer like TVs are getting like had a like a big technology boom in this time period. So like you're more likely to have smaller ones lying around that are older and stuff like that.
Okay, just seemed a little off to me.
I
And at some point, we get a shot of a phone book, and it does give us a time frame,
yeah,
roughly. It says 02-03, so it's either 2002 or 2003 because it's British. I don't know which way it would be on the
yeah.
phone book. So
Mhm.
it's either 2002 or 2003. I don't know. but the movie came out in 2004, so it's a
So, well,
little older
either
than the
either
release date.
yeah.
I like the cinematography is practically almost like foreshadowing. At least with the scene of him waking up and you could see the shadow on the floor and him just kind of slumping along. I really like the exchange between Pete and Sean because, as you said, Sinister, that he's kind of like the adult of the group. Um, where uh, I think Pete's a character that after my fifth time viewing, I actually really like him as a character because I had mixed feelings on him the first few times I watched the film, but I think I walked away this time really liking him in because they do a lot for his character in the short amount of time that we have him.
Mhm.
Um, and I like that ultimately Pete relents to Sean because he knows that Ed's Sean's friend. And well, obviously they go and have the talk with him in the living room. And Pete's kind of does, he's just asking him to pitch in around the house. And we get to see the extent of Ed's jokes as well, like how he, you know, doesn't take life too seriously, and even when they're having a serious discussion and stuff like that. Again, it's all great character work.
Yeah, if
Crimson.
Ed didn't have his humor, he'd be a pretty bad character.
He was
That's
just a loaf, yeah.
that's true.
That's his saving
Crimson.
grace is his humor.
Yeah, Crimson. I'll turn that over to you because I don't think I've given you an opportunity to speak about something specifically.
No, you did not. But I don't. I feel like we covered it pretty well. I also liked their talk in the kitchen area.
Hmm.
Gives a little bit of Peter
Mhm. Peter.
backstory, even though
Yeah,
he doesn't really get much in the movie, unfortunately.
yeah. We know that they're friends from college, and that Sean has been friends with Ed since primary school, which is
Yeah.
elementary for those of us in the freed colonies of the United States.
Yeah.
Does anyone know what game was being played?
Goldeneye.
GoldenEye?
Was that GoldenEye?
I could tell it's a James Bond game. I figured Goldeneye because of the health bar on the left hand side, the circle.
Yeah, it might be Golden. That does look familiar, but like
Okay.
I wouldn't know. I'm not. I wouldn't speak to being an expert on that.
I mean, they're British, right? James
It,
Bond.
it, it,
Why
it
not?
would, yeah. I'm not opposed to it being. It wouldn't surprise me. Uh,
Oh,
Also,
it's,
we get a good look at the place, and it's commented on that he needs to clean it because we get to see the place at the end where it's looking different.
that's true. Yeah. All right. Well, do you have anything else on this scene specifically? I'll throw it to the floor before we move on.
do we is the corner store included in the scene, or is that, like, for the
He
next
said till he left the
Yeah,
house.
because I
Okay.
figured I figured we all have stuff to talk about with that.
Yeah.
So I separated that out.
I'll say
Okay,
this
never mind
film
then.
does a lot of 1-2s, not so much threes. I don't think there's hardly any threes in here. Maybe the red, you got red on you joke, but or quote, the
No, the gun at the Winchester has definitely got a few more, three, I think.
yeah, but there's a lot of twos, and one of the first, I don't know if I wouldn't call it a punchline. It's not 1-2 punchline. It's just repeats. Two of them that happened is Pete in the mirror, and then the second one is Ed saying sorry for a fart.
Yeah, those are both set up in this scene. That's a good point. I
And
'cause I really
Sean with
do.
the zombie walk. That's
And Shaun with the
also
zombie walk, yes.
mm,
Yeah, yeah. There are a lot of setups, and I guess setups for the 1-2 things in the scene. And I also really like the mirror shot when Pete introduces himself. Uh,
It's another
because
classic.
it's classic, but I do like that he's out of the shot until he closes the window or the mirror door, the mirror cabinet. I don't know what those called. The mirror cabinets in the
medicine
bathroom.
cabinet.
Yeah,
Medicine chest.
medicine chest.
Yeah, it's nice that Shaun can close a medicine cabinet but can't close a front door.
Yeah,
Hey,
character trait, I
you
guess.
yeah, old
At least they're
habits die
consistent
hard.
about it. It's a problem, but at least they're consistent about it. Um, And yeah, so again, I guess we'll go from there to him walking to the store and back because this he does that before work, and then work's its own thing.
Yeah.
Um, so, uh, who wants to start? Otherwise, I'll just pick out of the hat.
I
Pick
will.
out of that? Oh, never
All right,
Oh,
Oh,
cruising.
yeah, okay. Well, obviously we get a long shot of him doing his stuff, seeing a beautiful, very populated place, very clean, looks nice. Homeless guy, but Sean's very helpful with him.
Yeah.
Sure, he'll return. A kid, sure he'll return. A jogger, sure he'll return. Lots of returning things in here.
Yes. This is definitely a very setup oriented scene, so we can see the difference later on.
Yes.
Um, and I guess kind of to add a quick note as him giving you away change to the homeless guy. I actually really like the detail because it shows Sean is a good person first and foremost. It's
Yeah,
very
very.
simple, but it's this is without all the complicated nuance and discussion around his relationships and his friends and all that. This is just him do making a good gesture to some random person.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's just lazy. Maybe
Yeah.
he's just lazy. And he told the kid, "You're dead," which is kind of something they do later with another person as well.
oh, Sean.
Yeah. Spriggs, did you want to have anything you want to talk about the scene from the store and back, pretty much?
Not really. Just it's a fine long tracking shot. It's one big one to a two later. It's very normal. It just kind of shows the daily routine because it does happen again. Just the daily routine that Sean goes on. So this isn't the first instance of it, as we can presume, and it was fine. I guess it's a little bit of the world building to show the community and how well people know one another with like Sean and the owner of the store. Um,
Yeah.
that's about
Yeah,
it.
there's a couple things here that you can intuit for the world building because it's obvious as you say it's definitely to show the world as it is before it collapses, which is excellent world building tool. But there are two things that I think that are important to happen in the scene. The first is the old man listening on the radio next to like the blue car. Um, what he's listening to is having there's something that had a re-entry into Earth that's breaking up over a very populated area in the UK. Um, which is I think is part of the virus origin. Um, and that was over the radio. And then obviously we have the newspapers in the store itself talking about how the crops are causing illnesses and stuff like that.
I guess this brings up a good question I have. Is this outbreak only in the UK?
Um,
I think it is.
yeah.
The reason I do think it is as well is because they specifically say because in my theory of how the virus actually came to be about, it's combining with the reentry that burned up over the heavily populated area that we're hearing on the radio in this scene, along with the food virus origins that we see on the newspapers. I think those two together actually make the zombie as we kind of come to see it. And because it's in an isolated area that over the UK that the thing burned up on reentry, I do think it's a UK isolated uh, disease.
Okay. I was also in
Well,
the band camp that it is UK only and not global.
well, that's also assuming those two things are free because they throw out a lot of theories just in the background throughout this that
Mhm.
nothing really gets answered.
Yeah, nothing gets answered, but they throw enough at you that I think it's an amalgamation of at least those two working in tandem that
Yeah.
caused the virus. Obviously, the result is the virus is here, and it's. I think there's enough evidence to at least support both of those things, at least being the possible origins for the virus, over all the other theories that we end up hearing about, because those are the ones that are repeated. I think.
Yeah. I think it's also just kind of like a real world thing of like anytime there's an outbreak of something, there's all these, different reasons of what it is, and then, kind of no matter what, whatever, sort of the most grabbed on things kind of become, even if they're not accurate, become like the news story or whatever,
Hmm.
and
Yeah,
just, trying to spin it in some way to get more viewership or what have you.
we all know how like the press likes to drum shit up, right?
Oh, yeah.
um, but yeah. So, yeah. Do you have anything you'd like to add to the scene, Sinister, or
Um, I mean,
the?
this is,
Yeah.
to not echo anything that's already been said, I it's great. I think with this movie, because I think this scene kind of, and we've already sort of had a couple other scenes, the last two or whatever, that I like that everything kind of gets paid off, like, or there's like this happens and then there's another scene exactly like this, just, with obvious differences and everything. But I like the kind of monotony that, like, the first kind of quarter of this movie is, of just like of going into work, going to the store, we get all this great setup, and then, for it to just start all like caving in and slowly, being destroyed or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a very, very, it's very, it's not, I don't think it's super subtle, but it's a, it's on the nose definitely, but it works, and it's fun.
Yeah. I can agree with that. Um, I guess the next scene will be from because he goes from the store to the bus, right? And then he's at work.
Yes.
Okay. Then yeah, that'll be that'll be the scene. So we have him on the bus, and then we have at least his first speech at work about people being called out sick. Because there's a couple scenes at work, but that'll be the first one here. Springs, do you have anything you would like to say? Mhm.
The man who falls at the bus stop, just falls over, it doesn't seem like anyone around him cares.
Oh,
What do you
uh,
mean?
Like, if a
That
man
no,
just fell over,
they
I feel
look at
like
him and walk towards him.
yeah, they
Yeah,
react.
they
Like they're
help.
not.
Yeah,
They,
yeah.
yeah, they react to that. I don't. Yeah,
Three of them go right to him.
It's actually a
that's my
lady too.
mistake of a
Yeah,
memory.
yeah.
yeah.
It's a
I
lady.
think it's a lady that collapses.
I think I know which one you're talking about, but it's later. But I don't think anybody's around in that one.
You're talking about when you're looking out the bus window, right?
Yes. This is
Yeah,
Yeah,
on
it's a
the way to
lady.
Like
work.
3 people go and help him or her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think yeah. Then they react reasonably. It's and I like that. I think this is a good the first setup for the red pen joke is he's fiddling with it when the biggest kid of the group that he's talking to is kind of ignoring is kind of
I
only
love
half
that
paying
guy.
attention.
I love
Yeah.
that guy. Uh,
Um very much like one of the worst coworkers you've ever worked with. That's all you have to think about.
Mhm.
Uh, but yeah, it's very small, but I like it because we get the broken pen. He broke it because he's fiddling with it impatiently.
Yeah.
very annoyed.
Mhm.
Getting
Uh,
bugged by a 17-year-old
it is
that
a very
looks like a
small.
21-year-old.
It is a very small scene, but Crimson, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
There was one other thing at the convenience store I was gonna
Oh,
bring
all
up.
right.
When Shaun is checking out or whatever, the guy behind him's the one-armed guy that breaks into their house as a zombie.
Yeah, the wedding guide or whatever.
Yeah, the guy
Oh,
with the
interesting.
flower on his suit. He was next in line at the checkout.
Oh,
But
cool.
for this section, I I think it played well. I even though he's supposed to be annoying, the 17-year-old, I did like that he was putting Shaun in his place, getting interrupted twice at work.
Yep.
It just as the humor, it's nonstop in this. Not many points where they're not trying to be funny.
Yeah. I think they have one of my favorite dialogue exchanges in the film. He's like, "Look, I know you don't want to be here forever. There are things I want to do with my life." And the kid just goes, "When?"
Yeah.
And man, that's like a what a way to cause an existential crisis for someone.
Having been a 20-year-old working around a bunch of teenagers, it is pretty. This is like pretty
Pretty
accurate.
accurate, yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty much how it goes, honestly.
Um,
There was also a slight continuity error with the stain on his shirt in the scene.
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
When he
uh,
points out you got red on you, it's like a big splotch and then little dots around it, but throughout the rest, it's just one big splotch.
yeah.
all right,
Uh,
1 point off. Sorry, gotta do it.
uh,
Throwing it out there.
yeah. Sinister.
I
Do
know.
you have anything on the scene?
Other than my own, personal experience with it, I really like this scene. Uh, I This is the first time I realized that that's freaking the no, I can't remember his name in this the 17-year-old guy or whatever. That's Andy from Hot Fuzz.
Oh, I didn't notice
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So I was like, he looks really familiar, and then I looked.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, wow.
yeah, it looks totally different. He lost all the baby fat. Um, but yeah, no, I like. I mean, just from my own personal experience, I like a lot of this scene because it is
You
so
feel
accurate.
you just feel it in your soul.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can exercise a lot of those. Yeah, through this. Um,
yeah.
and I just love that you got red on you is just such a good. Because I don't know, I know, like, in this scene, it's just, oh, he's got red ink or whatever, and then, like, oh, there's blood and stuff, but it I would love it if there's, like, zombie, or not a zombie, but, like, a lot of blood, or, somebody just instead of saying, "You're covered in blood, you got red on you," it's just such a good, like, funny, just a weird way to put it that I like a lot. I think it's a reference to, uh, Godard. Because he was asked, because he had a lot of violent, like, he was a '60s filmmaker or whatever,
Mhm.
French, and they had a lot of violent movies. Well, violent for the time. Now it's like super, it's like a normal movie now almost. But and he was asked once about like how he felt like about having so much violence in his movies, and he was like, "Well, it's not blood; it's just red. It's not actually blood."
Yeah, it's just cranberry sauce. I
Yeah,
don't know what
yeah.
everyone's
It's just
freaking out about.
it's just the color red. It's not, it's not inherently violent or what, so I think, I don't know, I might be reading into it, but I feel like Edgar Wright is a film buff, and there's no references spared, and uh,
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Yeah,
but he made it his own with, you got red on you.
yeah. Um, yeah. I guess does we have any final things about this, and then otherwise I'll move on to the second half of the store and stuff like that.
With Philip.
I like the
Yeah, with Philip.
transitional piece of just, I think one of the employees walking by camera to cut to the Sean working with the customer.
Yes, that's true. Yeah,
They
and then
do, yeah, good
start with
cutaways.
that because we cut to him working with the customer, and he's flipping through news channels.
And that's something that's weird to me. He's using one controller that's affecting every TV.
That's a normal thing,
Oh yeah,
or
the
that
the
used to
That's
be,
a normal
yeah,
thing.
universal remote. Yeah.
But was every
yeah.
TV in their same brand?
Well, it's a universal.
Well, it's
It's
Remote.
the
Right.
channels. It's a
Yeah.
universal remote.
Yeah. So they tie every TV to that specifically, and then yeah, I've definitely
Yep.
been in a Best Buy back in the day when they used to do stuff like that. It's less
Yeah, where
common now for sure.
they used to have, like, the huge wall of TVs, like, going on all the time, and so they would, yeah, they were, like, specific ones they would kinda just flip through.
Mhm.
It's it the one I'll give you one odd thing is that they're all on, like, the same channel is a little bit weird, but
Yeah, I think it works because I don't remember a time where like most of the TVs were like on the same channel, so you could like do visual comparisons of like which one looks better on this specific scene and stuff like that.
yeah.
So they when they're all synced up.
I'm
Um,
sure this is a little bit before, because I think af after a certain point, they just had, like, whatever, like, the test screen, or, like, play, not broadcast or whatever.
yeah,
So it would just be like a demo reel or whatever the TVs would play.
it's kind of
Um,
unfortunate, really. I do miss the the ability to flip through a bunch of different channels.
Yeah.
Um, but one thing I do like is that we see people in hazmat suits on the newsreel. He flips the channel again, and then we see the military trucks, which will be relevant uh, in like 30 seconds in the scene. Um,
Yeah.
Did you happen to see what popped up before that stuff?
uh, the
More
game
of the
show,
1-2s.
yeah,
Yeah,
game
it's
show stuff that comes at the end, as
the
far as
game
I remember.
show of the zombies chasing the meat, but it's actually normal people in this.
Yeah,
It's not the zombies. And then before that was that uh, Trisha show, like the Oprah Winfrey show,
Yeah. The
uh, that we get later, where she's like, "Are you going to bed with him?" That show is also on there as well.
the more things change, the more they stay the same.
yeah. Uh, yeah. Springs, do you have anything? You brought up the transition, but did you want to bring anything else in the scene?
I just like the detail that one of the reporters has a baby on her, which
Yeah.
Fair enough.
at first
The
I thought was very weird and didn't make
yeah.
sense, and then I pieced it that it's just there's lack of babysitter or someone to watch because of the outbreak. So I thought it was good.
I don't think it was actually
That's
a
a good
reporter. I
catch.
think
I
it was just
didn't
an
get that.
I think it was just an eyewitness um thing.
Maybe
Unless that's what you mean, and I just misinterpreted it.
it
Let's
works
see if
either
I
way.
do.
I think with
Yeah.
people checking out for work and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Um,
The Yukai.
yeah. Sinister.
Oh, am I going for this?
Yeah.
The second scene or the first scene?
Uh, well,
Philip's not here.
yeah.
Okay, Philip's
Well,
not here.
Philip's not here. Yeah.
Is
Well,
there
I mean,
anything
he is
else?
here.
Oh,
That is
Now
included in
here.
this.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not complicated at all. Um, no, yeah. Uh, I'm gonna butcher his name because I've never heard it, but Bill Nighy, fucking great. Love the dude.
I know him as the curator for the Van Gogh exhibit.
Yeah, that's like yeah, pitch perfect
That's his
scene.
big thing.
I mean, he's been in so many things. He's a great actor, and I
Yeah.
think he does it I think he's only in this movie for about 5 minutes altogether. But man, he's got one of the best scenes, one of the most
Man,
emotional scenes.
again, another one of the characters with just a really, really efficient script because we understand everything about him in all his scenes.
Your dad's here. It's my stepdad.
Yep.
Yeah, like okay, you know exactly the relationship. It's all
Yeah,
don't need any.
I think it's cheesy, but I subjectively still love it a lot. Just the 180 dramatic turn that he does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's played for the tear jerkers, but
No, no,
it
no, no, no,
works.
no. I mean the literal 180 dramatic
Yeah,
turn he
yeah,
does in the story.
yeah. The yeah, it's played for laughs, but it's good. It works.
um,
But yeah, I love his little introduction here. It's very fitting, of having a family member coming to work as well. Just like it's a little awkward, and it's even more awkward because it's a stepdad or whatever, or a step parent, or either way.
and also this is only giving that 17-year-old ammunition to use. That
Yeah,
his personal life is not in fact separate from his work life.
I uh I can attest that any doesn't they don't even have to be teenagers, but anybody younger, the second they see like a bending of the rules by anybody else, it's immediately you're done for. That's it. You're never coming back
They
from it.
yeah, they either immediately co-opt it to do it themselves, or they decide to be tattletales. So,
Yeah, I think Crimson's had his experience with Tattle.
um,
uh,
but yeah, I agree. It's such a great introduction, and I like that we hear the sirens and stuff in the background. I think for a fair majority of the scene, so it not only adds tension to their short conversation, but it's also world building in the background that
yeah,
something's not
I
quite right.
yeah, I want to take a quick aside here. This is like open to everybody, but and I don't want to bog down because we got a lot to go through, obviously. But uh, this is just a I didn't realize until like I think I rewatched this for the podcast how complex, like, or how layered everything in this movie is. Like, there's so much stuff going on beyond like just like the Sean's normal plot, and everything.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah, there's always something going on in the background.
there's always a gag, there's always a reference or like a running thing, running gag thing or something, and it's all again, I think I think Edgar Wright is kind of infamous now. Well, not infamous, but that blink and you miss it stuff of just it's the same reason I like Arrested Development. Is just it's the same sort of thing of just really layered characters and writing, and it's really complicated and it takes a lot of work, and there's always
Yeah,
a payoff.
that's true. Like I
Always.
said, with the whole military trucks driving in the newsreel and then immediately them driving by when he walks out of the store, I think to me was the because that's the what I when I first watched the film, that's what I latched onto the first time. I missed all the other game shows and stuff like that they were showing.
Mm.
Um, and I think they do a really good job of that. And it's like right before Sean, puts the two and two together. He gets a phone call from Liz, or
Yeah,
Noel or hit the 17-year-old interrupts his thoughts, and then he gets a
yeah.
phone call from Liz.
And then he's just doing his best not to make it as quick as possible.
Yeah.
Spare the embarrassment.
Um, and I like that. As it turns out, he actually can't keep his work life separate from his personal life because Liz works at head office. Like, where Liz actually works, you know.
Yeah, he
Um,
actually makes more than him technically, I guess, in that
I guess,
situation.
yeah. All right. Well, I'll open that full scene up to the floor if anyone has anything else to say about it.
I don't think I have anything else for that.
Okay, I'll go to. I like Philip's costume design and how
It is, yeah.
it's a bland beige color, and he has
Mhm.
nothing of vibrance on him to fit his personality. And I also don't know if that's his natural hair or dyed hair to fit with his jacket.
Well,
It
I think
didn't stand out to
yeah.
me as different, so I don't know. I guess
They
I'm
might have
fair.
just I don't yeah, I don't know have a lot of pictures of Bill Nye here on the same time in my mind, so I cannot attest to that. But I think
Um,
he is dressed very middle-aged, late middle-aged Brit. Um,
yeah, I mean, a lot of people are dressed mostly normal. I think for the most part in the show,
what do you mean normal?
What do you mean
normal in
show?
quotation mark in the show. Yeah. All right, caffeine clearly hasn't kicked in yet. Give me a second.
I'll also go to as soon as Philip leaves, it's a jump scare, an attempted jump scare, which I think is how do I word this? It's a good
Fine.
tone. It's a tone setter with the music cue added with it, and then the discomfort of this just situation going on with the curiosity of what is happening without any cemented proof, and because you're
Mhm.
following Sean's point of view. So I think it's okay.
You
Yeah.
cut out. Did you finish or
No, it's just it's okay.
oh, okay.
It sounded like more
Just
was going to be said.
yeah,
There is
so
more to be said about jump scares, but kind of when we get to the end,
I,
Okay.
because this isn't the
was
only
that
one.
a jump scare?
I
It was
I
an
mean, it's
I
attempted jump
played
I
scare,
don't know if
off.
I'd
yes.
count that as a jump scare. He slowly creeps into frame.
it scares Sean, but
Yeah, but jump. It wasn't a jump scare for the audience.
It's played off. I mean, it's like I think it's more of a I
I
don't
thought
think
it was
it's not
a yeah, I
it's
thought it
not
was
an
a whimsical
actual
take
jump
on it.
scare, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's not an actual jump scare, but it's like
It's more of a jump scare
anybody
than when
who's
Sean's zoning out looking at the TV channels.
yeah, no. I mean, it's definitely like it's a setup that would be a jump scare in any other movie, but it's I think it's this one. It's played more of like, ah, did we get you? Yeah, you've seen these kind of movies before. Do you get do you, kind of a wink and a nod sort of thing. I think more than actually trying to be scary.
Yeah, I think there's more whimsy to it than horror, I think. Um,
Personally,
yeah. I'm trying to think about like are you critiquing the jump scare itself as a jump scare or are you critiquing it as a like just its placement?
Just its placement.
Okay.
As a jump
Um
scare itself, very lame.
okay.
And its
Yeah, no,
placement of
I
what's going on, it adds to the discomfort of unknowing.
Yeah. I because I have the whimsy lens on it, I think that's why I'm more okay with it. Uh, because it's adding to Sean's discomfort, particularly with this specific 17-year-old character.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm on the side of I think it's just it it's kind of like I think if you go into this movie and if you sell like the posters or whatever, and it's and it's Shaun of the Dead or whatever, there's sort of like you're waiting for the
shoe to
the
drop.
gut, yeah, you're waiting for it to happen. So it's kind of like no, not quite. We're not there yet. When we
Yeah,
get there, you'll know.
I think this might be more of a meta read into it, but it's one of those things to help continue winding up the tension because, like, the idea that eventually one of those scares might be real, you
Hmm.
know, because obviously the movie's called Shaun of the Dead, so you're already watching this with some expectation, I guess. um, but yeah, that's it for that. I guess with that, unless you have anything else to add to the scene, Springs.
I like that rather than a main lead or Sean as a character, rather than following a character to get to the next plot point, the plot point comes to him with the phone out of frame, being handed in.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Like the plot revolves around the characters, which is true, especially for this film. Then we have, I guess we'll go from Sean uh, buying flowers to him getting home. I think.
We get the shot of a another presumed homeless man. It's a different guy
Yeah,
playing with some
Eating the bird.
birds,
Yeah.
playing with the
frolicking
birds.
in the park.
Yeah. Well, but even before that, we have someone just sprinting by, terrified, and Sean looks out the
Yeah,
window when trying to buy the flower. Like,
Yeah.
what the
It
fuck is
was
going on?
one of the business guys from the opening credits.
Well, someone says nothing to panic about, which then cuts to the panicked
Yeah,
man
to someone
running.
panicking. Yeah,
Yeah. Nothing to panic about.
which is also a good transition. I think the world is just slowly catching up to Sean.
but
Uh,
where did that zombie go?
And then,
We get the bus passing by, and then boom, it's gone.
oh, the old man with the bird?
Yeah,
I mean, he literally could have just moved out of sight behind the bus stop. That's what I assumed happened.
Yeah, he's just right
Yeah.
out of frame.
Probably the loud noise freaked him out.
But I also like the news reporter with that one as well, which it's a little bit of gibberish, but what I could make out of what was being said was just completely bonkers, which is, I guess, kind of showing off how Sean is seeing some guy bite into a bird. And with the
Yeah,
bus
Yeah.
passing by, it did remind me of anyone familiar with Napoleon Dynamite with
Yeah.
the cow scene.
Yes.
yes.
Cow.
Um,
uh, just it wouldn't work. We
yeah,
we
Wouldn't
see how
work.
slow they move. Plus,
yeah,
Sean can see him through the windows, so he would see where the guy went.
Yeah.
yeah.
But
But he
it's the
acts like he
one.
just poofed out of existence.
It's a bit
Yeah.
of it's definitely that one's definitely movie magic. Yeah, I agree with that. That's definitely not a consistency with everything else is. We understand how the zombies behave.
Gotta point out flaws when I find them.
Unless this man wasn't fully turned yet. Was his
He
eyes
was about
glossed
to eat a
over?
bird.
He was about to eat a
Mm,
bird.
Well, maybe,
It's
maybe he's
he.
just a hungry homeless man.
it's pretty safe. I'm not. He could also be the president, but we don't know.
uh, and
They don't have
then
a president.
yeah,
They have a queen.
yeah, I guess my thing for the scene, which is also right afterward, that is that someone's coughing behind him, and there's someone that's practically fallen asleep on him. So he's even more awkward. Like he's starting to, people are getting sick and stuff like that. Uh,
Yeah, very different from his first bus ride.
yeah,
It-
this is true.
I mean, they were
It's
all
all the same day
zombies
too, I
before,
think.
but they
Yeah,
weren't coughing or
yeah,
anything like that.
Another 1-2.
yeah.
Yeah,
Give him the old 1-2, Edgar.
Um, yeah. I guess I'll open that scene to the floor. Anyone else have anything to add between him uh between him buying flowers and him getting off the bus?
Being on a bus, and it doesn't have to be assumed this way, but going from the flowers to the bus and everything, and only seeing one panicked man, it seems everyone's kind of in the same vein with Sean of not knowing the news.
Yeah.
Probably my biggest complaint of the movie is, is
Yeah.
everyone has to be as stupid as Eddie and Sean.
Yeah.
Because
I
you can explain away that they're just stupid, but everyone else is also oblivious. We get a
It's I
couple people running here and there, but that's just a few people out of
see,
everybody.
and I mean, granted, I know this is a little bit more severe than, but, like, I mean, remember with, like, with the, COVID and everything, I mean, everybody had the exact same information available, and everybody still had exact same, had different
Well,
reactions
that
to
that
what
was
to
an
do with.
invisible virus. This
Yeah,
is
that's what I'm
people eating
saying.
each other in the
That's what I'm saying. I'm
streets.
like, it's not exactly the same thing.
Also the
yeah.
Um,
desensitized world of 2020 versus the 2003.
well, yeah,
It's also
we
like,
do have people
there's a
high
lot
on
of
bath salts.
yeah, there's also uh want to be honest right now, British people do not panic as easily as Americans. So a lot of them are probably, even if with the news, they probably would stay, all right, let's just stay home, head home, do that sort of thing.
Yeah,
They would go about their day unless it happens right in front of them, you know?
they do tend to apologize as soon as they enter a room. So, uh,
Oh, I thought
That's
that
the
was
more
just
Canadian.
yes, we're Canadian.
That's
So,
Canadian and British,
yeah. But
or
I do agree with
English.
you, Crimson.
Sorry,
I
there's a
think there would have
difference.
been more obvious panic, I think.
Well, panic or just general change of the area. Like you said, they'd be at their houses, but it's still very populated
I'm
everywhere.
I
There's
think it
still
would be
people
Remember,
stronger.
this
living
is
their
all
day
in
to
one
day.
day
Yeah, I think
still.
it would
So
be
this is all
stronger
still in the same
if
day.
the second
Well, the
instance of the
newspaper already
bus.
published.
I think if the second instance the
Yeah.
bus had less people
I think
rather than be
maybe
packed.
to
Well, I
to
mean, everyone
defend
could
it,
be just trying to get home and stuff like
yeah,
that.
to defend it a little bit, because there is, like in America, there's kind of a rural area of Britain, and there's also a city area of, every like anywhere. Not even in America, just like the world. There's rural areas and there's more citywide or, urban areas. So at least from what we can see, I think through these little clues that they give throughout of like the news and like the newspapers and everything, it's all starting kind of in the rural area, which I feel like separates it enough to where if you're kind of in the city, oh, that's in, what I don't fucking know of, geography of the UK or whatever, but that's in Herefordshire or whatever. We're in,
Wherever we
Glendale
are.
or yeah, we're in, Glendyre or whatever. It's, there's no, whatever's going on over there, those people are, and the government will handle it, classic stuff. I will agree with Crimson that I wish there was kind of a little bit more of a
An
separation
explanation.
between, well, not an explanation, but like a separation between Ed and Sean, this group, and then the rest of the world to kind of give more of a juxtaposition. But I think at the bare minimum, there's enough there where I can, like we have like the panic guy running and the home, so there's enough there where it's like I could see this group of people being kind of oblivious enough where it's not like a citywide panic, and it seems to be happening over the course of less than like 24 hours. So it, there's I 50-50 on it. I agree with Crimson on a slight, but I feel like there's enough there where I'm not too bogged down by it.
It's if with because it's within the 24-hour time frame, it gets a lot of leeway. Um, but I'm also kind of 50-50 on it. Like I definitely understand the criticism because I think they could have portrayed that better. Either the disconnect between Sean and Ed and the rest of the world, or the a reason as to why the rest of the world isn't panicking. Like a throwaway line from the cashier saying, it's just big city stuff," or something to that effect.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, I
there's
think this
definitely
could have been helped if it was set earlier, because they during this time they didn't really have smartphones, but they did still have phones with cameras and whatnot, which people would still send into the news outlets, which would be broadcast. If they're like, "Oh my god, that man's eating someone across the street," they would take a picture or a little clip or something. It would spread a lot faster than what we're seeing.
early
What
2000s.
Yeah,
Uh,
2003. That we
Mm,
get to see the phones these people are using on at the bus stop. That they're flip phones with cameras on them.
yeah.
yeah, but the likelihood of, like, somebody taking a video or a photo on their phone and it
Yeah.
getting to the
You
newsroom is a little bit,
yeah,
shaky.
I think it's too far fetched for this era, specifically because there wasn't really any unlimited data plans. You had to pay for every text and pay for every photo you sent. Yeah, I don't think there's enough for that, unfortunately. But I do understand what you're saying though. Like there would be more, just not a lot.
Yeah,
Makes you
I
pretty
mean,
pretty quiet on the subject. I think it's one of the bigger subjects. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
Um, well, your thing on this is that there isn't enough media being covered or like being
Well,
set in
it's
from the
the
It's
public.
like the
citywide
outside
panic.
world isn't
Yeah.
reacting to something's happening right now.
yeah, to kind of recontextualize what you're saying, Crimson, and correct me if I'm wrong. The rest of the world isn't reacting in a normal way that it would be. Like they seem very, very tame about the whole thing.
I
Is that
think I
Like
think
like sh
it could be because there isn't a lot of instances around the same person. Like it is going through Sean because Sean's constantly moving. He went to the store, he went to work, he's gone on the bus, he went to a flower. Like he's moving along, opposed to what we've seen of people could be at one place or very little, taking only one instance. So someone falling at a bus stop, one person. There's not like anything to question. This person's sick, they feel ill. Or someone watching the man grab a bird. It's like that's weird, but it's a one-time occurrence. You could just see that downtown. Um, I feel like following Sean shows more instances, but then again, he's not the smartest guy, so it can be put onto that. So it's kind of up in the air because we don't really see like the same character. We see them come back, as you said, the guy with the one arm missing. Like there's the 1-2 of characters coming back as zombies, but we don't really see much of other people reacting to more than one event happening around them, or just a
and
full-on
also
zombie being
yeah,
present.
and I also think, like, and it's left intentionally vague because, it's a common thread with anything involving possession. We talked about an Evil Dead and Brain Dead of everything of, when they become these zombified or, individuals or demonic possession, whatever, depending on. So it seems to take several hours, at least for like this transition to go through. So and we're only seeing it in this kind of like 24-hour period. So that does give a little bit more weight to like people not freaking out. And if it's a brand new kind of disease, it takes a while for that stuff to kind of, become more serious.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind
So
of
The
agreeing
thing
with
is,
Sinister. It's a little more hidden in this film because it's very docile and they're like very they look tired, just tired people compared to Brain Dead where it was very grotesque and could be visually shown, and Evil Dead where it was very loud and they were very vocal.
I do think one of the things that at least because I like I said, I still understand the criticism, but one of the major things for me was like when he gets off the bus, the road is packed because of an accident that happened. But the fact that the road is packed in this seemingly rural area, I think is sign up to me that people are just trying to get out. So like people are panicking and people are moving out, but there's not a lot of it. And I think at least correct me if I'm wrong, Crimson, would have been better to show more of that for like the world reacting more viscerally.
Yeah, I think that would improve it. Unfortunately, it would dumb down Sean more because
Yeah,
obviously that type of stuff would be more apparent.
Yeah,
yeah.
Crimson, are you
So,
expecting more, or we're hoping a little more in the vein of like World War Z? How that news spread?
um,
Or Zombieland.
not to that level, but closer to that, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because
It's
that one's
definitely
like crazy faster paced zombie
it's
virus.
yeah, it's definitely
The
it's definitely a balance act that you have to strike. I think they did okay with it, but I definitely understand your criticism. So like I said, I'm still 50-50 on it.
because
Um
I'm stuck on the newspaper that
yeah,
was in the store because it came out saying human remains and then the crop stuff, which would mean it would probably be from yesterday because this is first thing in the morning, and even though newspaper's quick,
Was the
it wouldn't be
newspaper
that quick.
bound or was it open?
No, it
I
was
think it
open.
was
Like, it
It
was
open.
was
on the
open.
That
desk,
was
Okay.
right?
Yeah,
I'm like, that
it
could be
was on
that
display
morning's
already.
paper, and Sean went in the morning, so it could still be that day. But at the
Yeah.
point of, I mean, the car
It might be
crash
that
instance, it's been hours.
yeah, and, it might be that that is the news that came out. So, like, this is the first day that the news is out that something's wrong. Like, something's bad has happened. Um, but Crimson could be right. The incidents have already been occurring since the previous day. But
Mm.
the news is just getting out right now. Um, all right. I'm gonna move us along to the next scene because we spent a while there.
Fair enough.
We meet uh Yvonne along the road, and they have kind of a quick catch up talk. Um, I guess I'll start with this one because I do have something to say about it. I think this is one of the first instances for me. I might relate to your world building issue Crimson, but I couldn't put my finger on it. But something about this string scene strikes me as uh I'm gonna call it inhuman. Like they didn't seem like real people, considering like there's a dead person in the car, like literally 10 feet away, and they're having a conversation like nothing has happened around them or is going on around them.
Well, for all
Mm,
they know, that person isn't dead.
well, yeah, but people usually look at accidents
Yeah,
regardless if
they don't
whether or not
Yeah,
they're dead or
care.
not.
Rubberneckers.
yeah. Like the fact that they're both not talking about the accident is already a problem in of itself. Like they could catch up, but then they would draw their attention back to it, or they would do something like in between. Like they would do both. The fact that they ignore it completely, I view as a bit of a problem.
I also
Yeah,
think Yvonne's a very odd character.
thank you. I was gonna bring that up, but go ahead.
Just how I wouldn't say her instances of being in the film are convenience sake, but it's just very I don't know. It's just
She's
odd.
shoehorned.
Her yeah,
She doesn't
yeah,
add anything.
she adds a little,
Yeah,
but it's
pretty much.
very just
Um,
I don't know.
she's an
Yeah,
odd
the only thing she adds
character.
is at the end that she sends the military to the Winchester, presumably.
Well,
Yeah,
But
and that like
you
she's
don't even need
basically
that really.
I think it's sort of, at least from what I can kind of see from like the two or three times that like she's supposed to be kind of like a nod to like the counterparts that you come across in like a zombie film or something, or like, oh, here's a friend, and then when we see her again, she's got her own group that's exactly the same as Sean's, except there's some switching of
they all
roles or
have
whatever.
they all have weapons still,
Yeah, they'll have
so they're faring better.
Yeah. It's sort of like, okay, this is, we're kind of going to show you two of the same, basically the people that are going to be in the exact same situation from two different sort of, almost kind of like a realistic version. So like you got the fuck up, Sean group, and then you have like the movie version, which would be like Yvonne of the kind of get shit done and actually kind of have a plan of attack or something.
Yeah, that's kind of the gist I got from her character as well. She's she's put in there for the comedy, but also she's a mirror. Like her group's a mirror when during that scene, and also she's there to save her, at least Sean and Liz at the end.
Yeah, like we have Sean as our main character, but in the context of kind of the movie's actual story, he's not even really the main character. He's like, a whatever, and then technically Yvonne would be sort of like the main character in the world almost. So it's this kind of juxtaposition of, two kind of I will admit I don't think it's I would have liked it if it was kind of used a little bit more, perhaps, or they had more than just kind of two or three things really. But I like it overall. I don't think it's I wouldn't
Yeah,
cut it
she's
out, but I would.
yeah. I'm trying because she's here for three scenes, which is this one, then the different groups, and then at the end when she brings the military. I'm trying to think if we can maybe tighten up one of her scenes a little bit to kind of make her presence more
Yeah, the only
pointed.
one I don't I could do without her introduction scene, but I don't know how it would kind of slow down the second one too much to kind of
Introduce us there. Yeah.
Well, I
yeah.
would
That's
say
pretty much
her introduction scene make her more of a character of noticing the accident with Sean.
yeah. Like I said, that's what I'm saying. They definitely could have my issue with the scene is that they're talking over a car alarm that's 20 feet away. Do you have any idea how difficult that is? They could definitely make something of that scene. The two of them, they can show a bit of her character, even being the one to point out like what the hell's going on.
Mm.
Which could further prompt Sean to start flipping through the TV channels when he gets home. So there's definitely something they could do to make her more very small and minor to keep this scene as small as it is, but also make her a more pointed character that would make her less weird, as you say, Crimson. So I understand why she's here. I do think she could be stronger.
Yeah, I know Spencer just said it's good to have her in here. He wouldn't remove her. I would, because she contributes virtually nothing. The end with the military could just show up. We don't really need her to point them there. They could just show up. That would be fine.
I
Uh,
I
the
have a
two
follow-up question
groups,
for you then, once you're done.
yes,
Sorry.
the two groups is there just for the joke. It's a good joke, but having her just for that joke, I don't think was necessary. And then her introduction doesn't really provide anything other than that she exists and she reminds Sean about the dinner, which could have been said by Eddie over the answering machine. That didn't need to happen either. So
Crimson, I
I
am in
think she
full
just could be
agreement with you.
booted. Yeah,
I disagree with the Eddie part because I feel
Eddie
like
would not do
Eddie,
that.
yeah, Eddie
he
would
did.
not. But
He
yeah,
he
but
he he wrote down the messages and said everything.
uh, it just doesn't feel. Yeah, but it was like,
You could have just said like, "You want to go to the Winchester tonight?" And he goes, "Oh no, sorry, I can't." Ah, and then he runs to the phone.
Yeah, they did not need her at all for that. So I think she could have just been removed at her current state.
Now she
I don't
definitely feels like one of the characters you take out of this film to give a comic series to.
Yeah. So
know.
I have a
I
follow-up
disagree with
question for you.
that.
I have a follow-up question for you, Crimson.
Yeah.
Because earlier, you said that you actually like that all the writing is used for specific jokes, and I
Hmm.
want you to. Obviously, this brings up the clarifying question: Is that okay? Is the joke not enough to justify her then, in this instance,
No,
being the mirror unit group? And then
I don't think it was enough.
my question is, why would that not be enough?
Well, she gets used in 3 scenes. I already mentioned how they could all be removed and nothing happens.
Right.
That's screen
But
time.
earlier you said that the joke is enough to kind of, at least earlier, that's what you
I was
alluded to. So I'm asking what
I
Claire.
was about to finish. Uh, I said there was 3 things that the dialogue does. It builds up character, the story, or adds to humor. I don't think she needed 2 scenes. The last one doesn't really connect too much, but
Not
she
really
exists.
counting the yeah.
Um, isn't necessary enough for that one joke because that's screen time. The others feel naturally flowed, and we all pretty much agree that she doesn't feel natural in her introduction.
Correct
And
me if I'm making a connection that
go ahead.
makes no sense, but being that we just covered it,
We
it
will.
slightly reminds me of what we discussed with Before We Go with the two kisses, where the first one's so awkward and weird, but it's because of that that strengthens the second part. Because if we didn't know her in the second part, I feel it's like, oh yeah, just someone I know or someone they don't know. Why are they splitting up? Why didn't they have a longer conversation? It's because of the first part that makes that second part better, but the first part's so awkward.
I don't remember if that's
Good
what we came to
comparison.
on that. I don't think I liked either of them in the from my recollection, but uh I don't know. Like I kind of know what they're going for when they introduce her. It's kind of like that thing where you see somebody from school or whatever that you haven't seen in a long time, and it's just this kind of awkward catch up thing of and seeing kind of two different people.
I know Sinister and I have lived through that on
Yeah,
at college before, but
yeah. So it's
yeah.
this it's and it's supposed to be kind of I don't think it's like I said, I this first one I could definitely see getting cut out, but then it makes a problem for the joke, in the second part. So at the end of the day, I think what they were like, okay, it's going to be really precarious to get this joke to work without this introduction. let's just have this thing. I also don't really care for her. Like, I don't think she needs to be part of the military in the end either. But whatever. It's not. I don't think it's that big of a deal either way. But that could get cut. But so I think it was
Um,
like we need the introduction, but we don't need the bogged down, time, stretching.
so it. So
I feel
I
like it's the
think
lesser of the two evils of because you still get the joke and you still get the character introduction, and you only get like kind of a little bit of a you know fickle
yeah.
scene.
Is there a way we can justify the military showing up at the end then that wouldn't be convenient?
Uh,
I mean, they
I
could
mean, it's
be
always
around the whole town. If the normal movie we got just the military showing up, I don't think I'd have an issue with that.
I would find
I don't
I
know.
could just see them going throughout the
I
town.
I
I
don't
would
think you
find them
have
more I
very
would find them
well.
more convenient, fortunately. Then again, we don't really have enough details in the
The
outbreak.
timing could be convenient, sure. Right when they leave, that's when the military's there, sure.
I mean, that's
But
always going to
I
be like the
think them
convenient.
being
Yeah,
there isn't convenient. It's just the timing of when they were there is convenient.
I think you definitely moved me Crimson to be 50-50 on this.
yeah,
I could as it stands, you can objectively definitely remove her from the film and just make tweaks to everything to keep it going, as you said already.
Hmm.
And the other half of me is that I like the joke. I want to keep her in here for the joke. So, but that's subjective. So, I think they could definitely do something objectively better to justify her place, which is kind of my own whole inherent problem with this introduction scene to her anyway. Um, so yes, I think I agree that she could be removed. I don't know if the joke is objectively funny or if that's just a subjective thing.
That's a difficult thing to, to say.
Yeah. The thing about jokes, right, is that there's definitely objective points you can make about them, but obviously your reaction to them will be subjective. Like,
yeah,
you could definitely take apart a joke, subjective parts, and then your reaction, whether you laughed or not, is subjective.
yeah. Because I
Um,
feel like if we had the joke and we just met her all in the same scene, it
yeah,
wouldn't work nearly as well.
I don't think, yeah, removing her now, it would objectively fuck up the joke, but it would objectively make more sense for the character efficiency to be done. So there's definitely a give and take with the idea of removing her, which is why I think I'm now. You did move me, Crimson, so I'm going to be solidly at 50-50 on this particular character going forward. All right. Uh,
I think we're gonna have to
ooh,
start moving into popcorn. Maybe to catch up on time here,
uh,
unfortunately.
nah,
Well, we
nah. All right,
shouldn't have to
next.
cover the other two Yvonne scenes now. So I
No,
mean,
Yeah, that's
we
true.
shouldn't have
We're
to,
pretty
but we
safe
we
there.
might. We
Yeah,
might.
at worst they'll be mentioned. All right, so we got the Yvonne scene, and I think he at that point he just arrives home, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
that's where Ed tells them about the phone calls or the
Yes, that
messages.
tells him about the phone calls,
and tries to
and
get the table.
we don't see. He claims to have cleaned the place, but obviously we don't see any the and that
Well,
resulting
no,
out.
it's like I did clean it, but then I had a few
But I had a few
beers. But
beers, yeah. um, but if he's telling the truth, props to him. He's not. He was listening earlier. I guess it's a sign to Ed that he knows that he's freeloading and he wants to contribute at least a little bit. Um,
He did take down the voicemails, which is one of the
yeah,
two things he was instructed. So
yeah,
we could go off that and say he did clean.
yes, this is true. Um, and then he makes reservations. Do we have anything, or tries to make reservations? Do we have anything about this scene specifically that any of you would like to jump to?
mm, I think you kind of covered it, at least for me.
Not me.
I like I like how he acted in the scene actually, or his body's very jittery while waiting for them to pick up the phone.
Yeah,
He's very anxious right now.
Yeah, he
His
knows.
relationship is in the balance.
Yeah, yeah, he knows. Um, and then he does he no Liz calls him, right? That's
Immediately
how she
after.
doesn't call Liz. Liz calls. Yeah.
yeah.
So what's the plan?
Uh, yeah. And then we have Ed being a bit of a bad influence of always recommending the Winchester. And now he has new plans with the flowers.
Yes,
Um,
and immediately after indicating Winchester, she hangs up on him.
Yes, which,
Yeah.
clear sign enough of what she thinks about it. Um, I guess do we have anything lingering on that scene? And otherwise, we'll move on to him trying to get in and see Liz.
Not
I
else.
like that he had like the perfect opportunity to blame the restaurant for not having a table. Like, no, they gave away our table for like some special thing, and he doesn't. He's honest and just was like, no, I just forgot.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I forgot about a detail I do like in that scene.
Mm.
Shaun gets the timing right because Liz calls him about wanting to change the time to reservation, and with how like he is in the preceding scenes, you don't fully know if he was paying attention or not but this is confirmation that he was paying attention to like the messages and the calls from Liz that he needed to set a time for 8.
That's true.
It's good character stuff. Um, all right, then I guess we'll move to where Shaun goes to Liz's house with the flowers he intentionally got for originally got from mom.
Mummy.
Uh, and I guess this scene will just go through pretty much right into him being kicked out. So, uh, Sprinks, why don't you start if you have
Okay.
anything about
There's
this?
another 1 to a 2 of him thinking he's going to come through the window and doesn't. And what I like about it is that Sean is so kind of caught in his own bubble and how Liz wants to travel and expand and do things that Sean kind of like tries to chain her down. It's like, no, like we can go to Winchester, it's still fine. And he's just not very observant enough. And I like the follow up joke of David pushing his buttons where he tells David, get fucked 4 eyes. And David's not wearing glasses in that scene, showing even less observance on Sean's part.
Yeah. Uh, I think he did climb up the balcony. The window's just locked, so he can't get in.
No, I don't. He didn't make it up because we see the
Oh,
later
okay.
scene. Yeah, we see in the later scene like how he gets up there. So I don't. He didn't even make it.
Okay. Well, then that's just kind of funny.
Yeah, it's kind
Uh,
of funny.
all right. Sinister. Yeah, you go.
Me. Uh, I like. Yeah, it's another kind of heavy dialogue centric, scene, and I like kind of the when you meet your significant other's friends and everything, you usually probably like it's 50-50 if you're gonna get along with them because they're just kind of they have their own
Losers.
hangups. Yeah.
Hmm.
So I they cast like I mean it's like perfect characters as like a foil for Sean. Kind of the I don't know. Ditzy seems uh like an insult, so I don't really want. But like kind of
It's a character
floaty.
description. It's fine.
Yeah, it's yeah, did a little bit of a ditzy actress type, and then the straight laced, accountant, guy played wonderfully by Dylan Moran, great English or UK comic, and he's great. He's in a bunch of stuff, but and I love it, and he's a perfect foil for Sean of just being very suburban, straight, and the Sean being very,
Hmm.
scatterbrained and not super, dingy, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's a good, and it's and I kind of love the it's sort of similar. I remember like a thing that David Fincher was talking about when because he doesn't write scripts, he gets scripts for him and everything, and his requirement is if there's an argument in a scene, he wants both sides to be, right. So there's the tension there because I feel
Yeah.
like Liz is correct, and she's like, they're doing the same thing all the time, and he wants to do something else. But then I also feel like Sean is kind of like, he's got his own little hangups and the reasons for why he doesn't kind of want to change, and those aren't really being addressed either.
Hmm.
And so it's kind of like this the the unstoppable force meets the immovable object relationship kind of thing of and it's a great it's a great dynamic.
Yeah. I agree. I think it's also kind of. I think you brought it up earlier. Sinister about the whole Shaun is doesn't like change.
Mhm.
So that's also very heavily that's a dynamic that plays very heavily into this scene in his dialogue. Because at the very end, you can almost when he asks like, "What do you?" When she asks what she means something by something,
Mhm.
he kind of that's a sign that even he was still not fully grasping or paying attention to the change that she wanted or understanding that she wanted change.
Mhm.
Um, yeah,
Everybody
Crimson.
gets booted.
Yeah, yeah, Crimson. You got something you want to talk about the scene?
Actually, I think not much here we haven't already covered. Get a good understanding of David's character because a little he's a side character,
Yeah,
but he is a source of a lot of contention, I guess, with our main character Sean.
Shaun.
And they set him up pretty quickly, mostly based off of Sean's feelings about him. We don't get too much of him on Sean in this scene, but
yeah,
it's definitely a good start of their headbutting.
yeah. I agree. And we all, as it turns out, what he says is true. So it's also a good setup for the arguments that will take place later.
You're just here because you love Liz.
I don't know why he said that. I just make any sense.
Uh, yeah. I have one thing left to before I open back to the floor. I do like that Liz sees right through the BS of the flowers. Obviously,
I'm glad that because in most movies that would work, and I love that this movie doesn't do that. That
yeah,
cliche. They're like, oh, you guys take the thing off.
yeah. I mean, it's like they know each other relatively well, so it kind of makes sense at that point. But I'll open up to the floor. Does anyone have anything last to say about this scene before we move on?
Other
This little
than the
peek.
door transition when Sean leaves.
That's true.
Liz has a bunch of pictures of locations around her house, which
Hmm.
could hint at she wants to travel. There you go.
Mhm.
Some set design stuff for you.
Some set design meaning character setup. Hmm.
Boom, boom, all
Boom.
the above.
Yeah. Uh, and then we have two people making out outside the Winchester. He throws the flowers away in the trash can, and then we have him and Ed uh, drinking and being sad. I'll pretty much just leave the scene at that. Does anyone have anything who wants to start?
I do.
All
Are
right.
the couple making out? Were they making
Well,
out at this point, or was she just eating him this whole time?
well,
I think
depends
they
on
were
what you
making
mean
out
by
at this
making
point.
out.
They were snogging.
Uh, yeah,
Snogging.
I think they're making out at this point. They don't turn until later.
Okay. So the guy's just really into sick girls, I guess, because we see how sick they
Or
look
that girl is
before
really
they
into
turn.
sick guys. I don't know.
Well, she was the zombie.
Well, then
Eventually,
he's
yeah.
the zombie.
It
Yeah,
turns. Yeah.
eventually he would be the zombie.
Well, he lost his head, so he doesn't get to come back.
That's true. Sinister.
Uh, like this whole bar scene in general, or like
Yeah,
we cut
in
this.
general, the bar scene is
Okay.
split into two, but I'll put it all together. I admittedly don't have many notes for the scene.
Okay. Um, I gotta say, I like Ed's monkey impression or chimpanzee impression.
Yeah, I also like that
Very
it
good.
doesn't work as well because
Yeah, like
we know it's something that Sean typically finds extremely funny, but you can tell he's just too heartbroken to care.
no.
Uh, yeah, Springs.
I'll point on the. This does something that I think Edgar Wright does very well in his films, which is music usage and how it connects
Yes.
to scenes of character emotions and in humorous ways, but also just ties. It's like a bow to a scene where it's used,
Yeah.
and there's great examples of it in Baby Driver and Scott Pilgrim. But the jukebox turns on, and it's on random shuffle, so no one did purposefully of a song, and I didn't write down the song, but it's how it connects just the lyrics to how Sean's feeling.
Hmm.
If you leave me now,
That's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Take away the biggest part of me.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Um, I really like kind of the realistic thing in this scene, the realistic aspect of like we get to see why Ed is such a cherished friend for Shaun because Ed is doing his damnedest to try and cheer him up. Um, and I do like the use of the line, "It's not the end of the world," and then we have the shadows hitting the bar, the staggering man hitting up against the bar, which is a nice
It's
transition to reminder of what's going on outside.
my favorite character, the staggering man.
The staggering man.
Yeah.
Um,
Uh,
yeah,
tuppa, tuppa,
I
tuppa, tuppa, tuppa.
yeah. But yeah, I do. I'll open to the floor. Does anyone have anything to say more about inside the bar before they leave?
When
Uh,
Ed
yep.
points out to the residents in the bar, sorry, Sinister,
Oh yeah, he
points out to the
starts. He
residents
character
bar.
builds for people in the bar.
Are those accurate stories or are they all bullshit?
Up
Uh,
to interpretation.
yeah, up to interpretation.
I
Presumably, I believe the one about the bar owners of being connected to the mob because the gun is real. So it
I
gives some at least credibility to that specific story, but I'm not sure about all the rest.
um I know, like, behind the scenes thing, this is one of 2 scenes in this movie that are actually improvised. So I
Really?
don't know. Yeah, this and another one towards the end are the only 2 that are kind of really improvised because of how many references and running gags and everything. This is they had to keep pretty close to the
It's a
script.
tight script. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and these guys, I think a lot of the actors and everything were kind of improv and stuff. So there's only a couple, like, there's only 2 scenes really that have any kind of heavy improv. And this is that the bar stories one was kind of the bigger of the 2.
Mhm.
So unsure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
It could
interpretive.
also
Based off
yeah.
what I think of Eddie, I think they're bogus. But I'm not saying they are bogus because we
We
don't
don't
know
know.
what they are.
Yeah. Even if they are bogus, it could be viewed through the character lens of just him trying to hear Sean up, which is, he's
Yeah.
getting his mind off of things. So it still works in either case.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think that old lady was actually like a porn star. Not uh, that's the only one I don't really believe.
I don't know. She gets around a lot as a zombie. She pops up everywhere.
As a zombie.
Yeah. Did anyone have anything else to add?
Well, I was just gonna say I thought the stories were made up.
Okay.
I thought they
That's
were bullshit.
yeah, it's a fair interpretation. Um, I guess we will do the outside, which is the seeing the zombies this time. Turn to the house just before Pete shows up to interrupt their party or their gang party.
They're
It's a
good
very
times.
small bit here, but I quite like them playing off the zombie for the song and the noise.
Yeah,
Uh,
I really like that. I really like the guy's head falling off.
yeah, when the second they turn away, it's cliche, but it's so funny.
He's done so well.
Yeah,
And I think that's like they did it a few times in this. I didn't keep track. Where it's two people looking at each other, and then there's something going on in between them. This was one of the very apparent
Yeah.
ones, but they utilize that a few times.
The other one is I think it's like when going back to like Yvonne, the person getting, taken out of the car or whatever, and then Shaun on the bus with the lady falls over, just
Mhm.
little things.
Sprinks, do you have anything to say about this scene?
I think being that they're both totally plastered is fine. That they're not identifying a zombie right before their eyes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
And I wish we got a little more context on how Pete got bit because he said he just got
They said he got
mugged.
mugged.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he got
but
mugged on the way home and they bit his hand.
I wish I was more shown rather than just
Oh,
said.
we've reached our
Why do we
show and
need that?
tell.
But why?
I think it would just played more into Pete's character because Pete's to me a small character in the film, and he does reoccur, but the reoccurrence of him later after now being bit and zombified is more of the jokey kind of sense and just a way to be censored of his genitals, but because they play that off,
Yeah.
and I think just showing another character's point of view of a situation because being Pete's character, I don't know if he retaliated, if he ran, if he's cowardice. It doesn't really matter because he's zombified and we don't get more of him out of that. But we do
Well,
know that
Yeah.
zombies
The
respond to their names and have
yeah.
slight memory situations because he calls him Pete, and I think he looks up at Shaun later in the film. So I think it would have played more on his character of what he would do if we saw that interaction. I think it could have been a little cooler if that is shown. It would have could have had him change his situation with Ed at the end because he does target Ed when coming into the Winchester, but it's very just sluggish and Ed gets the jump on him because he has him in a chokehold. So I think that could just all be played stronger to Pete's character.
I think the thing though is, and it- the the movie is heavily from Sean's perspective. So if we went over and like Pete's work even for just like a second, it would feel very odd. And again, I think this is something similar to what you usually say. Like, okay, if we went over to him, like Pete once, and the rest of the movie was all just from Sean's perspective, except for this one scene that was from Pete's perspective, that would be very jarring and very kind of off. So they'd have to somehow be able to do that multiple times, and I think that this movie is already kind of a little bit too complicated to be able to make that be almost seamless as it would need to be.
Well put. Uh, I also kind of this movie's very self-aware about the zombie tropes and the genre as a whole, and it could have been played off to the audience. Maybe he actually was just bit by a mugger. We
Yeah.
didn't know he was an actual zombie. It could have been a mugger, and he survived the whole movie. Obviously, they didn't go that route, but there
Obviously.
is a mystery element to a first time viewer. We don't know if it was a zombie or not.
Yeah, because yeah, I definitely agree that this movie is knows the tropes and plays with them, like, like playing a classical orchestra almost of just, setting it up and either, meeting expectations or, playing against expectations. Kind of go both ways with it. Uh, so yeah, I think I can kind of see your point of view that it would be nice to have, kind of a different perspective. Unfortunately, it would have, because of how centric this movie is to Sean's point of view, they would have had to pretty much re-change, like, pretty much everything so that it would be a
we can include other
character
point
or
of views.
a group. It would be a what do they call it?
Ensemble.
Uh, yeah, an ensemble thing. But I think it also in doing that, it would have lost a little. It would have lost the kind of the fast-paced nature, and it would have been a million times more complicated to pull off and be as whimsical and tongue in cheek as this is.
Okay, I can agree that adding a different point of view would have been very weird, only being in one instance. Okay.
I do think that him being angry enough about the whole thing, granted he's angry to be awake right now, but he has a headache because of everything that happened. Obviously, you're supposed to take that as just kind of the virus having its toll or
Yeah, like
whatever.
yeah,
But I think his reaction is plain enough. His frustration about the whole affair. I think that's character driven enough for me to not need the scene. If I were to offer a suggestion for it being included, I think it would have just been a quick cut back, quick cut away, and a quick cut back. You know what I'm saying? Like we wouldn't get the full
yeah,
scene. We would
hmm
just get like, a second and a half and then cut back to him being angry.
Also, because of how little we get of him, I don't know us knowing how he got away from the zombie would matter. It wouldn't really add anything because this is the end of Pete or Peter, whatever.
Yeah.
Peter
uh,
Parker.
we get nothing really of him, so it doesn't really add anything to him either. I think it's fine to not have that.
Yeah. I really, really like one of the details I really love about the scene is that as soon as obviously Pete's very angry, but as soon as Sean tells him that, he broke up with Liz, Pete's, relaxes and it says, all right. He's intent on letting them continue, just asking them to keep it down, which I think is really nice. If you know, Pete's a very understanding person. It's very
Yeah,
small, but I like the detail. And then obviously Ed calls him a prick, and then Sean winces, and then we have him snap again.
Yeah, apparently that's Pete's trigger word is prick.
Yeah, well, especially if he ended up with work on that on his jacket.
Yeah,
Yep.
apparently that's his,
He would have been very angry over that, I'm sure. And, it would definitely bring out I just like the idea that he was actually very amenable, and then obviously Ed crosses the line first, and then he gets angry again.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
It's one of those things where there's a lot it's a very compact scene with a lot of layers going on for who Pete is as a person. He's very normal, and he's very understanding of the situation that Sean is now in with having broken up with Liz. And obviously Ed kind of just pushes the button.
yeah. One that I kinda like though, how, I mean, he does kind of get pissed off at Sean, a little bit because of that, but I think it's more of him being like, "Okay, listen, this is you got you've had the same job for 10 7 or 8 what however long I don't know if they say or whatever had the same friends same stuff, and your girlfriend just finally left you after 3 years, like come on, you gotta something's gotta give here, and if you're not realizing the situation, so he's definitely pissed off and he comes across, but I feel like he's trying to give good advice to Sean about the situation at least, which I think, makes me like. I definitely hated his character the first couple times. Now rewatching it this time, I kind of got more of, as I've grown up a little bit, I can see more of his point of view. It's kind of the same thing. Like like when I
Yeah.
was a kid, I was more in the mindset of SpongeBob, but now as I'm older, I'm more Squidward or whatever.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, does anyone else have something they want to add on this scene?
They DJ pretty well.
Yeah, yeah, they do.
I would hire them.
It's when Sean writes on the whiteboard.
Oh yeah, where he leaves himself the message. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of where the scene's gonna end. So if you wanna,
Go around mums, get Liz back, sort life out, which he
It's
does accomplish those goals. So good on him.
mostly, yeah, yeah.
He
when
he does
you
go to
mean
mom's. He gets Liz, and his life is better at the end. So even though
uh
he didn't really change much by the end, Liz did.
yeah, yeah.
But
I think
we'll
Liz by
cover
the end
that.
recognizes that maybe something normal is not a bad thing.
Yeah, maybe adventure isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Yeah, it's definitely an arc she definitely could go on. Um, I think it's pretty impressive of Sean to leave himself a message like literally seconds before he passes out.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking impressive, and he also does the zombie walk again. So obviously, it's a different shot of it.
Yeah,
It's going away from the camera instead of coming to it.
and it won't be the last time.
Um, that's true. Um, all right. I think we can go to the next morning, uh, which is uh pretty much him waking up, offering to get something for Ed at the store, and then we have the juxtaposition of the second shot of everything that's changed uh, overnight. Uh, it's now a zombified world, and he goes to the convenience store and then comes back to the house. Pretty much that. So I'll include all that together. Um, Sprinks, do you want to start?
Sure. The transition from the day to night with how accurate Simon Pegg's body is in both scenes, I took it as it was a lighting change where it could have been a set and the light changed versus filming at night and then getting his position accurate for the morning.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they chose to do that. It'd be easier to do that in a set.
So it could be
Uh,
either way. I think it was the lighting, um, but I don't know.
yeah.
Well, his reflection, I don't think moved either, right? So it was probably just lighting. Yeah, I agree.
Sinister.
Yeah. I like the match cut, between him to like at night to daytime. It's really good. It's like Spring said, it's pretty seamless. So I'm sure they set it up with lighting or something to get
Uh,
it correct.
yeah. That's
Uh,
fair. I do
uh,
like the transition as well. It's very quick.
mhm.
Yeah, Crimson.
So when Sean walks out of the house, we get to see the homeless men in the streets, and the one armed man is also down the street.
It wasn't me, it was the one-armed man.
I didn't notice that, but I have it up right now in the background. That
That's
guy showed. I thought he only showed up the one time in the house, but he's been on the screen 3 times. That's crazy to me.
They,
So much detail in this film.
yeah,
yeah,
they,
it's true. Uh, I really like that. The jogger man passes him, but now he's just dead ass sprinting to run away. Like so,
Yeah,
it's not a casual jog. He's fucking running for his life.
fucking running.
um, and then we have
that
the
that
ball
could be a
that's not
convenience thing.
that could be, yeah.
What are the odds that he ran by at the same spot Sean was walking?
I mean, like if he has a normal jogging routine every morning,
Yeah, but Sean didn't have a normal wake up routine there. He got knocked out in the kitchen and woke up.
yeah. Well, we skipped his morning routine. Like he didn't brush his teeth. He didn't, you know,
Hey,
get
that's what
dressed
happens.
and tidy up and stuff like that.
And when
So
you have like a late night binge, you kinda skip sort of your morning habits.
yeah. I mean, when I have a late night binge, the only thing I do the next day is write. That's pretty much it. I throw everything out, everything else that I need to do out.
Oh, you don't drink, like, some orange juice, so then you feel really sick and
Orange juice is good. I prefer to drink a lot of water first, and then I do orange juice once I feel less headachy, hungover.
I feel slightly
you should
targeted.
I hey, I'm not the
Why?
one who, like, because
It was
he
a
drank a
funny
bu
joke based off life experience, right there.
Yes,
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 yes.
yes.
Oh,
To be fair, he didn't choose to drink the orange juice. Somebody
No,
recommended he drink
a friend of
yes,
mine gave me an orange and said, "Eat this, you'll feel better."
which
It
is
didn't help.
I yeah, no, it made it worse.
yeah. Yeah. Oranges are very good for hangovers, but you have to drink water first. Because
Yeah,
the headache that comes from a hangover is typically lack of hydration. It's usually a
Oh yeah,
sign that you need to drink a lot of water.
oh yeah,
yeah,
And
you got
after that, though, oranges are really nice.
yeah. Well, writer unknowledgeable Sprinks at the time did not know that, or was not
Oh,
informed about that.
I
it's all right.
it's funny, but I felt really bad for you because that sounded like hell having to go
Yeah,
into work and be all sick.
yeah, yeah. That sucks. Everyone will experience that once except Crimson. Um,
Yes.
and
But
but yeah,
apparently
but the important
eat
thing is
the
just to learn from
cornettos.
it.
Apparently, that's a good hangover cure. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Eat a cornetto. Apparently,
which brings up there is a cornetto.
that's true.
it's strawberry, I believe. I
I don't
believe
know
it's
if that
strawberry
plays a
flavor.
effect. I'm not fully knowledgeable more on Hot Fuzz and the World's End. I'm sure
Yeah.
is Sinister and Crimson. I take it there's cornettos in the other two.
Well,
Yes.
that's why it's called.
Yep, that's why it's called
The
the
cornetto
Cornetto.
Yes, yes.
color.
Are those colored to the film? Because
As
I
far
believe
as I
Hot
know,
Fuzz
I
is
don't know.
blue and World's End is
for
green.
yeah, for this one, I think it was just accidental that it was happened to be red because they weren't originally intending there to be one in every single one. I think that would because it's red, and then they were like for the bloody, ness and
Yeah.
hot fuzz, so. But I don't know if they were actually going that far because they didn't have that until like years later that it would be a trilogy or something. And I think the only reason they put it in any other movies after this wasn't to connect them, but just because they wanted free ice cream because they got free ice cream after this one came out.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
I would put Haagen Dazs in every movie I made if I got free Haagen Dazs.
dude, I would. Yeah,
Haagen-Dazs.
I would be like a corporate tie-in whore if I got like free like stuff that I
Free
liked.
ice cream? Hell
Yeah,
yes.
I would
I'm a simple
like,
man with simple pleasures.
dude. I'll put Baskin Robbins in there. I don't give a fuck.
Fair enough. Um, let's see. We got the other differences as he's walking along the to work, to the
Yeah, to
shop.
the shop.
Um, we got uh jogger. We got the broken car window. Um, got the ice cream and the drink,
It was
and then
that window was just cleaned too.
I know, it's such a shame. Um, and then, he does pass a man that is dead, in between bushes.
Yeah,
Then he
Yeah.
runs again into the homeless man, who he's like, apologizes for not having any change, 'cause he
yeah.
didn't look up to notice.
Him and the one-armed man got closer to the house.
Yeah.
Never underestimate your morning hangover's effect on your perception.
Not that
Ugh.
he had any to begin with.
Yeah,
Not that he had much to begin with, but yeah,
he
what
was
little he
all
had
yeah,
was gone.
yeah. What little like I'm sure if he'd had the perception that he had in the first go around, he would have noticed at some point. But yeah,
Yeah,
Um,
I think this again, the 2 to the 1, the track and shout is fine. However, I think Shaun tripping on the curb again is so stupid.
I was wondering who was gonna
it's
say
more
it.
likely that he's hungover that he would do it.
Yeah,
I I I know it's played just to, like, connect the 2. It's like, "This is similar to the first time we did it." It's like, "Yes," but him tripping again to me was too much.
Really?
apparently
That
Yes.
was too much?
too
If
much.
it's to illustrate a clumsy character or a loser, which they do, I
A
think it's
loser,
enough that him
loser.
slipping after getting his Diet Coke in the store on could be blood on the floor was enough there, because that is a difference.
I think, to be honest with you, if I were to remove one of the trippings, I would probably remove the first one, because this one here makes more sense to me since he's hungover.
That's fine. I
Yeah.
don't think it needs to happen twice. Because if it's the same daily routine that he goes on to go to the shop, to get something, to come home, to then go to work, and it's the same path because we've seen it twice now. If he's tripping on the curb every single time, that's stupid.
I
But I
mean,
don't
it's
think
Well,
just
that's the
routine.
case.
It's
so
just routine, yeah.
this one is definitely hungover. I think the first one he was distracted.
Yeah, he had the car going by that he ran across.
Yeah,
It's
we're
it
yeah.
again, it kinda plays into, like, the theme of, uh, like, he's just not being observant, he's not really paying attention, and granted, he had less of a reason to not pay attention in the first one, this one, he kinda has more of a because he's
It's more excusable this one because he's hungover. The first one though, I thought I remember him being distracted by something, which is what happened. So I think there's reasons for both. Um,
yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah,
I
We
but
think
if
don't
this
see, like
let's
we
say
only
they do
see,
it a
like,
third
1
time,
morning.
they give it a
Yeah.
third time and give a reason for the third time. Is it still overplayed? I'm like, if they continually give reasons and they showed it 5 times,
Yeah, but
I
they
still think it would just be dumb.
well, yeah, but they didn't, they only did it twice, 'cause
Yeah, and I still think
we
twice is too many.
if you're asking if I have a limit on how often they justify it, then my answer is not really. But they only do it twice, so I don't perceive it as a problem.
and also we don't see, like we don't know if 'cause we don't see, like, every single day he's ever had, so we can't say that every day he trips on the curb. We only have twice to
Yes.
show it,
Yeah.
and there's at least we have information, granted that says, like, there's a reason why he trips on it, 'cause he's not being observant, that
It
both times.
contextualizes both for the two that we see. I don't know if adding a third one would change my opinion on it, so I don't see it as a problem.
But,
Uh,
I are we can I talk about the TV thing if there's nothing else in
yeah,
this,
I'm done with this scene, but
as am I.
yeah, Springs, you got anything left over on this scene, or can we
No, just
continue?
him going home to the TV, he does leave the door open. So we know that
Yep.
it's
Yeah,
not because
yeah,
Pete was kind of questioning, is it Ed? Is it Sean? We can see that from the context that it is Sean who's doing it.
Yeah.
which is very funny.
Yep. Um.
I also like that
I
he
didn't
grabs
catch that.
the
That was good.
I also like that he grabs the regular Coke first before grabbing the Diet Coke. Very just 'cause I
That's fair.
it it's 'cause he's, like, trying to be, like, health well, I don't know about that, but, like, health con and like, "Oh, I'll take the Diet Coke," even though it's basically the same thing.
Oh, is he being
Yeah.
subconscious on being better for Liz?
Well, because he's supposed to be going to the gym or whatever, so it's like, "Oh,
At
well,
this point, He might
Uh,
be, yeah, because he already threw away the cigarettes and stuff. So
well, I think he had a Diet Coke in the beginning of the movie too. I'm not sure. I don't. It's this movie goes by really fast, so it's hard for me to keep track of
yeah,
everything.
No, I think he had a pint.
We had a pint, but I think I don't know. Yeah, if Crimson or somebody else who's got it going on and wants to double check, I wouldn't be opposed. But I love this TV bit. I've seen it used in a couple other things that I can't think of at the top of my head, but it's it's really funny. just just because it's so simple.
yeah.
The
Um, yeah.
TV
So I guess we'll move on to the TV scene up to them interacting with the Mary outside.
and Mary.
Not to
Uh,
be confused with Mary Lennox from
Yeah.
Safeguard.
um,
that's a cheap Sea Critics deep cut.
yeah.
Boom. Check that out.
It,
Sorry, really
call
funny.
me, call me off guard with that one, Crimson. Nice.
Really funny.
All right. So yeah, I also agree. I really like the TV montage. Um, Now, there was a time where I would have labeled this convenient, but having experienced what local television is like in mass, uh,
Yeah.
it's very Orwellian how a lot of them sync up. Actually, there's a compilation video of like 120 different news broadcasters from local television stations all saying the same thing, like verbatim, like
Yep.
off the script.
Yep.
It is Orwellian as fuck. So I don't label this as convenient. I just label it as yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah. It's it's funny, but then you think about it like
You
in
realize
practice.
how horrible it actually is.
Yeah, like, oh,
The,
this is pretty bad.
the,
Yeah.
the terrible reality sinks in. But I really like, but so I really actually do like this scene.
And it has to, I mean, you have to like plan it out, like write it, really, you have to understand. You have because some of it's like sourced, like the Smiths, playing on Top of the Pops or whatever, I think, or Oakley Russell Test, one of the two, and like so it has to like you have to sync it up because there's definitely some moments where it's just like somebody's filmed in a studio, like the newscaster guy is not, that's not
Yeah,
sourced or whatever, but so you have to mix it perfectly and find like the right,
the right
so
words
and
to cut it on.
yeah,
Mhm,
and it's an editing, I'm sure it's like an editing nightmare or whatever, of making sure it all works and it's all timed perfectly to be funny.
mhm.
Which again, filmmakers out there, editing is super important for your movies, almost as much as writing. Take a lesson from this movie because it does editing very, very well.
Yep. Um,
Uh, Sinister. Good
Hmm.
catch. The first convenience store scene, he grabs diet, then switches to standard. Second,
Aha!
grabs standard, switches to diet.
Nice, good catch. Another Easter egg discovery as we go along. um, all right, Springs. From here to their first interaction with Mary.
Um,
The I'll pretty much call it the Mary scene when she pulls herself off of the sharpest pipe in existence.
Oh, be sick.
I don't really have anything.
All right, Crimson.
Is it just up to when she gets impaled?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. If
Okay.
you have
That's it,
anything
Uh,
though.
between the news and that,
I agree. I like the news.
Like the
It
news.
was reasonable based off what they've witnessed so far. That it's just some drunk lady in the yard.
yeah.
Uh, yeah,
And again, that drunk lady in the yard distracts them just enough for them to miss the important bits on the news.
Yeah.
Because you can hear the news kind of fading and being cut off as they both focus on Mary.
mhm.
Um,
I also appreciate that Ed's first reaction is to go get a camera.
yeah, my my first my I have a small scene. That thing in the ground is very very fucking sharp.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out what I think it's
It
like
that's
an
an umbrella
umbrella holder.
stand
Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
like an umbrella stand. It's very sharp to impale right through her.
through her
Her getting
spine, of
her
all
getting
things.
up. Yeah,
Yeah,
her getting
through her
up.
spine of all things.
her getting up really sickens me for some reason. This the
Oh,
pose.
and then the whole lining up
Yeah,
our characters. Um,
classic.
yeah. We'll go from here to the records. So, I guess if anyone's got any commentary on that, take it away.
Yeah, they freaking threw away the Batman soundtrack.
Yeah, that's
I I
common. That's fine.
I I have to admit, the
It's
Batman
common.
movie is it? I'm trying. Wait,
That's Prince.
yeah, I was gonna say if it was the Prince one, yeah, that one, that soundtrack rocks. That's like the best thing about that movie, and the bat nipples. Wait, does that one have bat nipples?
No, not that
No,
No,
one.
not that
okay,
one.
unfortunately, 'cause there would be a tie between the
To the
soundtrack and
movie's
the bat
detriment, as
nipples,
you would say.
and
Ooh,
a bad credit card.
Yeah.
if it went through her
Um,
spine, how the heck did she stand up?
That's I was gonna point that out. I'm glad you did.
Just strong torso
no,
That
muscles.
Anatomy errors.
yeah. The
well, did
shot
we
is
watch it?
cool. We sacrificed anatomy.
Was it in Brain Dead where we had that where somebody got their spine taken out and then they were all like loopy weird or something? We talked about that recently. I don't know if
I
it was
think
actually for
so,
a
yeah.
podcast or not. Yeah, I I,
I
I
think
don't know. I
Very different tone movie though.
well yeah, yeah no very yeah not night and day difference. But
yeah,
yeah, I would have liked it if there was a bit more of a physical reaction. But I think for like
yeah,
what is it like a $12 million movie or a $10 million movie or something? I'm okay that it's not.
For this one?
yeah.
I thought Ryder said 6 million.
Oh, 6 million.
6 million. Yep.
Even more so. I'm okay with it not being super like authentic to like how they would actually move in the situation.
Um, fair enough. Let's see. I think the records bit, while funny, bothered me because they have the garden shed,
Yeah,
which is where they eventually go to, obviously for very obvious reasons. But the fact that they even bothered to go at the records before that is does annoy me a little bit. I think.
I think
Well,
it's
and the
just
fact
to
that
prove their intelligence because it was very just a lineup because it was Pete throwing the record outside, them seeing the record outside, using it as a weapon, and then knowing that it works, so they went to records.
Yep. And then obviously it doesn't work as well, so eventually they
yeah,
just
yeah,
break down and go to the shed.
yeah. I
I want a
I
MythBusters because I don't think you could do that. The way he
what?
broke into the face like that.
No, I
Um,
think that no, I think that would
Oh,
actually would
record shatter
work.
in a face? Yeah, I think that's real.
Yeah, no. You would
No.
need a lot of force to shatter a record like that on a face.
Well,
It
yeah,
would bounce off.
it could.
And even if
I
it
think
shattered,
yeah.
I don't even know if it would stick to the face either.
It would depend on how it.
yeah, I
There's a
would like
lot
to
of
think on
there's a
it.
lot of I feel like RNG. That's I'm not using that correctly at all, but like with it,
There are a lot of variables that
yeah, a
could
lot
go
of variables. Yeah, like it
I
would.
think it's possible, it's just the possibility of it's very, very low. But then
I
again, I would like a Mythbusters on it, so
yeah, they did. Didn't they do a MythBusters or no? It wasn't a MythBusters. It was like a weapon thing or something of like the battering actually does work. It actually is an effective throwing tool.
oh, yeah.
But no, I'm. It's a little. It's just on the cusp of being a little bit too stupid for me. Of like not really getting the weaponry and stuff, but it's funny enough that it and they cut it off. I feel like right when it stops being funny, pretty much.
Yeah. They
So
eventually
yeah,
go, back inside. This is
I mean, they went in the house to get the records, which means they passed up the kitchen where the knives would be.
yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah,
think I would.
well,
I feel like I would rather throw records than try to stab a zombie.
yeah.
Or I'd rather throw something before I would get like into like the up close personal
And you could throw
stuff.
a knife.
Yep.
Oh,
I,
yeah,
I, don't,
so
I don't trust
when
these guys' aims.
when the second armless guy shows up, they run back inside. I do like that, like, they just can't immediately break their glass because glass on doors is actually pretty thick. Um, and obviously we have them now listening to the news more intently, which is where they get more information, and then the zombie comes through the front door.
Yeah. I I like that only that Shaun is kind of the only one who's really phased by the situation outside. Ed's just sort of like, "I'm eating my
Yeah.
ice cream."
Yep. Um, and then, oh yeah, they also hear about the destroying the brain on
That's
the
I
news
think.
broadcast. I think I skipped
Yeah.
over this one. So,
Yeah, because there's the armless guy comes in before they go out to kill them, and that's when they find out about the
yeah.
brain stem thing.
Decapitate the
Yeah.
head or destroy the brain.
Um,
And then he kills him with a glass ashtray.
He slams a glass ashtray in his face.
in his head. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he didn't
They
cut his hands.
was that an ashtray? I thought it was a bottle.
No, it was an ashtray.
Oh, that was
Yeah,
an
Oh,
ashtray.
interesting.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Obviously, glass would still fucking break your skull, so I'm fine with that. Just
Well, Eddie's hand didn't get cut up.
yeah.
That's his problem.
That's my huge problem. Really dampens
I
the movie
do.
for me.
What did you guys think of the jar of junk before they go to the records?
Sounded like Mike Tyson Crimson.
Uh, the bin of junk. I mean,
When you're told that they
I
have
don't.
to destroy the brain.
Well, that was before that.
No, that's after.
Yeah. Oh, was it after? Yeah, I think
Yeah, that's after.
That was after.
That's why they're throwing it at the head.
they're like, "Oh,
Like I
Hmm,
said, I thought the joke went on a little too long between that and then the records.
I agree then.
I think they had
Springs.
bad weapons and bad aim.
Well, they
yeah." I
certainly
think
had
both.
bad
Also
weapons and
true.
bad aim.
Yeah. They've had yeah. I am glad though that they don't just suddenly become like marksmen immediately after, like like in
Oh
the
yeah,
later on bar scene. They're still kind of
yeah,
Losers.
missing. Yeah, yeah they're never not losers really.
yeah. They're not. They're normal. They've never really operated a gun.
I'd
Kind
say
of
they're
thing.
a bit below normal.
Okay, sure. Below normal.
The mundane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
know.
yeah. And then they finally go into the garden shed and get tools, a cricket bat and a shovel.
Why was there a cricket bat in the shed? We'll never know.
Yeah,
It's
The
the
I
UK.
British.
it's yeah,
Yeah.
it's the UK. I
UK.
don't know why he wouldn't have grabbed something metal because from there, but the shovel makes more sense, I think, than the cricket bat.
Eh, I
At least he
mean,
took the bat instead of the rake.
That's true.
yeah, those I don't know. Those cricket bats are pretty thick. Not as
And
good.
then
Not as dense as metal, but
yeah,
close.
and then we have our first their first kills. So
It's so visceral.
yeah. So does anyone have any commentary on that?
Is it the first? I mean, it's Ed's second, right?
Well, it's Ed's second, but
Sean's
Sean's
first.
first, and they're actually they actually try to kill them. I guess really.
Yeah, the first one was more of a unintentional. This one's fully with intent. So this is where the records are, is before this as well. So they throw the jar of junk, Ed finds a record, they throw records, then they go into the shed.
I was surprised by the restraint they had because it's been a little while since I've seen this. I'm like, okay, I remember a bunch of blood coming off. There's not much blood getting splat on them. There was some restraint
No.
that
Yeah.
they had.
Well,
It's
because yeah, how it
yeah,
goes in the
They were
end.
using blunt instruments, so it wouldn't be too crazy on the blood.
yeah,
So
it feels kind of realistic on that front. Like it's not overly done. Though I like the transition from that to when they're sitting on the couch again, and Ed is just eating his ice cream, and Sean is just sitting next to him, traumatized.
It's really good.
would the ice cream be melted by now?
Yes, unless they put it in the freezer
Well,
immediately
Yeah.
when they got home.
yeah, no, that's what I wrote down. It's like, okay, first off, Ed's ice cream isn't melted.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so anything on that scene, gentlemen?
I think I've already said my
No, pretty
piece.
much it.
Nope.
All right.
Would
Then
anybody want Ed's "I got wood" shirt?
Nope.
they hear from the television that biting is how you transfer it, and then they ask for Pete from downstairs to see if he's okay.
Very British of them.
It's true.
Oh, Pete,
As long as he's self isolating, you know.
yeah. Pete, you, you upstairs? Feeling okay?
Um,
His keys are still here.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Like
guess
how it
they were a little abnormally intelligent in this part. They
I don't
immediately
know, because
thought of Peter. They didn't forget about his injury. They did some deduction skills to think he's still here.
I don't well, no, because they say that he must have gone then, he must not be here or whatever, 'cause you just don't hear anything.
Yeah, they said they took a bus to work, something like that.
Yeah, which I
That was
don't know,
during
Pete
collision, yeah.
yeah, I was like, I don't know. From what I've seen of Pete, I, I don't see that.
Yeah. Um, and then I think they have their survival plans. We have 3 different ones. Does anyone wanna comment on that?
I mean,
Like,
they fit with the characters. I don't have much to really say on it.
It's more Edgar Wright quick cuts.
that's true. Um, I like that they eventually can't do like, eventually they come to the conclusion that they can't hang out they can't go to their own house because the back door is broken, so it's not secure anymore.
I, I would rather be in an apartment complex than a pub.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I agree with that.
'cause
Lots of
there's
rooms.
big
The
windows.
zombies would have to be funneled up the stairs. But
Theoretically, you
a
also have
lot,
supplies in excess
yeah,
from all
a
the
lot
other
easier to
houses.
survive.
Yeah,
Plenty of exits through windows.
that's true. And also, you also technically once you know the layout of each, apartment, whether it's one room or two room, you won't have any trouble navigating the place because everything will be the same. So you'll know what corners to clear and stuff like that.
But it just plays into that whole thing of Sean not really actually having a plan.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
This
they
was
do
more
give
leaning towards Liz's intelligence a little bit.
yeah
'Cause
they do give
she's
some
not stupid. At least she's
Well,
not portrayed to be
yeah,
stupid.
yeah. She's not supposed to be,
um,
yeah, yes.
so I feel like she would kind of dig deeper into the plan before just
Well,
giving up a prime
I think
spot.
if I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt, which I am, um, I think she kinda gets, like, this is a different sort of version of Sean than she's, seen or whatever, and, it's kinda like, maybe, benefiting him a little bit of, like, maybe I should try to, you know is it but then again, there's also a zombie outbreak, so, uh, I wouldn't just immediately go, "Maybe my ex-boyfriend, maybe he does know what he's talking about."
first things first though, parents
Yes, we
gotta get
finally
his
get to
mom.
meet his mom.
Because we're introduced to her over the phone first,
Yeah.
and I like that he has a small panic when he thinks his mom got bit, and then and he relaxes completely once he learns it's his stepdad.
Oh, it was just Philip.
Yeah.
And Eddie had the same reaction.
Yeah. Which is also, context to the relationship, even though we don't see them all that much. Ow,
Yeah. And when they leave, the soccer kid still plays soccer. Uh,
that's true.
really hints at the remnants of the person. I wrote down all the examples I caught.
Yeah, because they said it
We
directly in the outro uh, broadcast. Like they still retain like some of the very very base memory stuff.
Yeah, I wrote down the soccer kid still plays soccer. The convenience store guy has his hand out for money when he's approaching the car.
Yeah.
Uh, Philip turns off the music. There's a zombie in a wheelchair that knows how to use the wheelchair. Uh, the zombie unlocks the door, the keep out privacy door at the Winchester, and Pete recognizes his name. Those are all the times I caught zombies with their past
Rumbles.
lives. Yeah.
True. At least, like I said, that's a nice rule that's there from the beginning, so it's not as big of a shock when they're wrapping everything up at the end.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we can talk about moving along here. I think we'll just go straight to the parents' house and stuff like that. Does anyone have anything they want to comment on that?
Uh
It's pretty
oh
straightforward, the plan,
yeah.
so, you know.
Yeah, I like the scene that his cup keeps changing in every instance. Like the first plan, his cup says
The
I'm a genius.
Yeah.
And the second one is, cool, and then the
And it's
final
a
one's
teacup as well.
yeah.
And
Ah,
then the third one's a beer glass, yeah.
yeah, third one's a beer. And
There's
I'm sure that's exactly how it'll turn out when we get there. That's
yeah,
exactly
obviously.
how it'll.
I think even before they leave, Shaun needs to go to Shaun berates Ed for using the Z word, and then he also needs to use the restroom. So we have our some cliches there.
yes,
Classic cliches.
which
Yes.
establishes that they know what zombies are, and zombies are in this universe. So people should know what to do.
Um, and then Pete's in the shower. We get the same shot from the earlier. Just
It
he's in the
you
shower
wonder
instead of appearing
yeah,
behind him.
so he must have been getting ready for work and he turned finally when he was in the shower.
Yeah, I feel like he might have gone in for a cold shower or something to that effect, and he just kind of turned when he was in there. That's kind of how I thought what happened.
That makes
Well, I mean,
sense.
if the zombies take on the person, pretty much, the zombie could have continued the morning routine by itself.
Yeah, but yeah, maybe.
That's true. Yeah.
That's I won't you
You
know
you
what?
all you said
Person
you were chipping in there, Springs. Did you have something to say?
No, it was just ingredients.
Okay.
Do you have
Um,
anything to say about the parents' place?
The parents' place? You mean Barbara and
yeah,
Phillips?
yeah.
yeah.
I don't know what other parents I'd be
I mean,
referencing.
I don't think we're there yet, are we? Are we jumping there? I thought we're
I
still
mean,
Um,
before they get in the
we
car.
were I was just clearing up my last stuff for that scene, I don't think anybody else said anything.
yeah. I mean, the only stuff that I have written down about the car, I may as well talk about it. I actually really like their first reaction to them hitting somebody with the car, and then they see that he's already turned. He's like, "Oh, thank God they're dead," or "Thank God for that he was already undead. He was already dead." So it was a zombie they hit. I actually quite like that scene.
Again, it's
More of Eddie
very,
not caring as well.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's a great Britishisms all around of, "Hey, are you okay?"
Yep. Um, but then yeah, they go to Philip's house. Philip has a jag, as Ed puts it, and then we hear the first instance of the story or we hear a story about Shaun being chased as a kid from Philip because he put candy that melted in his car.
Yeah.
If my
And
kid left a piece of candy and melted in my car, I would chase him with a bit of wood.
Fair enough.
could it have been a cricket bat? Was that the very wood he was chased with?
It could be. Don't really get a confirmation on it though.
No, no, not at all. That's pure nonsense. Uh, no, but Sean played a very dangerous card when trying to get his mom to leave.
Oh, why have we had, like, 2 zombie movies that have both used, like, that as, like, a comedic or not a comedy thing, but, like, have both used that bit? We watched Brain Dead that had the that whole thing, and then we've got this
Oh,
one.
yep, that's true.
2 very different versions, but similar source.
Um,
Well,
yeah, he
as you
does
said,
feature.
if this movie's taken a bunch of references from a bunch of other things, Brain Dead was done before this film.
Yeah.
It's possible. Um, yeah, but I mean, he's desperate to get his mom out of there and away from Philip because he's bitten, which I kind of understand. But Sean's too good of a person to keep up the act. So,
Speaking about references, did anyone bring up the "We're coming to get you, Barbara"
No.
over the phone? No, the
no.
reference to Night of the Living Dead.
Good job, Barbara.
"They're
No.
coming to get you, Barbara."
It was Ed who said that, right?
Yeah, Ed
Yeah,
said
screamed
because
it.
Barbara's his mom, yeah. Barbara's Nick's mom, Sean's mom.
Ooh.
All right, cool. Glad I put
Okay.
it in there. Awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
I no, I was just waiting for somebody to say something.
Yeah, sorry, I was drinking
Yeah,
water.
I just don't
Um,
have much for the parents' place.
yeah, okay. I don't have much either other than Ed decided to crash the car because he wants to drive the Jag.
That was
It's
fun.
on
What?
accident, of course.
How'd you crash the car? It was parked.
Yeah, it's this to me, I think, was the grossest, like,
The
thing that Ed ever.
grossest.
Yeah, well, I
Gross.
mean, like, it's Ed being the really, really stupid. I don't think it's out of character, but I view it almost as, like, uh
I mean, he could have sabotaged their lives.
yeah,
Yeah.
like, legit, like,
Like if the
that's
jag
what
didn't
Bob.
work or something, like it's
Yeah,
been
but
idle
yeah.
in
Yeah,
the parking space for years or something, you know.
yeah, but, like, yeah,
Or was low on gas. Who knows? Plethora of
yeah,
problems.
yeah, so Ed really could have screwed them over here, and I don't it's hard for me to ignore that. It's almost because it's intentional, and
Well, yeah.
it seems like being it's not it's evil's not the right word, but it's making a very,
Gross.
very
What would be
gross negligence,
yeah,
I guess.
gross negligence. Yeah, that would be the correct, I think. Because I think like with him, it's sort of like I feel like it's on the line of being kind of like too far. Um, to like to the point of like just yeah, but it's enough there where it's kind of like okay, this is the guy that's is like his best friend or whatever, and this is what he does in this situation, and then it's sort of like to I feel like there's a bunch of stuff or like moments, and I by the end of the movie that's kind of where I have a little bit of a problem with this, but we'll get to there hopefully. Um, of like Shaun having to realize that like Ed isn't really like the person he should be around,
Yeah.
anymore. And it's kind of like moments like this, and I think this is like just in the line of being almost like too far. What I would, any a normal person would be like, okay,
It
fuck you,
almost
I'm leaving.
it almost crosses over into absurdity, is my
Yeah,
issue
it's
with it.
like it's really close. It's really close. Um,
Because
but
he
yeah,
just the motivation is he just really wants to drive the Jag, and
yeah,
I don't think that's
selfish.
enough even for Ed here, considering the situation. He's been
Yeah,
really callous, but I think it's a little too much even for him.
yeah. I think there's another the phone call thing is another moment that's kind of a little almost too
Oh,
far.
Ed outside the Winchester.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, yeah. That's
another one.
I have that there as well.
He
Yeah,
just lives in his own world.
Yeah.
yeah.
Um.
Even playing that game, there's so many things that he just screws everything up so drastically. It's not like a
But
little thing.
again,
Yeah.
I think like Sean kind of needs that to realize what's you know what's important or whatever. Like this guy that I've been friends with for like years, who's just like a fuck up and is actually putting us in legitimate harm now because he's how he is, or is it
Yeah. Because he's that much of a fuck up. Yeah.
yeah,
Um. I do like that Sean didn't have the heart to kill Philip once he realized Philip was still coherent.
yeah. I remember I like that as a young man. I like that he has this plan of like it'll be super simple, just like whack him over the head, and then when he actually gets there, it's not at all like that.
Yeah, pretty much. Because Philip is still talking and coherent.
Yeah, a little bit
Uh,
worse for wear, but
yeah. And then they crash the car to. Ed crashes the car, and then they all have to get in the Jag, and then they are attacked by zombies. So we have a bit of a small action sequence.
Yeah, little one. Philip
Little one.
just stands there. It's bitten.
Yep. Philip who's standing gets bitten. Shaun uses cricket bat. Philip eventually has to give up his car keys,
his
which he was very
jag.
excited about. It's a very small character exchange that I really liked. Philip has to give up his car keys, and Shaun has to save his stepdad for his mom. So they have to cooperate. It's a very small thing that I like because they're both doing something they don't want to do in order to live.
Agreed. Yeah,
Uh,
I like the character study of this. Like this is kind of the level things that has to get to for Sean to change, or
yeah,
or like grow, or something, which is at the heart of this movie.
Yeah. Um, that's all I have for this scene. Anyone else?
That's it.
Spriggs?
Where are we on doing this scene? I'm trying to
Uh,
follow along.
Getting
Philip
into
just
the
got
car.
Philip just
Yeah,
got bit, and they're driving
they're
off.
about to drive off. Yeah,
Oh well, the only thing
and go to Liz.
only thing I got here is that in the house to raise tension, there was a kettle boiling water, which we've covered before. The tension rising and sound effects used in both Blade Runner movies, and I
Yep.
think this plays the same part in this film.
Yeah,
I
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
it's a good filmmaker trick.
Indeed, it is. Uh, so we find out that the car is child locked. This is also set up. Um, this is also set up. And then Sean, uh, we have a one shot of Sean going through zombies to get to Liz, to the door.
Is that still a thing, by the way? Because I just realized that
Buzzers?
no, child lock.
Oh,
Is that so? Because
imagine.
I haven't I haven't heard of that in so long, and this movie just like reminded me that that was a thing.
I
No,
think it's
it's a
still a
thing.
thing.
Depends on the car though.
Yeah, it usually depends on the car. Um,
Like the
granted, I
Scion
haven't.
Ion had the door handles in between the doors, so there was no inside door handle for the back seat, which I guess could be a safety hazard.
Well, yeah, I mean it's great for kids, but in this situation, it's
Because
pretty bad.
you would need the driver and passenger doors open to open the back seats.
Okay, so it looks like it's huh, I don't know how old the car is, so it could depend, but it looks like there was a manual way to change it. But from what it sounds like, it's like you still kept the safety locks on or the child locks.
Safety first, Sean. Safety first. Um, but yeah, so I guess we'll go from this pretty much till the gang run out and run to the car. So Spriggs, do you have anything?
Let's see here. Okay, I couldn't tell if the sound effects used with the cricket bat and the weapons were fine and accurate or cheesy.
Okay.
There, there was one moment in this whole movie that a sound effect was off, but I didn't write it down. But other than that, I thought it didn't stand out as being weird to me.
To me, I guess I'm on the 50. No, I think I'm more on the bat. I think there's more sound effects that are like sound very more post edited in than accurate to what is being depicted on screen.
I would just
I
like to
mean,
point out that all
that's
sound
always
on
post.
film, yeah, it's always.
Yeah,
Eh,
Okay, well,
But I see
in
what
that
you're.
sense, in a
I hear your
non-believable
point.
way.
Like, yeah, that it sounds like it's post and it doesn't sound like it's. I know what you meant.
Yeah, the sound editing of sound effects is not greatly done.
Mm,
do you have an
I
example
disagree
off
with
the top of
that.
your head?
I don't
I
know.
like, do you have a specific example or?
Example of,
well, he's saying him hitting him with the cricket
oh
bat,
yeah, when they're running
probably
out and
when
he's just
entering
whacking them in the
this.
faces,
Yeah.
and the zombie actors are going in the directions. It's very the point of contact of the sound effect isn't, to me it didn't so much of like hitting wood on flesh. It sounded like wood on the ground or wood on like a wall.
Oh, like a
It sounded
blank,
very, yeah, it sounded
like
very
a generic
hard
hitting
sounding.
sound.
Yeah, very strong
Okay.
thuds opposed to the actual smacks that I think would have been made. And
Well, he is
it
hitting
wasn't a
the
reused sound
skulls.
effect.
It wasn't like a meaty part of the body. It was the head, so it wouldn't make like a meat slap sound or anything like
I
that.
still took
Meat
it as it
slap.
was being like um just a generic free sound effect board being used, which is maybe what they
No,
did use in their
no,
editing. I don't know, but that's what it came across to me.
Yeah,
no. This movie was.
when you hit somebody in the head, it's not going to sound like hitting a person. It's going to sound closer to hitting a board than it is going to sound like hitting like meat.
Oh, yeah, because
I'd have to listen to it again. It
yeah.
didn't stand out as being
The
off to me,
Yeah, the
but
Yeah.
thing that
Well,
questioned me on it is because of the whole comedic tone of the film. I think it fits with the film, but on a standalone, I don't like it.
I Yeah, this will be probably something for the recap because none of us can technically
Yeah,
watch
I
the.
can't yeah, I can't speak to that at the moment. But yeah, I'll have to rewatch for that one because I could definitely see it as it potentially being an issue, but from what I remember, I didn't take an issue. And as you say, it totally fits the film. But well, I guess we'll see. Sinister, do you have anything for this scene? Between Sean getting out of the car and returning with Liz and David and Dinah.
Diana. Um, I like, yeah, again, playing off of kind of the scene that happened previously of, him, getting getting up to actually managing to get up onto the their balcony and getting in and everything. Uh, I'll agree with, I think, what was said earlier of, like, I don't know if Liz should have, agreed with the plan because it does seem, it doesn't, there's not really a lot of concrete stuff there.
Yeah,
Um,
I do have in
and
my
I
notes that I'm also surprised that no one tried bringing up alternatives.
Yeah, and I honestly think grand scheme, their apartment was safer because it's up higher. It's, got several rooms. Like I think writer said, so it is the better option.
Yeah,
Uh,
The only problem with apartments in like apocalypse movies is you got to deal with neighbors.
pretty
They would be
much.
your threat,
that's
not the
yeah,
zombies.
yeah.
But we don't get to see any other people in this
I
movie.
will say I do like that this movie doesn't have the kind of the tropes that sort of a lot of other kind of, I think, newer zombie movies do, of like the humans technically being more of a nuisance than the zombies, basically.
Yeah,
So this is
it's
good.
one of the things that I found when doing work with zombies is that you do have to strike a balance between like the zombies being the threat and the humans being the threat because zombies are very generic and unless they're like Left for Dead or they have like different classes of
Yeah,
zombies,
yeah.
humans will eventually grow to become your bigger threat just by virtue of scarcity and supplies and stuff like that. But it's definitely a fine line. You have to find a balance between both.
Mhm. And I guess this one technically, I mean, like the threat of like humans is like Ed just giving them away and stuff and infighting more so than like just exterior groups,
Hmm.
but which I think kind of makes it a little bit better. But
Yeah,
um, yeah. So they got the so I like the whole kind of juxtaposition of the two scenes kind of coming back and kind of them not I guess Liz's team sort of being the side that's just like gonna wait it out, and then Sean's group is we got to do something. We got to have a plan,
yep.
And then sit it out.
And
and
then
then
sit it
sit it
out.
in.
The only
Yeah,
plan was to go to the Winchester.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Crimson, do you have anything you'd like to add on to this?
No, it's pretty much that. Liz and I guess the group as a whole just committing to the plan without knowing the plan. Because at this point, they know it's pretty apocalyptic right
Yeah.
now.
It's
It's a
very
problem.
yeah, yeah. It's very weird because they suggest the plan and then it cuts to them being downstairs with items ready to go outside. Like we don't really see their reaction. We don't see any they try
I
to use they use dialogue to try and explain it away. I don't think they do it particularly well.
I like that
But
Dee has like a it's like a broken tree branch, like a cudgel or something, and then David just has like an umbrella. Uh,
oh, it's true. That's funny.
yeah, yeah,
Which adds more to the joke, I think, with the other group because I think the other group, with Yvonne, they all have the same
yeah.
tools. I think starting
I think
out.
they got like golf clubs and like
Yeah,
bats and stuff. Yeah.
yeah.
Um, this is a cool thing because it's a British zombie movie. Because American zombie movies, there's a lot of guns and stuff, and this they don't have any guns in
Yeah.
really the UK.
The biggest gun has a story behind it, being the one at the
Yeah,
Winchester.
yeah. So
All
it's
right,
kind of a cool thing.
I guess we'll go from then. After that, they get down into the car, and
Or we're not,
then
yeah, or we're not going to talk about that Ed said the N word.
Ed said a lot
We
of
can.
words.
Ed calls them a lot of things. Um,
That's
I
a
totally
cultural thing. I don't.
yeah,
I would imagine that word has less meaning uh,
well,
in
I think by
than here in America.
based on their looks, it's still as inappropriate over there as it is over
Yeah, I
there, but
imagine it's still a
yeah,
bad word.
yeah.
I just don't know if it's as bad as in
No, no,
America.
no. I'm
But I
not
don't know.
like it fits the character of just tone or
Oh yeah,
being
if
like,
it's some.
yeah, it fits of him just being like tone deaf to situations or anything. But I totally forgot about that scene up until I came across and it was like a jerk reaction of it's like,
yep,
oh, totally forgot
yep,
about that.
it's true. Um, and then we have. Let's go from just them all getting into the car to them having to pile out of the car because Philip has turned.
Yeah, because and he has the heartfelt speech with Shaun.
Yeah, with that sinister, you get to go first.
I like it. It's I will say I don't have the same relationship with my dad as Sean does with his stepdad, but it does is a little bit healthier. But it I think anybody who has like a father figure or something, I think it kind of tugs on the heartstrings and everything of or not it doesn't even have to be a father figure, but just like somebody close in your life or whatever that you maybe don't get along with, but they finally like they have like their last moment or something, and they just kind of
Yeah,
you have a
I
heart to
think
heart.
I think the transition to the quiet moment actually works out really well because everyone was yelling at Ed to stop hitting zombies
Yeah.
with the car. Ed is over there playing live action GTA, and everyone else is freaking out.
Well, yeah, because it's a good thing because like even though like Sean doesn't have a close relationship with his stepdad or somewhat antagonistic relationship with his stepdad, he's still like trying to like protect his car and and make sure he's okay and everything.
Yeah,
So
he's
it
reached out to him a
yeah,
little bit.
so it's like he still respects him. He just they maybe aren't close, but he respects him, which I think is which is nice.
Um, yeah, Springs.
Well, I may be looking at it a little too far into it, but when I commented on
That's what we're on the podcast for.
yeah, when we
Go on.
commented on Philip's attire earlier of how dull it was and non-vibrant, and the only color really coming off of Sean, who was in his just normal outfit, was red and white. Being that now Philip has been, in a funny way, opened up and is bleeding red, he is now connecting with Sean as they have a matching color.
I will agree with your
That might
statement
be
that you're looking too much into it.
that might be looking too much into it, but it does fit. So I'm
If
for it.
that's the intention, I think that works. Like legit, I there is something enough there for that because they both had very dull colors outside of the red, up until the red. So,
Yeah.
um, I obviously really like the scene between Sean and his dad. Um,
Stepdad.
it's very quiet. Yeah, just his stepdad.
That
Um,
was
it's
good.
Well, at this point, he says it's his dad.
no, he
Not
calls him his dad.
anymore
So
because he's dead.
it's not no yeah.
It was
But
still funny.
I do really appreciate the scene between the two of them because it's after a bunch of whimsy and like uh you
Whirlwind
know
editing.
abnormal things that go on and potentially horrible editing. This kind of grounds you back into the characters, I think, which is I think one of the movie's strong points. Um, and they have that chance to reconnect, which as a writer, obviously red flag. Dad's not long for this world. We know that
Yeah, yeah.
already, but um I think he does try to impart on him an important lesson too, that he just needed motivation to change or be better.
Yeah.
Um, and I think it works.
But I
Uh,
think, and I think another cool thing with that, sorry to cut you off. Um,
no worries.
probably a lot of Sean's like deep, things of not wanting, like keeping a a pattern and keep doing the same things and everything. Probably stems from the fact that he does have at like 12 he has a stepdad, and his whole, world up to that point changed and he didn't like it and didn't really
Yeah,
like his stepdad, and so, it's like I don't wanna have to go through that ever again.
yeah,
And this is,
that's
kinda him making amends for that.
yeah, and I think that that also really bleeds into what Sean's character's like as well.
Yeah.
And obviously the moment is ruined by Ed, as most emotional moments
Yeah.
are.
Oh, yeah.
But I like that Ed shuts up and when Sean snaps at him.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
Pull
uh,
over.
yeah,
I
Crimson.
know.
Yeah, I was gonna give
Yeah.
you an opportunity to speak on the scene potentially.
Yes, I really love this Philip scene. I think it's helped heavily by how littered this movie is with humor. That we don't get too many moments without it, and this is one of them. When the mom dies, that's also one, which is the question I was going to pose. Do you guys feel like they're pretty equivalent? I feel like the mom one is missing something that this had, but I can't figure out what it is.
Well, I
I didn't
think,
feel an emotional punch at all with the mom, but here with Philip,
'cause
I did.
I think the thing that it's missing, and I'm sure we probably all might have maybe slightly different perspectives on it, but, for me, I think it's, like, because Philip, he doesn't we kinda they don't really have a relationship as far as we can tell when he's introduced, it's
Mhm.
tense, if, slightly awkward, or, but his mom always kinda seems to be on good terms with him. So then when we kinda have that his dying words and everything, and he actually opens up and, kinda connects with Shaun for, like, the probably, like, the first and, like, last time, it really, it has a lot more emotions behind it. But with his
Mhm.
mom dying, it was kinda like we already had the connection, and she didn't really like, there wasn't any, like, thing of
Yeah.
some big reveal or some, like, connecting bit. It was already there, so it doesn't really feel the same, like.
Yeah, I think yeah, I'm kinda in agree with you, Crimson. Because the only thing that Edgar Wright tried to do was the flower thing to kind of bring us back into the importance of like how much he actually likes his mother and stuff like that. Um, I found the flower thing to be pretty convenient. Um,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but um, I think for me, what's kind of missing is that the whole entire reason that she's hiding being bitten is because she doesn't want to worry Sean or she doesn't want to make things like harder for him. I think we needed an element of that earlier in the film in order to pay off that emotion a bit more, because that's clearly what the angle they want to take it. Um, and I think we're missing a bit of setup for this, which is rare for a lot of things in this film. We're actually missing setup, I think, for the mom's passing,
Yeah.
because we have the physical aspect of it, the setup of her being bitten, but we don't really get any emotional setup for this scene. And that to me, I think stems where a lot of I think the lacklusterness of that comes from.
Springs, did you
And
have any kind
yeah,
of, insight
I
into.
think the flower thing is similar to the record, where it's just a longer played out part of it, because the record was just the next day of being connected and the flowers are being thrown in that trash can and that was played out later. But I think kind of the main thing is that I think it plays on intelligence. I think the mom to me is dumb. She's
Yes.
so, I
yeah,
don't
she
know if
is.
she's
I
just
agree.
in shock of the situation of what's going on, or she has no clue of the situation going on. And I think it's because of that the emotion that Sean has with his mom is not a back and forth like he has with Philip. With Philip, they're both connected and they're both listening. With the mom's kind of just like, it's been a funny day and gone. So it doesn't
Yeah,
seem equal in that part of it.
I feel like she understands more. Like she doesn't understand until she gets bitten. Pretty much, at least that's how I interpret the film. And then when we get to everything else, she's just very very distant about everything. Like she always has to be brought back into reality. Like she's always daydreaming and stuff like that. But yeah, I see what you're saying there, Springs. I think that could be another factor to it as well. Uh, back to, I guess, Philip dying. Um,
Philip.
I do
Uh,
I do like the joke of "Mom, it's Philip. He's gone," and her response is,
where's he gone?
Where's he gone?"
Where's he
yeah,
gone? Where is he gone then?
yeah.
He's gone to get the milk.
The Milkies.
We'll never see him
And
again.
another thing I don't like is that Ed is so stupid. He doesn't know how to get around a child lock. Like he doesn't just
He
open the
just
door
doesn't
for
open
them.
the door at all. Yeah.
Yeah, he just stares. He just looks at them, just looks inside, and he's just like, "Oh, yeah, whatever."
Well, I mean, he's the secret bad guy, right? I mean, he's trying to
Oh, are
kill
we doing?
everybody.
Oh,
Could
okay.
be.
No, no.
Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, you're pulling
Yeah,
into
that's
Glinda.
the that would be funny.
He's done so
Oh,
much to kill people here.
oh, you were
And
talking about. I thought you were doing a Jar Jar Binks thing. That he's actually a Sith Lord the entire time or something.
that's
And no, the
that's
Wizard of Oz
applicable.
has a much more context for the podcast.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
We ended it with Glinda
Glinda's the
Good
bad
Witch
guy.
being in. Yeah, she's the evil witch the whole time, kind of thing.
Bad person. Thank you.
Yeah. Um. So let's see. Uh, do we have anything else on that before they have to make their way on the streets?
I do not.
No.
No, but
All
this is
right.
one of my favorite fake out little gag things.
Uh,
The
Philip dying?
fence. No, the fence.
Oh, yeah,
The
no,
fence.
yeah. For those of you who've seen Hot Fuzz, it's pretty funny.
Yes.
Um, so yeah, we'll go from here pretty much to the mom being bit. So
Well, yeah.
there's a fair bit being here, but they're now trying to traverse through fences and navigate their way on foot to the Winchester because the car got surrounded. And also, Philip's dad turned off the really loud music, even in zombie form. He hates it.
Sean's dad.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh, yes, Sean's dad.
Yeah. John's dad.
That's my dyslexia for you. So they leave all
We
their
touched.
objects in the car, unfortunately. Yeah, but Crimson, since you got your eager,
Yeah.
why don't you go?
Are we like to believe that the mom hopped the fences, or that they tore down all the fences?
Uh,
Because the shortcut is going over the fences. It's
yeah.
I could see them zigzagging their way through, but it's more likely that they just broke down their way through
I
the
think
fences.
she's supposed to be a little bit more spry than she looks. I think it's just casting.
Yeah,
I'm funny. I'm in the side that they took down the fences because even the last one when they lost her, that one's not taken down.
yep.
If she was
It is
nimble
pretty
through all
funny
the
though.
other ones, if it wasn't, she would be with them. Then again, it could be played on the distraction of the guy in the house, but
Yeah.
Uh,
I like that Shaun tries to talk with Liz, and Liz just kind of shuts him down because they have much better things to worry about right now.
yeah, survival.
yeah, this wasn't about us. This was about survival. Well, it is, but it's about our survival.
Yes, and then they run into the other survivors gang. We kind of talked over Yvonne's character, so we can skip over that. But I do
Yeah.
like
let's talk about the other
Joe's.
characters.
Yes,
Martin.
the very
They're
Martin
so
Freeman.
cute.
cameos.
Yeah, Martin
Yeah.
Freeman is in this.
Yep.
This is like the fourth thing he ever did.
Really?
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was in two. He was in three movies before this. One of them being Love Actually. Then he did this.
Yes. Yeah. What a downgrade, I guess, for him in some respects. That was also Bill Nye. He was also in Love Actually.
Yes. There's a lot of actors in Love Actually.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
But he's probably with the exception of like Simon Pegg nowadays, he's probably like the biggest person in this movie, or Bill Nighy. I think both are. Like,
You don't think Nick
those two?
Frost does that high up?
No, I haven't seen. I don't think I've seen Nick Frost in a non-Edgar Wright movie.
Oh, he was in the what was the Dwayne Johnson wrestling one? Came out like
Did
2
not
years
see.
ago.
I did not see that.
That's,
Yeah, it was the family one. It had I forget the actress's name who played Cersei Lannister.
Lena Headey.
Yeah, Lana Headey was uh, the wife to Nick Frost's character, and their daughter wanted to do wrestling or
Oh,
WWE.
Yeah.
fighting with my family.
Is that it? Came
Yeah,
out like
Florence.
2, 3 years ago.
Florence Puh or Poof,
Florence
whatever.
Pugh.
I don't.
Pew,
Pew
pew,
Pew.
Gotcha.
pew.
Yeah.
He was also in Tomb Raider.
What?
Yeah, he's uncredited though,
Oh,
but he's in
yeah.
it.
Well, with this group meet up here, uh, they played with focus on this a little bit when they're introducing them. Uh, the focus goes towards them and then back.
Yeah.
Being that it plays with
Camera
the
work.
similarities of two teams, is it Yvonne is the equivalent to Shaun?
The
Yeah,
well,
It's implied that she's
hmm.
the ringleader of the group.
Yeah,
yeah,
she's
because
the
her.
ringleader, but it's still one for one in essence because her boyfriend's there, his girlfriend is there, but the rest are pretty much mirrored.
Yeah. Like I said, I think it's supposed to be like the juxtaposition of like the movie, the act, like an
The
actual
action
zombie
movie
movie.
team. Yeah.
Yeah, the action movie zombie team versus like the schlubby losers. And unfortunately for us, we're following the schlubby losers.
Like I said, I love the joke here a lot. It made me. I don't know if I ever died out laughing to it, but I still really love the comedy of it. Um,
I like that
let's
they don't team up. They're like, all right, going
yeah,
our separate
No,
ways. Bye.
yeah.
yeah.
I like it.
I also like that they don't team up, and I like that all their equivalents greet each other in like the in character way as they pass each other up. And I think David's equivalent has an umbrella too.
Oh, sorry, I just thought of another Nick Frost movie. Not Edgar Wright. Paul.
Oh yeah. Well, that also has Simon Pegg in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never saw that either. Yeah, I think I literally, yeah, I've only seen him in Edgar Wright movies.
Mhm.
Oh, and Adventures of Tintin. That's also.
Oh God,
Hey, I like that movie. Don't you be bad mouthing it
Spielberg.
right now.
that doesn't mean it has to
Um,
Um,
be good.
yeah, that's true. Um, then so mom thinks she recognizes the yard for her friends, and this is where you
and
know,
then shit
This
went
is where
south
she
real quick.
gets bit.
yeah,
This
this is
is
where she.
where her stupidity goes through the roof.
Yeah, I mean,
It
she
was
doesn't do
in
it again, so she learned her lesson.
it
But
was it was in that moment that Barbara realized she fucked up.
it's true. Um, and
We
then
don't get any proof of it. I've always assumed that she opened the door. Do you guys think she did or the zombie did?
Was
The
the
zombie
door
could have.
was the door open or was it shattered?
It was no, it was shut. It
Neither.
was shut. It
It
was
was a
shut.
closed door.
I was
Yeah.
When
closed
Sean
both
goes to save
times.
her, it's open.
Okay, being that it's just open and not shattered, I would say it's Barbara who
Yeah.
opened it.
the zombie could be capable of it, given the slight human tendencies that we've seen them to have. But because Barbara's being a big dumb, I'm more inclined to believe she opened it herself.
I'm going with the
Asking,
instances we've
she's out.
seen of zombies seeing someone through something, like through a window. They just shatter it.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I'm leaning more towards Barbara opened it to try and ask for directions to her friend's house.
And
Oof.
I have a thought.
Unfortunately,
I have a thought that there's a reference being played when Sean uses the trampoline to go over the fence. I thought it was connected to Ferris Bueller.
Yeah, I'm sure that's yeah. That screamed too much for me to think it was like original.
that's fair. We did skip. We mentioned it. We did skip over the Hot Fuzz
The shortcut.
reference. Yeah,
The
It's actually a was a trope or just a running gag through all three of the films of the Cornetto trilogy.
yeah, yeah.
I don't remember the one in World's End, but then again, that's the
Yeah.
one I haven't. That's the
At
one I
World
haven't
They
End, he
seen.
gets on the
yeah,
fence and falls forward, and it's just
yeah.
one fence. It's not a lineup like these first two.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
no, in this one it's just the one part of it, isn't it?
Well, this
It's
one
not
it's
the
the
whole
one
thing.
fence, but you can see another fence beyond and
Oh,
whatnot.
okay,
At
yeah.
the
Okay,
Yeah,
World's End, it's one,
it's the
and then just
yeah.
falls.
I see what you mean.
Um,
And since I have the movie up, I didn't notice. You could see the reflection of the house that they are climbing the fence.
Okay, that's cool detail. Also, I guess she's more spry than they look, or someone they
Like I said, I
try to put
think
an helper over.
the casting just makes her seem a lot, or like the casting is a lot older than probably I think she's supposed to be.
Yeah. Um.
Because originally it was supposed to be Helen Mirren, apparently.
Was it?
Interesting.
Yeah, but she said no, she didn't want to be in the movie.
I can't see her play this dumb role.
Yeah.
She doesn't. She never plays dumb in the movie I've
No,
seen her in,
this
anyways.
I think would have been cool if it was Maggie Smith.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Because Maggie
Maggie
Smith
Smith
plays
would.
kind of dumb in Nanny McPhee Returns.
I don't
She'd
like
be
this.
pretty old for this, though.
Yeah,
To
because
be
she
his
was pretty
mom.
old, and she was pretty old for Harry Potter.
Well,
So I
this
feel
was
like that would have been
2004, so yeah, this would have been
2012.
around.
Yeah,
This would have been around Chamber of Secrets time.
yeah. I'm sure that's also probably why they were limited on actors and stuff, is because everybody in Britain was in
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter. Yeah,
Yeah. Maybe it's
yeah.
true.
Uh, so yeah, but yeah, Helen Mirren apparently originally was offered the role first and did not. I think she said she would have been happy to do any other character or something, but she didn't want to be the mom.
And
Interesting.
when
Uh,
Shaun went to save her, she was laying face down on the floor.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened between
Yeah,
those
no,
two.
it's that's the one. That's a kind of, I think, the only
Weirdest
really
transition in the
obvious.
scene.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one of the big obvious blips of just doesn't really make sense.
It makes no sense that the zombie wasn't like trying to eat her or anything. It was not there, so Shaun wouldn't suspect her being bit. But
Well, the zombie
realistically,
immediately
it
attacks him,
would have been
so
there.
the zombie tackles him through a fence, and so it's definitely a very weird scene. One of my
Well, it means
least
it
favorite
bit
scenes.
her and then left, and then came back when Shaun went to save
Yep.
her.
Yep.
It's the only time I
Um.
think it
Yeah,
really.
that does line up weird.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does. It's the only time where I
It's
think they
still.
kind of lost it a little.
Yeah. The editing gets. I have no idea what they were intending to do with the scene. It's just. It's lost here as viewers. I don't know what to make of it. It's.
You know?
Um. But we do have a kind of a funny action sequence once
I do like it.
the zombie tackles him through the fence. And I like that the girls are encouraging him to. They give him the pole. He tries to swing the ball first, and then realizes he can just kill him.
Yeah, no,
That was
I
a
have a
little
slight
funny.
issue. It was funny,
It's
but I have an issue
I
with
think it's
his.
too dumb.
yeah, I
Yeah,
agree. It's way too dumb. I agree. But I like that the girls give him advice that he should be impaling the zombie, and the boys are doing nothing. They're just standing and watching. And
well, don't everybody help at once?
Yeah, that's
yeah,
my issue with it is that he has enough force to pin through the
Yeah.
zombie into a tree.
yeah.
Yep.
Also, it goes very far in. It's not a sharp object. It's amazing how much strength he has.
Goes through an
Also,
entire human body and a tree.
With about
they
a
technically,
three-step distance. It wasn't
yeah,
like a running start.
Yeah.
they already did that attack on the first zombie, so I'm sensing a little bit of a extra
They do like
usage here.
poles
Oh,
in
you mean
the
on
building.
Mary?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
The Mary
they
was
already had
Mary
like.
to me was fully believable.
Well, yeah, man, it's fine. I was just like, maybe switch it up a little bit, or maybe they just had
Yeah,
that
one of the
extra.
zombies lost their limbs on screen.
So far we've had like just bludgeoning and stabbing in the stomach with
That's true. There,
poles.
there wasn't much inventive zombie killing in this.
No.
I guess that's not really the point, though.
To be
No.
fair, you can't really be all that inventive when it comes to zombie killing. Is double tap the head or remove the head.
Oh, that's not what they were doing in this.
And again,
That's
he
true.
yeah,
Yes.
he stabs a zombie and doesn't aim for the head. Just leaves him.
Um,
Like they
reading
already
my
know the rules of how to take care of him and he doesn't do it.
yeah, reading my notes, it said man must have super strength with how far the pole went through the tree and the zombie. So clearly, past version of me agrees with you guys now, and as does present me. But
So just
uh,
you.
yeah, just me. Exactly.
If
Every version
past
of
and
you in
present
every
agree.
universe. But will the future?
No, I don't think future Ethan's going to change. I don't think
You
future
know,
writer's gonna change his mind.
No.
you're gonna. I'm just imagining you with like a super long Merlin beard, and everything, and just I stand by it.
I've watched this movie over 100 times.
Yep. Um, I Ed is being on his phone. I think this. It bothered me a little bit here, but I understand it's continuing to set up for what the joke that's going to happen in front of the Winchester.
Yeah,
I'm glad you see it as a
Um,
joke.
I
it
mean, it's funny.
it's supposed to be a joke. I didn't laugh. I understand that it's objectively supposed to be funny joke, an absurdity. It's
Yeah,
absurdist
it
comedy.
annoyed me.
I I will say I do appreciate, Ryder, you bringing up how humor is like subjective, and it's not it's very hard to, because I mean
Uh,
it's
the
yeah,
reaction is subjective. The
yeah,
we can objectively identify that it's
yeah,
supposed to
like
be a joke,
we
but
know what a like we know something's a comedy if we don't think it's funny, but
yeah,
if we laugh at something, it's up to subjectiveness,
Yeah,
and I think
everyone
yeah, it's
can
like
hear the setup. Not everyone gets the punchline.
yeah, so
yeah.
yeah, this is supposed to be funny, so I have to take it as being funny. But yeah, I did get kind of annoyed with it after a bit.
Yeah, I was annoyed with this one because I think they should have just done it the once, which is in the group that would have been set up enough. I think for the one at the Winchester because the Winchester one now because of this scene comes across as like too much. I know it's
Yeah,
rules of three, but because of
it's
there's
just
only
like the
so
nature of it. Yeah,
it's the nature of how the character is. Like it's crossing over to the character being more annoying than it is it being like something a character trait motivating a comedic joke. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yes.
So I think this one right here, when he's just looking at his phone and thinks that he does all right, I think this should have been removed. I think the Winchester one would have landed a little bit
Well, I
more.
think it's even a little worse because he understands the situation they're in. That's why they're acting as zombies to get past. It's not like he's completely oblivious to
Yeah,
everything else going on.
yeah. So that's what makes the one in front of outside the Winchester more absurd, and that's why this one here should have been removed because I think him getting a phone call and wanting to answer, I think that's funny. I do. I think it could stay, but I think they needed to remove at least one of the setups because it comes across as annoying and absurdist rather than it being what it should be, which is kind of a joke in the situation that they're in.
Yeah. To me, the first one makes sense because they're not around anyone. It's just them. So it's okay. Second one,
Well, the first one is with the other group, Yvonne, stuff like that.
yeah.
yeah. The
And
Yvonne one
The
is kind of it's
texting.
pretty funny because they have
The
the
opposite
mirror
is
version of
also
yeah,
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 the opposite version of him is doing the same thing,
yeah,
which
I
is why I
think
think
yeah.
that one works
the second
better
one
than the
is
one here.
played not I don't think it is being played as a joke, but I think it's being played more of an emotional response out of Sean's character to Ed. I think that's the purpose of the part than just a joke.
Yeah, I mean, something can have multiple purposes.
I know,
Yeah.
but the reason over the other, I think it's like what was the fuse to ignite, and I think the fuse is the joke for the ignition of Sean yelling at Ed.
But what's a joke? I mean,
You mean at the
That's
Winchester
a
one or the
tough
one
question.
here
The
at
Winchester
the
one
okay.
yeah,
when Sean goes off on him.
Yeah. Like
rightfully so.
rightfully so. Yeah, I agree. Both of these things can go hand in hand. Um, which is why again I really hammer home that I think it's just the one and after the impaling, I think that one should have just been removed because I think it would make this scene land a little bit better
Yeah, I agree.
because because Sean's already now like doubly aware that this is something he's actively doing. It's preventing him from being helpful. So Sean has every reason to snap at him in that scene more as well as he does at the Winchester one. So I think because the
I
Winchester one has a lot more behind it. That's the kind of the one I obviously want to keep.
Yeah,
My problem with the Winchester one, I think it'd be fine if the phone rang and that was it. But because Eddie sat down and had a whole full conversation, that's my problem with it. I think they could have just had it where the phone rang and Eddie's like, "Oh shoot," and then turn that off or something like that.
Fumbles with
I
it,
think
drops it.
that would be far better than what we got, and it could
yeah.
still be comedic if we go with the dropping thing.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
him being completely oblivious of the situation that he fully is aware of and just sits down and has a conversation on his phone is it's too much.
Too much.
yeah, I can agree with
I
that.
mean, he's less than 5 feet away from a zombie in his sight.
Well,
Uh,
it's
an
also a
entire
problem because the
horde of
zombies just.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
but
also a problem because the zombies just stop. They don't like move at all, and they
that's
just
another
stare
yeah,
at
topic.
them.
yeah,
it
that's
was a
another
very
thing.
cool. It was a very cool shot.
Yeah,
Doesn't
It
make any sense.
was. It was cool.
it's another thing about the
Well,
zombies that these are interesting zombies. They only react to sound. They're not scent. They're not sight.
well,
Well, their
to quote
sight because they see them act like zombies.
Well, to quote one of my favorite movies, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, it only works when it's funny. Only works when funny.
Yeah,
That's fair. I
I mean,
do have one little.
I think it played off better in The Walking Dead.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I can agree with that. I do have one more funny thing that I liked, which was Cam's like, okay, everybody stay right here. I'm gonna check the scene ahead, and then he just gets up
Oh, I
3 steps
love that.
on the ladder,
Yeah,
and then climbs back down.
so good.
I thought that was that one's still that funny. I like that.
That one still makes me audibly laugh. I,
It's such a that one's such a simple joke in comparison to this one because that one doesn't ruin any characters. It's just funny.
it's
Um,
really good.
I do think the delivery of that one is well done.
Oh yeah, Simon Pegg just goes for it.
nails it.
Yeah,
Um,
I also like the
that's
little
the cool
tidbit
thing.
that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. No, you go. You got the thing.
Okay, I was gonna do the little thing that Danny's teaching them how to act because it was brought up earlier that she's a failed actress.
Yeah.
yeah, I like that as well. It's a nice detail. It's a character trait. So
Yeah.
she's not. She has a purpose in the story now.
The
The
do you
fu-
guys
cool
think
thing
she
of
was the worst fake zombie?
yes, because she was trying too
Oh
hard.
no,
She
no,
was
I
going,
think. Oh no,
She was over it.
I think Barbara is the worst zombie.
Well, but
She just.
she's actually turning into a zombie though, so she's technically the best.
no, I think the worst fake zombie was David.
Oh wait for
Mm,
them
I mean the
actually on the
actual
street.
attempt,
Yeah, for the
not the
actual
yeah,
street or
practice,
them practicing.
not the
Yeah.
practice, the actual
Yeah,
attempt.
them on the street, I would say David. Barbara
really.
was actually the one I thought was funny because she wasn't doing anything and
Yeah,
still
Exactly.
blended in.
That's why I live her
but
the
she
worst
was
one.
but she was already technically zombified, so that kind of had like
Yeah.
a they weren't paying attention to
Yeah.
her. But no, I was gonna say with earlier with Simon Pegg's
What?
delivery. It the great thing that's the awesome thing about being an actor and a writer, and one thing is that you can write for your character like to your strengths and everything. So it definitely this is especially in like Edgar Wright movies that he's been in. I think are some of his better ones because he just really he can write it and he can know where his like his timing is and everything.
Yeah. Uh. Yeah. I was gonna make a common writer joke because the zombies can detect their own, and we had an experience with that with last night. Common writer. Yeah.
There you go.
Well, the zombies didn't attack their own, so that's why they didn't pay Barbara any attention. um.
Uh,
Let's
Having
see.
it
Oh,
up,
you know what? I'm gonna put it out right now. This is not a hint from Ryder that we covered Common Rider.
No, we
Just
did
No,
letting you
that's
know
a
cover.
right now.
reference.
We're
In
not
case, yeah,
covering.
in case you're
We're not covering.
interested, that
No,
pricked up
that
your
is not in
ears.
our
that
current
Just letting you
plans.
know.
but
Yeah, we just happen to
that's
be
just
watching Common Rider on the side as a group.
yeah, that's just a reference for a friend we have who's a big Common Rider fan.
Yeah.
Uh, Having the screen up, God, they just love returning zombies. I never noticed that the delivery
Like
pizza
how
delivery
many?
guy that was in the
Yeah,
background when Shaun was going to Liz's after she broke up with him.
yeah,
That pizza guy's in the crowd.
Wow.
Uh,
I mean, it's not
there's
surprise me. It's an Edgar Wright film.
there's twin zombies, which I never noticed in the crowd before. I
I
only
was like,
noticed
oh yeah,
when
twin zombies.
Yvonne killed them at the end. I'm like, oh, cool, twin zombies. Never noticed that. They're in the crowd. Crazy.
Yeah, they got a yeah. And apparently, I think a lot of these extras were like fans from the TV show that he did with Nick Frost and Simon Pegg, Space. Apparently, a lot of them were found from that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I
I
think it
always
was
like it
like
when they get to do stuff like that.
yeah, so it was like I think 150 people they had, and they had to do actually casting for it by the end of it because there's just so many people. and then like a bunch of kids saw all like the people in makeup and everything and wanted to join in, so they had 50 kids join in,
That's
so like
fair.
200 extras.
That's fair.
Oh.
I mean, who wouldn't? You know.
Yeah, no, I would have loved to be like an extra in like Walking Dead or something. That would have been really cool.
Yeah. Um.
Well,
So
you
we
still
kind of
can. They got like 3 spin-offs.
No, I don't really want to be in Fear the Walking Dead or whatever the third
Michonne.
one is. Yeah, Michonne. I don't really. No offense,
Michonne's getting her.
I just
Michonne's
don't
getting
have
her
the
own
same thing.
show.
Maybe I'm confused with the Telltale game
The
because she got
game.
her own game.
Yeah, she
Okay.
did get her own game. Well,
Daryl's got a show now.
That's
yeah,
right. Daryl Dixon show.
Daryl's getting a show because he's
Yeah.
the fan character because nobody cares
Okay.
about Rick Grimes anymore. But yeah, and then
Yeah. So we
you know, I
have
like
we kind
the
of.
cat.
So I guess I do love the gag of all the zombies just patiently waiting for them to notice. This wouldn't happen that way realistically. I like the shot, but
No, it'd be like
I objectively recognize that that wouldn't have
Yeah,
happened.
it'd
that
be
doesn't work.
blood in the water for sharks.
Yep. Um.
And now another big issue I had with this film: Shaun running through the horde.
Yeah. No one got him. It's weird.
No.
That happens
Nonsense.
twice.
That's true.
Hey,
Um.
look at me! Come over here! Blah blah blah. Runs through them all. Nothing. Doesn't get
Uh,
grabbed. Doesn't get bitten. Nothing.
I have a
Yeah.
thing. Are we at
Considering what
there
happens
now?
to David, this is that I don't like this scene.
And presumably Danny. Who knows what
Oh
happens
yeah,
then?
and Danny.
On because I own Shaun of the Dead on. I have a steel book. Ca- Casual brag.
Okay.
Nice.
But I
All right.
watched it and
I'm jealous of you, you bastard. But go on.
yeah. Uh, I I forgot I had it until we were doing this podcast. The extras. They have a section and it's called plot holes, and there's three that they talk about. And the first one they mention is Simon or Sean running away from the zombies, and then how he got back in and why
Through
he
the
was
back
away.
door. Yeah.
Yeah, what he said was, and it was kind of cool because I think all the art was done by Edgar Wright's brother, which is why I thought he did the comic book. But uh, it's like, oh yeah, zombies actually move really really slowly. So a lot of it was me just walking and then waiting for like 10 to 15 minutes, and then finally I just hid in a dumpster and waited for them to move away, and then I went back in. So that he didn't actually go like 10, 20 minutes away. That's why they all came back really quickly too.
That's
But
funny.
yeah, that's not 10. I don't know if that counts as canon because it's not actually in the movie. It's a DVD extra. So if any problems, I will accept that there's an issue. But
I didn't have a problem with his entry or the time. It was just how he managed to actually get away
Yeah.
from
well, now you
from
know
the front.
he didn't actually get away. Just he was lazy.
I mean, getting away through the horde.
Well, yeah, no, that's a problem.
Uh, I guess we can move inside the bar. David, stupidly, well,
Yeah.
broke the window, but you know,
It
from
Sean
his
wasn't
was
even.
limited
Yeah,
point of view,
justifiable.
it's
yeah.
justifiable. His limited point of view, no one was informing him of everything. So he didn't know that there was a back entrance. I don't know why he didn't assume there was one, but sure. Um,
Well, Sean also
Even if there
didn't
was one,
finish.
there was no
Yeah,
way for them to get to it. They were
yeah, there's no
surrounded.
guarantee. Yeah, there's no guarantee.
I
So
don't. I also don't know why they went to the front anyways. Why didn't they just go to the back from the beginning? Because it seems like it
That's a
would
good
be.
question.
that's a good question.
Yeah.
That's on Sean being an idiot.
Yeah, yeah, that tends to go a long way.
It really does. It gives them quite a bit of leeway. Um, but they they have a talk inside. I think we can go from them arguing over whether Sean's going to come back to Sean actually coming back, because there's quite a bit here in terms of dialogue. So, Crimson, why don't you start us off there?
Well, if I was in this group and I got stuck in here, I don't know why I would have decided to be here, but I'm here.
With these people, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here with
It
them. I'm like, wow, it was real nice for Sean to sacrifice his life for us. can we leave here now? I would
Now
not
that
assume
yeah,
he's alive. Um, Seeing him go through that.
now that the guy
I
whose idea this
as
was is
much
dead,
as
can
it
we
pains
leave?
me to say, I'd be kind of like David. Not to his extremes, but
Yeah.
there's certainly some elements where he's correct.
Hmm. I agree. They're also not like barricading windows. They broke a fucking
No,
window. They're not barricading it. They're not doing anything else about it.
no, yeah, this is like the worst place you could go to an apocalypse. There's
Yeah,
windows
because 'cause it's got
everywhere.
windows everywhere,
One
big
of them's
windows.
broken.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I mean, you go here for supplies and you leave. That's what you do.
You
It's
come here for the
also
peanuts, the alcohol
yeah,
for trading with other humans,
yeah,
and that's it.
And Molotov cocktails. Never
Well,
underestimate the.
sure.
Yeah, they had some
yeah.
twiglets,
Twiglets and some hog lumps or whatever they're called, I don't
Yeah.
cheesy things.
yeah. Uh, it's also though you can like, there's no discernible exit that would not get, like, immediately covered in, so there's no, like, back way or anything out. It's too closed off.
Yeah, you have the cellar, which I don't know how Eddie knew about that.
Well, no, that's a common thing with
That's
I mean
pretty normal
I think
for bars and stuff.
Well,
with
he
the
knew
yeah,
there was an exit through it though, which
yeah, I mean you can see it from the
yeah,
outside.
yeah, because they load the barrels in via the dumbwaiter or
yeah,
whatever. So it would be
yeah.
yeah, it's a common thing.
I think Eddie's the most knowledgeable about the Winchester.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get that sense, yeah.
I kind of already covered it. It's really lucky the mom just finds the flowers and assumes that they're for her.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Correctly
assumes,
assumes.
I think
"They're
they're
for
Correctly
for
assumes.
me.
me. I think they're for me."
Why were they in the garbage?
Why does
I
it say
I
mom and
do.
not
Yeah, I think it
my name?
lines up fine.
Yeah, no, it's fine, but it is like a big coincidence.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, we kind of talked about. As you mentioned, you'd be like David Crimson just by virtue of the fact that he's trying to be proactive. Like, what's the point of us staying here?
Yeah,
And it's a very interesting. It's a very good conversation to have. We kind of again they try to excuse away why they chose to come is because they didn't have any other better ideas. Um,
That's no excuse.
like Liz's place.
or
That's a good
staying.
idea.
Yeah, yeah, just
Yeah,
staying where
well,
you were. Yeah, but like I said,
Any
I think Liz is the one that says that they followed Sean because they had nothing better to do. They had no
yeah,
idea. Like they did, pretty much the whole point of them being there is because they wanted to be proactive.
yeah,
But
I mean,
it doesn't work.
yeah, I mean, to be fair, nowhere is 100% safe. I mean, you can like there's
Yeah.
especially zombies and everywhere.
no, but this
Eventually
place
there's
is safer than others.
yes, but there are places safer than others. So, and I think Liz's apartment was probably the safest because it had the most you know, e
Options.
options and the most defenses already innately in it, whereas what all the Winchester kind of has is that there is already supply of, tradable stuff in the for the long run,
Yeah.
and there
It's
is,
definitely a place you make a supply run to, because I mean, free gun that you don't know works, but who cares?
yeah, it's got that, but, otherwise, um, there's so many disadvantages, big windows, no real exits that are you could get to.
Mm.
Yeah.
Uh, Sprinks, do you have anything before Sean shows up? The gang kind of just waiting around.
I just have Sean showing up dead silently.
It's true.
He's
I
a
don't like it.
He, he maxed out his stealth
not a
stat.
no, sir, I don't like it.
He
Well, they do
tiptoed.
it again with another character,
Which one?
John, the owner. When he's zombified, he just
Yeah,
appears.
yeah,
That's
that's
true.
true. That's true.
That was the zombie I assumed unlocked the door
Mhm.
because you didn't hear
Mm,
the door break.
which door?
The private door, whatever, the one that
No,
was
that
locked.
no, that's the one his wife comes out of.
Yeah, his
Okay,
wife
that's
was.
where I assumed he was, because where else would he have been?
No, but he comes from the opposite side, technically, or he's positioned at the opposite side, anyways. He might have been in the bathroom.
Mhm. Um,
Well, then he should have
Un-
come out earlier once he heard them. If he didn't come from the private room, then I have a problem.
I'm not
Well,
saying you're wrong, but I'm
okay.
just saying there's a lot of shoulda, coulda, woulda here.
yeah, yeah. If I'm a little annoyed at Dave for just throwing their food supplies around.
Yeah.
Like it's limited, but I don't think David's stupid enough to do that, or I at least haven't seen enough of him to be stupid enough to do that. Um,
It's not great food supply, but it is still food supply.
It is, it's pretty bad because it's all salty stuff, so then there
Yeah.
goes a lot of your
Water.
yeah, water, and then you only have really they don't show any water to
well,
drink, it's all alcohol,
they know the power is still running eventually, so I'd assume they know the water is still running.
hopefully,
Hopefully,
but you wouldn't wanna drink alcohol really during a apocalypse.
I well, you save it for when you need to patch up wounds that aren't
Yeah,
bites.
exactly, but you wouldn't
Um,
drink it.
yeah. Uh, but David ends up being proven right because what do they do when Sean arrives? They just sit around, eat nutters in the dark, and drink.
Anybody
That
want
is
to
the
paint it?
that is the other improvised scene.
Yeah.
The
Anybody want a peanut?
No more rhymes. I
that's
mean it.
I mean it.
yeah.
But Ed doesn't do his impression.
Yeah, he's not up for it.
He
Doesn't like
said,
the
"No,
crowd
you set it up too high. I can't match it."
yeah. I like that again, Sean's mom is kind of having a constant existential crisis, so she always has to be brought back into the conversation. She's always
Hello.
confused when introduced. Um,
She was always far away throughout this whole thing mentally.
yeah,
Yeah, she's
true.
got like yeah, she's like the like I don't know, like the stereotypical like housewife of just kind of like focus on the family and the goals, and then anything else is kind of secondary, sort of.
Mhm. Then they realize they have power, so Sean decides to go flip the breakers in order to give them
Dumb
lights and they can just
idea.
turn on the TV. They can
Yeah.
well, it's not inherently a dumb idea. If they have
Eh,
power, may as well use it. And you can flip on TV, keep yourself
it
distracted.
I'm not like turning on the TV is not like a bad idea because you would have like a radio or something if you were in a so that you could get access to information and everything. That's a smart idea. But like flipping on breakers and stuff that you maybe do or do not know what they'll turn
Yeah.
on. It could be the lights or something. That seems like too risky, even for like the benefit of getting info.
Didn't they have writing on them when David went to flip, flip them
Well,
on and off constantly, which would have done nothing?
I don't trust David to do things calmly.
At that point, yeah, not
Yeah,
at all.
I don't trust David to think logically anymore by like the like halfway through the Winchester bit.
Yeah. I do like that Sean goes back there, looks around really closely, flips the breakers on, and sees all the zombies that are waiting outside the door.
That is very funny.
It's an
Um,
observation, potentially a nitpick. Uh, could be excused away. Way that they're stacked up on each other
they
is
definitely posed for the shot.
hilarious. Because the only way that could happen is if there's stairs immediately in front of the door, which is technically possible, but they're still on the ground floor part of the building. Uh, so
Yeah,
just throwing that out there.
it's
It's for
definitely
the shot.
it's
Well,
for the shot.
it looks like they have steps down to where that is, so it technically could be slightly. I don't know.
There could be a slight incline to the yard back there, wherever
Yeah,
is back there, but we don't
yeah.
know. It's still funny. They definitely did it for the shot.
It's
Um,
it's worth it. I even if it doesn't really make like structural sense, it's worth it. It's funny.
yeah. Do we have anything more before Ed asks for some coins to play the game?
Does anyone think it's out of Sean's character to not report the people at the back door? Because he
That's
just
something
stands
I've
there
been sitting
quietly.
on. It's
Um,
Well,
pretty
I mean,
important information.
he's freaking out about it, and he ends up telling Liz because Liz
yeah,
notices he's freaking out about it.
yeah.
But that's
I
after
think it's
questioned. He doesn't just openly come out.
well. He also did that when he saw the people outside the Winchester, where he didn't immediately say anything unless he was questioned because he was very because
Shocked.
yeah.
Yeah, I think there's an element in there. He's not. unwilling to give the information.
Yeah, wouldn't just be, like, lying.
Like, if he was lying about it, I would have an issue.
Because the fact, like, I mean, I don't think he would lie because, like I said earlier with, like, the whole reservation thing, he could have lied and just been like, "Oh, yeah, they got rid of our they took away our table, or whatever, because it was some special guest or something," and, but he's like, "No, I literally forgot." So I don't think he would have been like, "Yeah, no, there's no zombies back there." He just wouldn't said anything.
Yep.
It's just the
Um,
shock of his, like, "Okay, my plan is falling apart at my fingertips, and I don't know what to do."
yeah. I like that Liz's friend is flipping through broadcast channels.
Classic.
Yeah, and then I think before sh Liz and Shaun talk, Ed asks for a quid, and she just gives it to him without a second thought.
Yeah.
Um,
Pretty safe to assume he's done that a lot.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
fair to assume he has done it a lot, and it's also safe to assume that she's just used to that, especially in the Winchester,
Yeah, I think they
even
lower
despite
Yeah.
the
their
situation
guard
outside.
because they think they're
Yeah,
safe in here.
yeah, for sure.
Sean
Um,
and his boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend. Thanks,
but I
babe.
like
Thanks, babe.
the kind of double whammy of like him telling Liz that all the zombies followed him,
Yeah.
and also Liz realizing that she actually densely just gave Ed a quid. So
Yeah.
they kind of both hit at once.
Yeah.
I get
I do not
it
think
still should have been
I
questioned, probably.
Yeah.
If there's no bartender, you don't have to pay anything, so what's he gonna do with a quid?
Well, it might not turn on without
Oh, she's
like
not
pulling
thinking what the coin's for. It's just,
Yeah.
I
It's like,
it's like a muscle memory thing.
"I
He,
need a
he,
quid?"
he he
"Yeah, sure."
asks for it all the time, is my assumption. And she's like, "Oh yeah, here you go."
But
Muscle
but would that
memory.
not in muscle memory follow up to what he uses it
Well
for?
well, it also wouldn't have technically been a big problem if Dawn had actually gotten rid of the zombies.
Yeah. If it
'Cause
wasn't, yeah, if the zombies weren't all right there, it probably wouldn't be as big of an issue. So
Or
it's
if
kind of
Sean
a
didn't pause and inform everyone?
You really don't like Sean's pause. I'm
This one,
surprised.
no, because it's kind of been him in the butt beforehand, and we've experienced it twice now.
yeah.
And this is the third
I
instance where, yes, it's Sean being Sean, where he's keeps it to himself until questioned, but it's been shown with errors or faults beforehand. So it's like, is he not at the point where it's like, okay, I should say something about it to give some character growth, especially being very protective over Liz.
Well, nothing changes in that scene. In the instance where he does tell them, the scene plays out as it did here. Liz reacts to the realization that she gave uh, Ed quid, and Ed still starts the machine. I understand. I understand what your point is here. I don't think he
I
needs to
think
grow as a
I'm
character,
like, I
though.
don't have a finger to point blame to because it's not Sean's fault of the situation because it's done before. It's not Ed's fault because that's what he does. And with the phone call, it's still on his mind. Like, he hasn't changed because of Sean yelling at him. It If you're saying muscle memory for Liz and giving him a quid, we don't know if the quid's been going to get another pint, if it's been playing the machine, if it's going to the jukebox. It could have been played for other things, so it makes sense. But I don't know if that's
Yeah.
played in her mind of like, when I give him a quid, noise happens. But is the Winchester always noisy, so it doesn't matter?
I mean, yeah, that's probably part of
There's
Well, the
it.
whole point of what muscle memory is you don't think about it. The fact that she gave him a coin, she's not thinking, "Oh, what is he going to use the coin for?" It's just she does it. She's not thinking about it.
But I think with also to defend
Mm.
Sean's pause, it's he's
yeah.
in shock. He's in
He
shock, obviously,
realized
but he's also trying to figure out how do I fix this? How do I make this not be as big of an issue as I
Yeah.
think it is
No,
going
no,
to
no.
be? Yeah,
With his pause, you can see gears turning in his head of trying to decide things. He's trying to go
yeah,
with like what's up
but
next
yeah,
before
with the
Liz asks. But with everyone else, there's nothing.
well, and at least I think for Liz and the coin thing or whatever, and the Dracula machine or whatever it is, it's like they assume that he only turned on the power or whatever for the the TV. They're not thinking that the power's on for that or like the jukebox or anything.
which is a little weird,
It is a
but
little weird, but I like just he's been going there for a lot longer than probably most of the rest of them. So if anybody would be familiar, it would probably be him or Ed or the owner. And the owner's zombie. But it's all a comedy of errors.
yeah,
It's what's supposed to be at the end of it. It's just like now, like everything that can go wrong is going wrong.
yeah. I guess we can go from I guess Ed turning on the machine to through to Shaun getting the gun to kill the owner,
Uh, I will
smashing
bring
into the
up
jukebox.
I will bring up a problem I have here.
All right.
The stupid pool cue thing that annoys me.
The ring around the rosy knitting.
Yes, it annoys me.
Go on.
It's like the
Look,
records.
not the record. It's not as bad as the records, but it's like, okay, we have these. They are blunt, but you would stab him or something. Like you wouldn't just like be doing this whacking like
Uh-huh.
for three
I
on
like it. I
three.
like that they're whacking him to the beat of the song.
I
It
mean,
amuses
that's
me.
I know that's
However,
why. Yeah,
I'm in agreement.
I know that's why it's there, but it still is like it's not funny enough for me at least to be like, okay, that's fine.
It's I'm gonna bring this up, and I like that since you brought up earlier that comedy is subjective to the viewer, and
Yeah.
that this
No, the
this part
reaction is
annoys you.
subjective. I will
Yeah,
keep clarifying.
this is my favorite scene in the movie.
So that's fine.
Yeah, that's
That's
fine. Yeah.
fine.
I
I
find
don't
it
have an
very
issue with that.
amusing and enjoyable. Uh, the cues of everything playing to the beat of the music, with both the pool cues, the fuse box, the lights going off like a party. I I, I just like how it's all orchestrated.
Yeah. I mean,
It's definitely a comedy of errors reaching its apex because obviously David has no idea how to fucking work fuses.
yeah.
Why he didn't just unplug the jukebox, I have no idea.
He said he couldn't
But
find the plug or something. I don't know. It was like
It's
a
David.
I mean,
it's David. Yeah.
you would sooner rip the box from the wall to find the plug than you would be to run back and just start pitting breakers.
I like it's a good scene overall. It's just like by this point in the movie, they should be a little bit smarter and not,
Oh, they should be. But when Shaun impaled the dude into a tree and didn't go for the head, it's kind of like he hasn't learned.
yeah, but I don't like that either. But it's not even as funny as this is supposed to be.
I mean, he does tell Danny to throw the dart at the head.
He does, yeah, and then she
It's
throws it
not,
at
he
his
hasn't
head.
forgotten the head thing. He just hasn't been utilizing it.
No,
Uh,
but
and in
my
terms of
yeah,
the weapons, I agree. I like the scene, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have its problems.
No, they
yeah,
could snap the pull cues
They
over their
use
knees and then just
they could do
impale.
that. They've used broken glass as weapons in this.
Yeah, they could snap the pool thing over their knees and had a job interview.
yeah,
That's a reference for Springs.
yeah. But I- it's a good scene. It's just this late in the movie, the problems that it has are more glaring than they would have been if it was like a different kind of movie or something.
Got it.
Because yeah,
Sorry.
that's. I mean,
Got it.
I like the scene and I like a bunch of the stuff with it, and I know it is funny, but it's like the nature of it kind of overrides like the humor for me for it.
Gotcha.
um,
Writer, were you talking about tryouts?
yep.
Okay, got it. Cool. Just
Get it? Got it? Got it.
yeah. And just sorry, I went silent because I was just thinking what that meant.
No, I know.
Um,
Yeah, I figured that out.
yeah, I do like the joke of David killed the queen because it's Queen playing.
Yeah,
That's funny. That is a good one. I'll give it that.
and they do split up the jobs appropriately. I think the Dinah takes his mom, and Liz and Shaun and Ed are gonna beat up on the bar owner,
Yeah,
um,
John, I think his name
John.
is.
John.
I do. Let's see. I have a lot of subjective love for the scene. I kind of agree it's got its problems, but I don't really know what else I would list other than what was already been said. So,
I
um,
okay, I have a question. How thick is the end of a dart?
That is something I was
Because when Sean gets the dart in his
'cause
head,
she had
does
to
Yeah,
it
break
go
his
through his
skull.
skull? Okay.
It went through
yeah.
oh,
his
I mean,
skull.
yeah, no, that doesn't work.
Yeah,
It's
that
funny,
I
but it
mean,
doesn't work.
well, I like how it spurts out one thing of blood, and
When he
then
pulls
he
it
just
out,
yeah.
yeah, it's
It's
also
a
funny. It wouldn't work like that.
no, yeah. It's a good sound and it's a good little effect thing, but it's yeah. That was just immediately when I saw it, I was like, I don't. I think that would have broken his skull, and he would have like gotten like a concussion or something.
uh, writer, you
Yeah,
know far more about biology than I. Is the brain touching the skull, or is there a gap? There's a gap, right?
there's a gap. Yeah,
Yeah.
your
So
skull,
it
your
might not
brain.
be touching the brain, but it certainly went through the skull. The dart.
Which
Yeah,
causes
the
internal bleeding in the brain cavity. So,
yeah, there's
Especially
no
with it
way
being kept in there. Yeah.
there's no way of him getting out of that alive.
no.
But
His eyes would have
yeah,
started turning
the,
red and he would have died.
You've got red on you.
What is that, internal hemorrhage? So that? No.
Uh,
No, that's. I mean, it's
hemorrhage
same
is cardiac
effect,
area.
different thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the brain has room to bounce around. It's why it's such a bounce around. I'm using it as a loose term, but it's like
Like that's why you get concussions because it bounces off your skull and bruises it.
yeah,
So
yeah, pretty much.
which is why
But
wearing
the
helmets or
fluid of movement also is why it's such a flexible organ in your head. So that way, you're not injuring it all the time.
yeah, believe it or not, but humans were not meant to like ram into each other head on,
No.
oh, like for years on
what?
end.
Crimson, what's that dinosaur?
Uh, Dilophosaurus. No,
Is that right?
Finally,
I'm
well,
going to
I mean,
fact check. I don't
yeah,
know if that was
Crimson's the
I
right.
mean,
dinosaur guy. So,
if
I was put
he
on the
said it,
spot.
he said it. It's probably legit.
Yeah,
Nope,
Triceratops. I
nope,
think
nope,
it's.
nope, nope, nope. See, you put me on the spot. I was wrong.
What is it
Dilophosaurus
actually?
was the spitting one in Jurassic Park.
oh, the one that got
No,
Newman? No.
no, the ram one. I know it starts with a P. Just I
Pterodactyl.
don't remember the full name of it.
Nope.
Yeah,
That's a dinosaur joke.
pterodactyl.
That is. Um,
I think it's fine that Shaun does not have trigger discipline on holding the rifle.
yeah, considering he's very unskilled with it.
Yeah, just
I was
fires
surprised
off in his hand.
he was able to load it.
Uh,
Hot,
okay.
hot kill.
Does he load it beforehand, or is there already a shell in it when he has
There
it?
was already one.
There
Okay,
was already a shell
so
in
it
there
was
when
an
he fired.
active rifle on the wall the entire time.
Yeah, that's not a
Yes.
problem at all.
I'm.
It's not a
It's a
Yeah, that's a
safety
problem.
problem.
hazard or
That's a
something.
safety. That's
Yeah, that's a problem. I was
Well,
thinking about it. I'm like, well, they might actually do that so they can reach for
nope.
it in like if for
It
some
wasn't an
reason.
under the counter weapon. It was on display.
Yeah,
well,
it
and
was on
also
display.
it's
That's why I have an issue with it. Yeah.
the UK, so it's illegal, right? You can't own a firearm or especially a loaded one.
Well, with a permit,
Well,
yeah, but it wouldn't be loaded.
Well,
That's
I
why
mean,
they have the
that
shell
like
holes.
no.
does that not
They,
lend credence then to Ed's story about the bar owners?
Well, that's why I
well,
thought it could be bullshit. I don't know.
Well, no, Andy says that the gun works and everything. Ed's friend or whatever, who also says that dogs can't look up.
Yeah.
I know for America, there's a like an age of a weapon can determine whether you can own it without a permit. I don't know if there's this same
That would
thing.
be incorrect with the gun show
Okay.
loophole.
Well, that is true. Loopholes and everything. But so I don't know the extent of the gun laws there. I know they're more strict than what we
Oh
got.
yeah, they're much more strict over in the UK regarding guns.
So I don't know if this gun would be on the wall or not. It would be illegal.
You know, you'd have to have you have to have a license in the UK, but I doubt that he has a license for a gun that he hangs on a wall.
Hmm.
It certainly wouldn't be loaded.
Let's see. I believe one of my favorite quotes comes out of this scene is that the one thing that will redeem mankind is cooperation. Um, and he gets it off of a bottle of alcohol, obviously, and Liza knows that, but won't take away the I guess the pizzazz that it gave him for the rest of the group. Pizzazz is not the right
Speech,
word.
the
What
moment,
Yeah,
a
the
what a
motivation.
what a
yeah,
weird quote to be on a bar mat or something. This is seems kind
Was
of weird.
was it bar mat or a bottle?
I
I
yeah,
think
thought
he
she
said
said
the
a
bottle.
bar. I thought she
yeah.
said bar mat.
I think it was a bottle. I think.
Somebody's right.
Yeah,
Somebody is correct.
I do think it's very sweet that Liz won't tell anyone and won't take it away from him.
Yeah.
Um, and then have a Winchester team up.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I do like the
Uh,
quarter to noon and then 11:45, which confuses Sean.
Simpler.
yep.
Make it simpler.
upper left.
Upper
Okay.
left.
Um, and then I like that he has to be told to cock the gun because he's not familiar with it and he's a really bad shot. So I like that he's not nailing them. You know,
No, he's missing. He's shooting an arm after 4 shots. Where
he
in my
he's
notes,
he.
I have listed down the fire is a better shot than him.
Yeah.
That's
Uh,
true.
I would say a stormtrooper could do better at that
Ooh.
range.
Yeah,
At that range,
I
I
would
he'll
do like
be.
say
I do like
they
that
Yeah.
he
would
starts.
they would do it.
I do like that by the end he starts improving a little bit, but he's still not perfect. You know.
He got one, and I'm willing to say it was on accident.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was fixing his aim every time he shot. It's just he's a bad shot.
Yeah. Well, he technically got two if we're counting his mom.
Yeah, well, that was a point blank shot.
See, that was point blank. I know. Uh, but it's kind of cool to have some teamwork for none of them being particularly skilled at this. Um, and then Liz and Sean's mom Liz and Barbara have a moment. Um,
Babs. Yeah.
yeah. Do we have anything before we go into the mother dying
I do not.
scene? All right, Crimson.
Well, okay. I'll probably forget to mention it in the recap section. Just so for my objective scale, are we going to say that his aiming is objectively within character or too bad?
Well, technically, we don't
I'm
have.
leaning it's
Uh,
objectively bad because of how close he is. Even if you suck at shooting, you're going to do better than that.
Well,
I
I
would
would agree with it.
argue. You go. You go.
Yeah, I would agree it's objectively bad if he wasn't improving slightly throughout the scene. His shooting does get a little bit better.
Having fired a firearm in my life before, I think it's okay because he's not properly aiming it.
Yeah, that's also true.
It's not
He's
hip fire. He's not hip firing it, but it's not properly looking down like the barrel kind of thing. Like he's not iron sighting his shot. And he's still hitting things. It's not like everything missed and he's trying to give the gun to someone else.
He
So
shot the window frame like 3
he
times.
did.
He
As I
did.
said, I think it was the 4th shot where he shot the guy in the arm coming through the window.
Yeah,
It's really
Yeah.
hard, but I think being that the possibility he's never handled a weapon before, I think it's okay.
I think it's just too egregious.
I mean, even when they were like throwing stuff at the zombies, he was missing like it ridiculously. Granted, that's a little bit different than firing a gun.
Yeah,
But
Yeah, that's arcing a weight.
it still shows that he has terrible aim.
I can see your point, Crimson, but I think it's in character enough.
Yeah, like because he does get progressively better, but it does. I mean, it's ridiculously bad.
He does start out really bad. That's for sure. Um, if he stayed that bad, I probably would have more of an objective issue with it.
Yeah, if he was like, I honestly, if he had like been playing like video games or whatever with Ed, and he was like getting every single shot, I would have more of a problem with it than him not playing any, and having terrible aim. But so yeah,
well,
since we
I'm
never,
just thinking like even if you go to on the streets with a random person, give them a Nerf gun, tell them to shoot a door. I think they'd hit the door and not the door frame from the range that we're provided here.
But I
You,
wonder.
That's got a lot of variables to it.
I want. I know, but I'm
there's
like
more variables
thinking.
to a Nerf dart than a bullet, yeah, because
Yeah, yeah.
that's got wind and just the drop of the dart. Bullet's pretty darn straight at this range, so
And bullets are much smarter because they're not bullets, they're pellets, right?
they're shells.
We also don't
Yeah.
know
Um,
how
we
clean
don't know if it's
the
buckshot
rifle
or
is.
what's in it.
I mean, it's not a. It's a
At that
old
range, it
It's
wouldn't
rifle.
really
it's
matter.
implied that he gets about 6 shots per shell with how the rifle works, I think, because he loads a shell in, and then he has, like, 6
Yeah.
shots. I don't know if they load 6 shells and then he fires 6 shots. It just looks like he
Well,
loads 1 in.
No, with
it
the pump
shouldn't.
action, or sorry, the pump load and the side loading, it does seem like a Lancaster. But
Lever action.
lever action. Thank you. That's the word I
Yeah.
was looking for. Lever action.
It should only get like one shot per load, right? You shouldn't be able to load like 6, 7 shots in and then keep being able to
Um,
fire.
No,
no,
there
you
are
Depends on
shells
the
that can
can.
do
gun.
that.
There's some.
There are specific shotguns you can do that with.
But
Or
I don't
again,
think it's
since
it's
you
not
are
it's not
correct,
a
there are some
shotgun
where
though.
you can't.
it's like I said, it's not a shotgun,
Yeah.
but it's
No.
using shells, which is more.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're called shells and they're in shell cases, but they're bullets on top. It's not
Yeah.
buckshot.
I don't know what it is, but yeah, it's interesting. But no, I was gonna say like I don't it it doesn't I don't think he's objectively bad because it fits for the movie. Because if he was just nailing heads left and right, there'd be no conflict, there'd be no tension. By
I
him
don't need
being
him to
kind
hit
of
headshots. I just need
no,
him
no,
to
I
hit
know, I know.
zombies.
I mean, I think it would be
Well,
a funny
he
joke
does though.
if it was
He
Ed
has an
shooting.
entire window. Yeah.
What if it was Ed shooting? He goes like, "Oh, I play video games all the time," and he just misses. I think that could have been played
I
off
mean,
as
that
a
would
funny
add a
joke,
humor
but
element,
yeah.
but
No, I feel like Ed should have been a better would be a better shot just because of the video games. I know in real life gonna be in the comment. I know in real life that's not actually true. People who are really good at like shooting in video games or whatever are not actually good at shooting in real life. It's a different mechanic
Yeah, I
altogether.
think
But
after the ashtray kill, Shown Ed just has far more aggression to put
well, yeah,
into firing and killing than Sean being kind of nervous and shaky.
he
I
didn't
don't
really look
like
nervous and shaky to me.
I don't know. I
Maybe not.
I think
I
you're going
thought
a
he did.
little bit too far with saying it's objectively he's objectively terrible. I think he does get better as he goes
Yeah.
along, and I feel like it fits the character and the setting for him to. I will say it would have been nicer if he hit more stuff and didn't hit the wall. I don't like that he hits the wall twice, but it still fits. It doesn't feel like it's like because I feel like if he was just like mastering it really quickly, and I know you're not saying he needs to get headshots and needs to be getting like killing every
Kill
single zombie he
streaks.
comes across. Yeah,
Pretty much wherever in that window, because it was just a
yeah.
window of zombies.
It I just think it fits, like, it fits with him kind of being overarching his skills and not actually being as on top of it as like, like, he's the main character, so he's supposed to be, like, the best, and he's still kind of, like, only slightly better than most of the rest of them.
And the reason that they, by the way, they don't have Ed do it is because the one time that he did have a BB gun, he shot his own sister. So
Shot his sister in the foot, so the leg, but yeah.
there's they
But at
kind of
least he
silly
hit the
way.
sister and not the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Um, yeah, I remember having an issue watching this Crimson as well. I just don't know if because I don't really have a particular leaning on it, but I don't know if I can go as far as to saying it's objectively bad. I could see an objective problem with it, but doesn't inherently make it bad. I just see it as a bit of a hindrance because it could have been smoother, the transition from him hitting nothing but air slash wool to starting to hit zombies in their arms. Because he does nail a zombie in the arm like 3 or 4 times, I think. Um,
Does he?
yeah,
I
though.
remember like 2 or 3 body shots, and then the last headshot he did.
I
Yeah.
mean, but he's like you said, he doesn't need to get in headshots all the time.
Well, I think one of the shots where I think he got hit where you said he was hitting the wall sinister. I thought that went through the arm of the zombie, so like he was hitting actually the arm of the
He
zombie.
did hit an arm.
I
He
couldn't be
hit an arm, a
misremembering
neck,
that.
and a shoulder.
Okay. and that's with 6
Well, these
shots?
are different zombies. Yeah. Um,
And that was within six
was that
shots
the
or
one?
total?
That was within the 6 shots, yeah.
Yeah, that was the six. Three on the wall, three body shots, and then he reloads. This is a part I was going to bring up with the mom, but might as well now since we're talking about the gun. He reloads 3 shots, gets the headshot, hands the gun over. The second shot gets used on the mom, and then David tries to shoot
Shaun.
him, but Shaun, but there's no bullet.
Gun
Yeah,
jam.
I also wrote that down, that miscount on the gun as well.
Yeah,
Or very, very conveniently, which I find worse, possibly a gun jam
yeah, I
mismatch.
find that worse.
Um,
I prefer to think they just, convenience.
yeah, me too.
It has however many bullets as it needs to for the scene to make sense.
But yeah, I wrote down that as an issue as well, and I think if he's hitting half of his shots, Crimson, I think I'm okay giving him a pass on that.
For somebody who's never fired a gun and then is immediately thrust into a very tense situation, I feel like 50% is that's pretty good. That's actually probably better than it should be.
I mean, that's a good percentage just in isolation, but my problem is the range and how large the target is. Those are some big windows just full of zombies. We're
I
hopping
don't know
on
the
this for a
target's
lot.
moving too, but yeah, we've been
I mean,
we've been on.
wherever you hit in the window is going to hit a zombie.
It's it but like I said, I think it just fits. I don't think it's like it's annoying. I'm not gonna say it's not annoying that he would not hit most of his shots, but I don't think it's out of character for him to do that.
Yeah. All right, well we'll leave that be because as you say, we've been on that for a while. So, mom, uh,
Yes.
finally dies.
Finally,
David,
huh?
yeah, I know. Dave, so we'll go from that to David getting
I
pulled out the window and ripped apart.
I
So
remember I saw this as a kid, and I remember it still sickens me, the sight of, like, the tissue on the wound just ugh, it turns my tummy.
yeah, it's a pretty gruesome shot, I think.
It's
But
almost as bad as the brain dead mom shooting pus out of the thing. It's almost as bad as that. It's disgusting.
um, I like that. I find it funny that the gun just kind of gets passed down to the line eventually to David.
It's good.
Um, and I
Good old
do
Mr.
like,
Reliable David.
yeah, I do like that
A
Liz tries to
reliable
talk
pick.
the gun shots and stuff down. We have a bit of humor, of course, that Dinah gets her broken bottle, so she can also join the standoff. But yeah, I will go from there to David getting ripped out of the window. So, Sprinks, why don't you start?
Let's see. What do I have here? I'm glad David got ripped out a window.
Okay.
Uh, I think there were more neutral options to what could have happened with the mom. They could have tied
Agreed.
her up. They could have locked her in a bathroom. They could have
Eh,
put her down in the cellar with Ed already knowing of its existence. They could have put her in the back. They could have put her somewhere where it wouldn't have to just be an instant, we have to kill her. And
yeah,
they
yeah.
had time
No,
They did. They spent that time, a lot of that time arguing for
arguing
sure.
because David was just kill her now. Uh,
yeah.
I don't think it's a problem that no one came up with the idea of a neutral cause of putting her somewhere, but the fact that it was an option that could have been done, I just feel is just plays more on the lack of intelligence the group has.
Hmm.
My,
I,
I guess my problem with it wasn't that they weren't considering other options to do with her. It was more how escalated everybody was so quickly. I feel
yeah.
like that could have been more neutral. It was when you brought up neutral, like, yeah, I agree. I was thinking more on their temperament, not
Yeah.
other options for the mom.
I don't it's such a I feel like this group is they don't know each other I mean, like
3 years?
well,
That's a lot
no, but I mean, like
for Liz and
They know
Sean.
each
Yeah.
other,
yeah.
but they're not all friends with each other.
Yeah, they don't it seems like the only time they meet up is every once in a while at the Winchester when she decides to bring her friends, and we don't know how often that is, I don't, whatever. So it like if any kind of dynamic, like a group that's untested, is gonna have like these weird extremes every once in a while. So I do agree with you. I still think it's like a little bit too fast, too much, but it doesn't. I don't think it's as off as it seems to be from the outset, I guess. Although I will say David running to leave is really stupid, and I don't like it at all.
Yeah,
I
I
think
think
I wouldn't say it's 100% stupid because what other option do you really have after you fully known to the whole party that you shot at someone?
you tried
Kill
to shoot
yourself.
Yeah,
Sean.
you heard the
Yeah.
click of him pulling the trigger on Shaun and it didn't work. Are you supposed to just get up and be like, "I apologize"? He was just panicked in the moment and to leave. So,
I
yes, it is
mean,
still dumb of
yeah.
him to leave, but
If I
Well,
was going to leave,
yeah.
and I am in the situation right now,
Not through that door, right?
precisely, I would take the private door to go upstairs, which I know there's zombies there. I would. That's a way better odds than going through that front door.
But no, Harry Potter gets turned into Christmas dinner.
Yeah,
um, yeah, I think the gunshot thing could have easily been fixed because we could have just heard David trying to take out zombies in the background. Like he could have put extra rounds out. Like it would make sense that he wouldn't keep track of the bullets and stuff like that.
yeah,
You
So
even
know,
if he's
there's
also a bad shot.
yeah,
yeah,
there's I will also say slightly off, but still on the thing. There's not a lot of ways that I'd want to die. I can tell you really low on the list would be zombie. I'm
getting
getting
ripped
eaten by a
apart
zombie.
while being alive.
Yeah,
Yeah, not great.
yeah, that looks
They didn't even
pretty
do a
gruesome.
mercy killing. They didn't like witness
I
it and
thought they
shoot
were.
him.
I
That,
for yeah, I thought they were
I
gonna
mean,
do it
they'd
and
miss
they
anyways.
yeah, but it already shows
that's a
their
good
lack of
point.
intelligence. Especially, Danny after his head comes off and his legs pop off, and she still thinks she can save him.
Yep,
Yeah, I mean that's
Yeah,
just classic
That's just
that's just
like
getting
a Gen
shocked and
yeah.
denial.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
that's just emotional drive
yeah.
plus shock. Yeah, 50-50 on that one.
Yeah. Where did
It
she go, by the way? I didn't
Oh,
fully
she just
catch
uh
died
it.
into the horde.
that's another plot hole. Do you want me to tell you? That was in the video.
they actually
Oh,
had an end for her.
Yeah.
all right,
Alright.
sure.
So
I'd be
she
open to
like
it.
beat her way through with David's leg and ended up climbing up a tree and stayed up there for several days eating parts of David's leg for sustenance until finally she crawled down and found like the army.
That's kind of funny, but no, I don't. That's definitely not
No,
happened in the
Weird.
film.
he died.
No,
Yeah, she's
yeah,
Dead.
dead.
I was like, no, she died, but at
Yeah,
least they like actually technically wrote something for her, even if it didn't make the movie.
I can see why it got cut. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it would not doesn't make really a lot of sense.
I think
Actually,
um,
lessens the movie.
I think the effect of David's guts being pulled out of his torso looked fine.
I will
Fine,
Wasn't
I
the
say
mean,
best
it looked great.
skin,
it,
but the guts look good.
I think like split second it looks fake, but it up until then it's pretty good.
His rubber
um,
belly is the only thing,
Yeah.
but the actual
Yeah,
guts looked good.
yeah, they look great. Yeah, and
yeah.
but yeah, way to go, Dylan Moran. He sold that. He looked like that looks so honest and like real.
Yep. Um, I do. One of the things that bothered me is that after David arguing to kill Barbara for so long, ends up just not doing that and just gives the gun to Sean. Because when the zombie's up, I'm like, that's your chance to do what you said you were gonna do.
Yeah, then they just put it on to Shaun. It's like, no, you have to kill your mom,
You have to kill your mom.
which I think
You
is
do
far
it. I'm like,
worse.
dude, what the fuck?
I don't.
That to me was
He's a
very egregious.
pacifist.
Yeah,
He said
pacifist
that.
who
That's a
pulled the
character
trigger.
trait.
Yeah,
That's his character trait.
Yeah.
He
that's
still
his
pulled the trigger
character
on
trait.
Shaun.
Yeah, well, he was pushed, both literally and figuratively. Um,
Man, we did not have this many issues through the whole film. This final act is
Yeah.
amazing.
Well,
it's always how it goes with this,
it's
yeah.
always usually the final act. Yeah.
Because there's so especially with a movie this it's so well written that kind of once they get to a point where they kind of write themselves into a corner, it's very difficult.
It's very obvious. All the flaws
Yeah,
screaming to the front.
because you and it's all like it's always the final act because that's the hardest thing. You have to have it end on a like the right note and the right tone and have everything, all the arcs kind of. Which again, I think that's probably why they focus it on Sean's perspective mostly because I can't imagine this final act if they had so many other fucking people to focus on.
Yeah. I do
It's
think
already kind of crazy.
I do think Sean's reactions during the scene is pretty reasonable. Like I understand the emotional like
Oh yeah,
trauma that's been inflicted on him in one day.
Yeah,
So
he's
him not
lost
wanting
his
to shoot his mom
stepdad.
is
He's lost his
yeah.
mom. He's
Oh, he's
about
losing
to,
his
literally
best friend.
yeah, about to lose a college buddy.
yeah. So like I totally see why he would not be the choice he wants to make of shooting his mom. Obviously, this situation forces his hand, or rather, David forces his hand by just giving him the gun. But
Mhm.
If Ed
um,
was a better friend or Liz was a better girlfriend, I feel like they would have done it for him.
I agree.
That's a
I It's a weird thing.
yeah.
It's a weird situation because I feel like
They all
in
know
like
Philip's already dead.
I think
well, yeah,
Liz would have
yeah.
been if I were to pick a character, it would be Liz because I know Ed is also very fond of his mom. Liz
He doesn't
just
care
met
about
her.
anything.
Yeah, and
I
Liz is just well, no, he does care about Sean's mom. We see that in some of the
Yeah.
interactions.
Yeah, Ed is a fan of,
Yeah,
Barbara.
he does very much like Barbara.
In one way or
I
another.
in one way or another.
Yeah,
I do
he
think
dropped a hint with the voice message.
yeah, I
And
do
he put
think
his, arm on her shoulder.
yeah. I do think Liz would have been the one to do it if I had to pick a character to do it
Yeah,
for
I think
Sean.
Liz would have done it. I feel like it's just such a trope, especially in zombie movies, like, if your loved one turns, you're kind of the one who has to do it, um, and I've never really got that because it seems like that would be the most, like, emotionally and, like, psychologically harmful thing
Yeah,
to
Yeah.
Sean should
do.
have been at the bottom of the totem pole to pull the trigger on his mom.
Yeah, I've
I mean,
never like, I never
there's definitely a growth aspect to it that you can definitely do
Yeah,
with it, but they don't obviously don't play with that in this film. So
yeah,
uh,
I think there's, like, a you could argue for it and, all that stuff, but it's like, I've never understood, like, "Oh, your father, he's turned, you have to be the one to kill him." It's like, no, I don't wanna kill my dad, even if he's a
yeah,
zombie.
yeah, I do think I can't believe that as soon as he shoots his mom, David also just can't shut up and immediately says that like, see, it
Should've done
had
it
to be
earlier.
done.
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah.
Um, and then yeah, he gets pulled out. So I guess we'll go past the him being pulled out and getting killed to Dinah opening the door, and I guess the final stand
Yeah,
behind the bar.
and
And Naked Pete shows back.
he followed
Yep.
him all the way there.
I'm looking at the scene. I never noticed that before. Half of Peter is sunburnt because he was just standing in the same spot all day.
That's
That's
actually
attention
really
to
good
that's
detail. God damn.
yeah. Too bad they couldn't have done it for a couple other things, but, whatever. I'll take it. It's funny.
And he also comes out of the private room, which is weird. So would that be three entrances then?
Oh, I thought that was the breaker room
I
that
thought
they
that was
came
the
out of.
breaker. Yeah, I thought he just came in through the
I
back door.
Yeah, I think he just came in through the back door, didn't he?
Well,
They
I
all
got the
funnel
scene
out they
up,
all
and it's got the private plaque on it.
I
I
thought
think the
that's
pri
the
Well,
private
yeah,
that's the
plug
that's
is to the
private.
back door. That's what Sean
Yeah,
goes
yeah,
that's to
into,
the
the
back
breaker
door.
box.
Yeah.
Okay, and I guess that's fine. Hmm.
hmm,
Guess there's two private doors.
it's too private for you.
And then, as we
Yeah.
touched on already, Ed gets bit in the neck like a vampire.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Well, I don't know what he was doing either.
Yeah, I don't know why he thought putting him in a zombie in a headlock was a good idea when there was a bunch of zombies behind him. I don't.
We haven't seen Ed be, like, the brains
Yeah,
of the
obviously he's
operation,
not.
No,
It's true.
so it's still believable that he would just, yeah, like, get up close and personal.
Yeah, I do think Sean's idea of lighting the counter on fire is actually a pretty good idea.
Yeah, it did yeah, no, yeah,
Sucks
it's
that
I
he left the
mean,
shells there, which he totally could
long
have saved, by the way. But
yeah,
eh,
No, it was so
short
hot.
he could
short
have just
term,
used the
not
gun and pushed it towards him.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
but then the gun would have caught on fire.
Just be fast. Like,
Yeah. I
uh,
like short term, the bar lighting on fire works. Long term, not so much. But
yeah, no, I think it is short for a short-term plan. It was a good idea.
mhm.
And we all know Sean is not really into long-term plans. So I don't think he would have thought ahead
Yeah,
on that.
I do like though in this kind of before kind of they light the bar on fire with Ed getting
I
chewed
have no
out.
idea how Ed got back to them.
No, yeah, no, it's doesn't make any
No,
sense.
it just shows up. He's just there.
He just dives over the fire and is like, "Hey guys."
But
Well, it was
I like
before the
that.
fire.
I like the he has to make the choice between like saving Ed or saving Liz, which is kind of a
I don't think there was
the
a choice since Ed was bit.
well, no, but he still seemed like I don't know, like maybe I'm reading more into it than it's there, but it seemed like there was like this. Was trying to make a decision on something, or maybe I'm reading into it, and he was just trying to figure out if he should shoot him or not because he got bit or whatever, and he decides not
That
to.
was, I think, the decision. Yeah.
Yeah, but I
What to do with
I
the bullets?
I will choose for story arc and for revamping of the main plot of Ed having to fucking too many fucking names. Sean having to choose between keeping Ed around and being with Liz, or being with Liz and losing Ed, because I think that's thematically better. But I will test it probably visually. It's the other one.
uh,
There we go.
Shell's going off on the counter, gets a headshot. I think we'll go.
Would
I
it
guess the
be
entire. We could probably do the entire scene in the cellar once
yeah,
they find it, but in
kind of
in
nearing the end,
isolation.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I have a question for you, Ryder, because you're kind of our munitions kind of expert. Would that fire be technically hot enough for like the bullets to go off, or would that be not?
Uh,
Eventually.
I don't know if the
Okay.
I don't know what the shells are. I would assume that it could be because alcohol can burn really hot. Um,
Mhm.
I don't know. What you were starting to say, Crimson, is that it eventually would be hot enough. I'm in agreement with that. I think it eventually would be. It did happen really fast.
Okay.
But without
Okay.
any ignition powder of any sort, it would have to build up heat within the capsule.
Yeah,
And I don't know if that was enough time for that. I don't know.
yeah. The one thing that helps is he probably poured alcohol over the bullets, but again,
True.
the inside would need to be what's heated up,
We didn't see the
Mm,
box on fire when he went to try to get it out of it.
which is
also true.
a choice.
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
but yeah, so I guess we could do the cellar scene next. Does anyone have anything to say for the cellar scene?
Uh,
Sorry, Sean.
sorry, Sean. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
Oh, it's
sorry.
rotten.
I like that Sean, Ed volunteers to. He doesn't mind getting eaten, at least at first.
Bra-
I mean, he
brave
already has.
man.
Yeah, it's true. Considering that they all watched, they all watched what happened to David. It's very brave of him.
But then he wants
Uh,
to get shot once he hears them lovey dovey.
yeah.
I've
Um,
changed my
Yay.
mind. I want to get shot.
I kind of like the scene between Liz and Sean. It kind of shows like how their relationship worked normally a little bit, and that like they comfort each other and they're in sync, like they know what each other's thinking. When
Yeah.
especially when she asks how many bullets that he has left, um, and he says he has two. He's gonna take a couple of them out when they come down the stairs, and she's like, "Well, I wasn't thinking of them," and he just goes, "I know." It's one of those things that I think is
Where do you get the
uh,
two bullets?
I have no
He just
idea.
had them. They were the only ones left in the
They're the only ones
magazine,
left in the
supposedly.
rifle, I guess.
So we have to assume it was a jam then.
Well, no,
Yeah.
Ed reloaded it.
He
Yeah, he
did?
reloaded. Yeah, he
Yes, he
did.
did. He
Yeah.
does reload it when
Okay. That's
David's
fine.
getting in,
Oh,
so
oh,
that is
hey.
shown.
Oh,
That's fine then.
um, so no worries there. They did actually cover that. um, and then they talk about the order in which they should go out. I also really liked that. And then it's really good acting on Simon Pegg's part. So you could see it in the eyes. And then for me, if you could see the inner monologue of the character in the eyes, to doing a good job as an actor. and he's
Uh,
like, I don't think I have it in me to shoot my mom, my flatmate, and my girl all in the same day. Um, which is
Close.
well delivered. So,
Yeah. I don't think I have it in
um,
me to shoot my flatmate, my mom, and my girlfriend all in the same evening.
Way to pull a Crimson move.
yeah, well, um, but yeah, so those are my two big things that I really like from the scene. But throw it to the rest of you. Sinister.
yeah, it's a very moving, it almost like just because the nature of it almost like it feels so futile just because of the up until like the end of it, when they figure it out or kind of reminded me of like the end of the thing where it's just Kurt Russell and uh Keith David just kind of like, oh well, that's over, and everything just gotta wait.
Mhm.
Kind of, just and then with the emotional like rom com thing or whatever, the rom prom of like oh, I really don't want to shoot my girlfriend and my mom and my and my
Thank you for
family all in the
clarifying.
same.
I'm glad you. For a moment there, I thought the context was the rom com thing of the thing. So
Um, I did find it funny that Liz kept the cigarettes and was smoking them because she was probably really stressed the fuck out.
Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah. Sprinks. Anything?
the only thing I got here really is the sorry again from Ed
Um,
as a fart joke again, which is the 2 to the 1 from earlier, but this one's a little more emotionally inside joke like to the audience because it's a farewell.
yeah, I can agree with that. Crimson.
No, Springs took what I was gonna say, so I'm good.
All right. Well, I'll throw this out there to the floor. If anyone have anything else to say about this particular scene.
No.
They didn't seem to look very well for an exit.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah,
for an
well,
exit. Yeah, they just assumed.
Did
Pretty
we touch
much.
on earlier that Ed knew of the exit?
I did, but
Uh,
you guys said it was fine.
yeah,
okay, and then
because
he never
yeah,
brought it up here.
Well, no, they knew the exit was there. They just couldn't find it. Oh, you mean that Ed didn't notice or didn't bother to tell
Well,
them?
Ed's down there with them. So if Ed knew that's how the barrels get to the cellar, why didn't he pipe up and help or like point out if
Well,
he
I
knew?
mean, they
Oh,
know
he
the
knew that's
door's
where they
there.
went.
They
Yeah,
know
he didn't
they
know
know
how
that.
they did it.
Yeah, like
They weren't observant enough for the
they
button.
They've
evidently
never
not.
been down there before.
They've never been down there before, but they definitely pull on the door, so they know that's the exit. It's just to them it's locked because they don't know how it works.
they don't know that it's automated because I
Okay.
think on a lot of them it's
Okay. It just
not.
okay. Plays just back into the non-observant.
Yeah,
I guess,
most of
yeah,
so moving on to the end,
yeah.
pretty
I
much.
think,
You want to just like talk to that as the one whole thing?
yeah, I think we can go pretty much from their goodbye to the end. Uh, any words on the final goodbye with Ed? I know you brought it up, Springs, but anyone else have anything else to say on it?
It's good.
Uh, yeah, I think it was good.
Yeah,
All
Ed
right.
Ed keeps his his normal.
It
I
stays in
wrote,
character.
Yeah,
yeah, I wrote in my notes that he holds the door, which I guess I saw something there that I don't remember. Um, and
The
then
trapdoor?
yeah, like well, not hold the door. Like it's a reference to Game of Thrones that he's just gonna stay behind and take a few of them out and
Oh,
kill himself maybe.
yeah.
Um, but I like that they reaffirm their friendship, and then they go upstairs and sneak outside.
she's got a
Okay.
chain and he's got like a bat or something.
Yeah,
They're not really prepared
So,
for away.
yeah.
little problem. They come out. The zombies don't really acknowledge them, which is whatever, fine. Uh, but their action is to fight. Why don't they just pretend to be zombies again? Because they know it works.
Because they're dumb.
I don't know. Yeah, he's dumb.
Yeah, that's
Dumb?
a problem. I'll write that down.
Dumb?
um, but it's really nice to see a competent military in a zombie movie.
Yeah, they pretty much got it down pat, didn't they?
It's the only part of the editing I did not like.
Oh, yeah, the editing is really bad. Their
It's
entrance reminded me of,
oof.
the Doctor Who, uh, I don't remember the name of the group, but, like, the soldier group that
Yeah,
helped
yeah,
the Doctor every
I know
now
what
and
you're
again.
talking about. Yeah.
It
Oh.
they UNEF or UNICEF or something like that. Unit, it's called Unit. There we go. Then it reminded me of that editing where they just really, really bad, like, none of them aim for the head, but it's still nice that they're confident.
One one with the zoom cuts every time they were shooting. It was
Well,
just
that's a
It's just another
reference.
quick cut.
It's a quick cut,
well,
but
yeah,
it's
but they're
also
not
a
all the
reference.
same. Like, you can't they're not all treated the same. It's technically an action sequence, I suppose, but
Yeah,
use zooming in on a firing gun with the audio mix is not the same as zooming in on a tub of milk going into the fridge. It's the same action, but they don't mean the same thing. And I don't think it was appropriate usage here.
no, 'cause
Yeah, I
it's like a reference to those old like war movies and stuff. Because that's what a lot of them they have those really like 60s stuff. They always zoom in on the guns firing and shit. It just seems like unfortunately, because he did the quick cuts earlier, it seems like it's part of that, but it's not because it's a different thing
it's a different
altogether.
reference, but
I'm
I'm
not
kinda
yeah,
with
I'm not
Crimson,
yeah,
I don't really like the editing for this particular scene either.
it's well, yeah, I'm gonna agree. It's not my preferred. I kind of think they probably could have done it without it, but I think that was the unfortunate thing is they
Oh,
kind of set
interesting.
it up.
So all three of you thought it was not fitting.
I mean,
That's what it sounds
I
like.
don't I mean, I don't think it doesn't fit, but I'm not a fan of it. I think
Yeah,
they could have done it without it.
yeah, I think it can be done without it. Mm, I don't know whether it'd be stronger without it, is my whole thing. That's kind of where I'm leaning right now because I think they could have done something more than
Cause
the
well, cause
action
the reason it's
sequencey aspect to it,
yeah, cause
considering
the
this is
reason it's
following a desperate situation.
yeah, cause the reason it's done is like to show how much prowess this military has over this like this. It's like a non-existent threat basically, even though it's been like the biggest problem they've encountered through the whole movie.
It's been a really bad day.
Yeah, and they just like, oh yeah, just just mow them down.
Huh.
But well, you obviously have something to say,
Well,
so I will
I'm just
stop
on the other
talking so
side
you
of
can
this
say.
because I think it
Yeah, I
was
know.
wonderfully done. I think the reason for it being a quick cut to the military is the lack of detail, which is what they've done throughout of the lack of detail on why things are happening, where is this here, where, who's who in the world outside of Shaun. It's just a lack of that in the form of a quick cut. Like we don't need to see a captain present or a general or names or anything. It's just quick out of a car shooting people and the introduction to a character is Yvonne.
Okay, the arrival is not what we're taking issue with, Springs. The quick cut to the military being here is not the issue.
Oh, then
It's
I'm
all the
confused on
editing
what
of
the
thing,
issue
like
is.
yeah, all
Yeah.
well, I'll let me touch on it, but whatever. Like
It
zooming in on the boots going down, zooming in on the guns firing, zooming in on this, zooming in on that, quick cuts of that.
Yeah,
That's the pro.
yeah,
that's what I'm
Okay,
that's
that's
talking
not
not
at all
about.
what we were. That's not. No, that wasn't
yeah,
what you were talking about.
we're not taking issue with because you tied it to the quick arrival of the military as to why the quick cuts are good. That's not what we're saying.
Okay, in that instance, I do not know what you're saying.
Okay,
Okay.
what do you think we're saying?
I thought you were
So we
talking
can.
about what I just brought up, the quick cuts of the military, but it being an action sequence rather than Crimson's example of a still inanimate object being put in a
Well,
fridge like a
yep.
carton of milk. It doesn't line up the same because it's too flashy or too much movement.
It's the same problem you had with Edge of History, the combat scene, the fight scene, where it's all that's all it is. It's the movement with the action sequence put together. It makes like it's
I
off
don't
putting.
think I don't think I would mind quick cuts with the arrivals of military. I just don't like how it was done.
They
So
I
don't need the zoom or the shaky cam. I'm fine with them. Like
yeah.
Sprint, you brought up that you like them to be like ambiguous, not like a big presence or
Well, that
anything
seems
like
to be
that.
a big theme of the film, of the lack of
Yeah, and
detail of the
I'm
outside
fine if
world.
they don't do that. They could just have a shot of the guns shooting. I'm fine with that. the whole drastic zoom with the semi shaky cam while it's zooming to emphasize the action is too much for the action. I liked the comparison of the National Treasure thing. I think that's very applicable, where it was over edited for whatever the action was, and in this case, just them focusing on a gun shooting. I think it was over edited or shot in this instance,
Yeah.
I guess.
It because I'm not against the quick cuts and everything, but I feel like for this, it's almost kind of gratuitous, and because of the and because of the nature of the movement, it kind of like it's too much. So if it was like just a quick thing of like they just like one or two like show up to come in, da da da, da, it would have been fine. But I think the
It's
unfortunate thing for the movie is that they'd already set up doing the quick cut stuff, so it's kinda like if they don't do it here, it doesn't really fit quite as well either, so it's kinda like the lesser of two evils almost, where it's okay, but it's not what I would've wanted.
well, something that happens in Hot Fuzz, lesser degree, but it's
Mhm.
there on the fights in the streets. The one that very clearly pops in my mind because I've never liked it is when he shoots the hag, I guess, or
Yeah.
shoots the flower pot, hits her in the head, and she hits her head on the hood of the car. There's like a quick zoom of her bashing her head on the hood, and it just does not fit. But you can be like, well, Edgar Wright zooms on a lot of his shots. I don't care. It doesn't fit the action. It doesn't require the zoom.
The thing with the edit, it takes you out of the moment for a second.
Okay.
It yeah,
I
so
can,
it kinda
yeah.
like with yeah.
You said with the edge of history. Yeah, I agree with that feeling of it. I did not experience that though.
Yeah, but it's still an objective problem.
I mean, I'll touch on it if you think so.
I mean, dude, go ahead. I mean, we're still there. I mean, this is kind of like the end of the movie,
This is
basically.
this is
So
this is the end,
yeah.
so
So
now's the
if you
time
wanna,
talking about it.
yeah, if you wanna fight for it, well, this is the
I
time.
I thought I already did. I thought I already said my piece on the matter.
Oh,
And
well,
then we
you
went
said
into the confusion that you think I was talking about a different scene or a
No,
different
we didn't think you were talking about a
situation
different
of it.
scene.
not
Yeah.
okay. Whatever. Anyways, all right. So we got
Alright.
they come in with Yvonne, and then we've got all the TV show stuff. Anybody have anything for that?
I just thought it's the 1-2 thing we've been talking about.
Yeah. Um, I I kind of find it funny that Ed's in the garden shed and they still play games together.
I
Uh,
okay. I'll let
it's
everybody else talk.
funny, but still problematic.
Yeah, I don't. I don't like that.
I don't either, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm
But
like
that's personal.
I'd prefer if the movie just ended where they get rescued or whatever, and come in, yeah, like they're all to Liz and him are living together. That's where in my mind the movie ends, and I choose to forget about Ed being in the shed. No rhyme intended there. It was all accidental.
I think Ed in the
Uh,
Shed definitely plays off again of another joke, another humorous to end with. I don't think it's a strong ending though.
Yeah, it really I feel like it weakens the ending because it kind of it almost like feels like it's showing that he hasn't grown up. He hasn't actually learned
No.
anything.
It also brings up the question of how. How is
That's an
this
you want me
allowed?
to
How is
you want me
this?
to tell you
Yeah,
the other you want me to tell you the plot hole for this one?
there's another one?
That was
This
the
was the
third
third
one.
one.
That
Oh
was the
my
third one.
goodness. Alright.
So Ed, when he's in the basement, he shoots and kills like two of the zombies, and then uses there's a fat one. One of the fat one, he kills a fat one, and he uses that to hide behind like the staircase or whatever. And so when the military comes in to get rid of them all, they don't find him because he's still hid behind there, and he passes away. And then Shaun comes back to pay his respects and finds him underneath there.
And somehow gets him
And
back to
then,
the house.
yeah,
Alright.
takes him back to the shed and then puts him through supposedly a rigorous training so that he won't bite him.
Which we know doesn't work because he tried to bite him.
Yeah, he tried to. Yeah,
Since they're all
it
three of
was
these plot holes, I don't think work.
yeah. No, I
None of
don't.
them do.
I don't like any of them. But I was
All I'm
glad that
saying
they.
is there's a reason they were covering the film.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it was just. I think it was literally just something where probably they went to enough Comic Cons where people were complaining about it or something, and they were like, okay, for the special features, let's put out let's Cusco this situation.
That's
I do like, however, that Shaun uses Ed's line of two. It'll only be 2 seconds.
Yeah,
that is true. I like that as
maybe two
well.
seconds.
We get our he gets to sit with his Liz, and Liz looks a bit happier with things being normal. And to be fair, I think that she went on an arc herself. It's much more subtle,
Yeah,
And things are
but a normal
clean.
life, yeah, things are
yeah.
clean. That's definitely Liz's influence.
Mhm.
I definitely think that things are. She grew. She had a grew an appreciation for things being normal or normal being okay after that experience. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. I guess with that, do we have any final thoughts for this closing scene, gentlemen?
Do you think like if we had zombies and it got like controlled like it does in this film, do you think there would still like we would have this like relationship of like game shows and
No,
dating? Okay,
No,
no, they
absolutely.
would be removed from our lives.
yeah,
They'd be
Slave
hunted,
labor,
killed,
absolutely.
or taken away
yeah. I can see
for
the
government
slave
research or
labor.
something.
Yeah,
The
I can see this.
the labor bit, absolutely, we would do that. Everything else, though, absolutely not.
Yeah. Um, I will. One other thing uh, with the TV thing. Uh, so a blink and you'll miss it. A cameo by Chris Martin of Coldplay.
Oh, is that who that was?
Yeah,
Oh, he
the
looked familiar.
Zombade. Yeah, the Zombade guy. I I think he did like a remix or something for the movie, and then he wanted a cameo, and I don't think he could be a zombie, but they were like, "Well, we'll have you be on like a TV show," and so that's what.
That's funny.
Yeah, I like no idea that guy was anybody famous and cool.
Well, with that, I guess we can move into ratings and summary. Sinister, why don't you lead us off? Because I know you got somewhere to be.
Yes, I unfortunately I have to go work with a bunch of teenagers.
Oh, like Sean?
Uh, yeah, like Sean. I gotta go do my Sean cosplay. Um, all right. So I know the audience has been on the edge of their seat for this because I did a preemptive thing of it. Crimson and I were going back and forth of if I think this movie is still better than Hot Fuzz. It's close. I think I subjectively like this more, but I think Hot Fuzz is objectively a better, more structured movie. But I think for this being kind of like a Edgar Wright's first proper feature with like a big budget and big cast and everything, I'm kind of pleasantly surprised at how well done this is. I think it's kind of like a similar. I don't want to keep doing comparisons with Evil Dead, but similar start and similar kind of vibe. I think they're kind of similar in that it's you can kind of see from this of like where he's going to be going and why he's such a big deal nowadays. So yeah, I still like this a lot, and I definitely caught more of it every time I watch it, which is definitely a classic Edgar Wright film watching experience.
Made for rewatch value. Yeah.
Yeah, because he just packs everything into a movie. He's an everything but the bagel filmmaker. Uh, and we definitely, we butted heads a little bit on some of things of like character, which I, you know, look at as a good thing because it just shows how how good these characters are because of how much the story kind of relies on them being authentic to what they would be like and all that. We definitely brought up a few snafus here and there with Sean's mom opening the door and ending up on the floor and not getting eaten, zombies just standing waiting around for like the phone call to end, and Ed's phone going off several times and him just sort of being negligent almost to disastrous results. But there's so much character work, there's so much it's so tightly written up until like the final act, which is, I mean, it's the final act is kind of the make or break of anything. So even if a movie this tightly written kind of has a messy final act, it's somewhat expected still. But you always hope it's going to be good all the way through. But this one, it does get a little messy. There's not really that many kind of, with the exception of Sean's mom, getting bitten. There's not really much of a kind of what I would call snafus and stuff of just little mistakes here and there. I think we were just a couple other ones, especially with the gun, but that's always gonna anything with any guns in movies are always kind of gonna follow their own logic, and you either accept it or you don't. The cast is great. Even the incidental characters feel pretty fleshed out. Um, that top that off to writing or just to acting. I think both go hand in hand. See if there's any negatives for it other than just because that one's already went over. I don't think so. The soundtrack is pretty good. It's mostly not it's not super present throughout. There's only a couple uses of it, and it's usually songs, not like uh any like soundtrack or score stuff. It's mostly there's Queen and there's I think a Buzzcocks cover or a couple in Ed's like metal music, punk music.
Mhm.
Sets are really good. Only a couple of just pretty much their house, the street, the shop, and the Winchester. So pretty and then I guess some of the outside bits, but pretty compact, and it doesn't really feel like it's really small for it. It still feels like there's a whole world there, which is nice. And the world building's pretty good. It's pretty much a 24-hour experience. Maybe might be about 48, unsure, but it's pretty. They keep it pretty close, and we get a lot of layers of the story and news outlets and everything, and no gag is left ungagged, and no joke is not without a payoff or anything. Everything is kind of prevalent. So all in all, with a few of the bumps and bruises included, I feel pretty safe giving this an 8.
All right. Would you like to say your goodbyes now,
I
or
would like to say my goodbyes now. Goodbyes.
Wow,
all right?
wonderful.
Goodbye.
Talk to you later, Sinister.
Bye, guys. Enjoy.
Enjoy the teen, kids.
Yeah.
Okay, that could have been
Yeah, that was
taken out
fine.
of context.
Oh, he farted. God,
Oh, rude. All right,
Wafted
Briggs.
in.
Actually, you know what? Crimson, you go.
Ah, da, ba, ba,
haha.
ba. Bamboozled.
Yes, you did. You're up.
What luck.
All right. Yeah. I will be starting with my subjective without giving away what my Hot Fuzz one is, in case we'll ever cover it. Shaun of the Dead. It's an interesting film. I've never looked at it so critically before. And, my objective has changed once I cover that. But subjectively, it's still a very fun film, very funny. I don't think I've ever laughed out loud in this. It's a pretty rare thing for me to do in general for movies or shows, but this never has. But it's still funny. It's still amazing how much is jam packed in this, and like we said, it's very rewatchable because of that. And I just generally like zombie things, so it
It's
ticks off a
zombies and
lot of the right
dinosaurs for
boxes.
you.
Yes. Give me the zombie dinosaur movie. I know there's one out there. I'm forgetting the name of it. But I'm giving it an 8 subjectively. Objectively, I originally had this at an 8 as well. It has been lowered. What I was jumbling was whether it was a 7 or 7.5 now. And it's pretty tough. Maybe when I go through everything, I'll give a definitive on my thoughts. So, the bullet counts, I pointed out, was a flaw. There was 3 in the gun, 2 were fired. Whether they miscounted is an error, whether it was a jammed gun that they never say, "Oh, it's jammed" or something. That would just be a convenience flaw, so problem regardless. The David and Danny air quote deaths. Um, we'll go David's is fine. I don't know why you'd be near a window, but whatever. They've been pretty dumb throughout this whole film. Danny, you could say she was distressed, but she she knew suicide to go out there.
No, she
doesn't
climbed a
make
tree,
any
remember?
sense. Yeah. So
Yeah, she's dead.
Danny, I think they broke her character to dumb her down to that degree. Same with David. They both were committing suicide by trying to go out those doors. Um, what's that? Oh, Shaun not getting eaten when he tries to take the zombies around back. He would have died. I guess Eddie also, when jumping the counter, I didn't notice that before, but obviously he would have been eaten before even reaching the counter. So that was bad. Eddie's phone, we talked pretty in depth about, where it's for the sake of a joke, but it also doesn't fit properly either. One, it dumbs down Eddie even further than he already is, because he's about to get eaten by zombies outside, but he just sits down and talks on the phone. That's breaking everything just for the sake of the joke. Um, let's see, what else do I have? Mom laying on the ground. Where's the zombie? Zombie's gone, just so Shaun doesn't suspect of any zombie bites. Not great. Uh, Yvonne, completely removable from the film. Pains me to say it. I say it in, I think, a few of our podcasts. I've said that about characters. It's definitely applicable here with her current presence. And there's a couple other nicks here and there, but I don't want to take it all. Positives. I think all the acting was good. I think the practical effects were pretty good. I agree the stomach's a little rubbery, but that's the only thing in the visual effects or practical effects. I think that was incorrect. The editing, for the most part, was good. I brought up my problems with the zoom in cuts at the end with the military, and I think that's mostly it. The CGI for Mary wasn't great, but it's, especially with the budget being as low as it is, totally acceptable. So I think I'm gonna give it a 7, which pains me. That was a long list of negatives for 7.5, so I'm giving that a 7.
That's fair. All right, Sprinks. Yeah.
Oh boy. My real question is, what do I start with? Objective or subjective? I'm going to start with objective, actually, because there's a lot that Crimson just said that I'm in agreement with. I think the acting is great. I think all the characters do very well acting, even the smaller roles, like Bill Nighy as Philip. He did a great job. I think I am a fan of Edgar Wright, even though I have not seen all his things. But what I have seen, I really like his style and how he does a film, and I think that really goes into his editing because he has his pretty much his not trademark, but his quick cuts. He does it in pretty much all of his
His
films.
signature.
His signature. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. And I think they're all very well done in this film. Even the one at the end, I thought it did not pull me out. I thought it still worked, and I think it was okay. I like that the film never touches on the reason of how the outbreak happened, and I think it's very consistent with that. There's hints all over the place, and I think the strongest one to prove that it's not going to be told to you is at the very end with the channel surfing. There's a part where the reporter talks about, like, he just gets cut off as the channel changes of saying how the outbreak happened, and I think that's just the cemented proof of you don't need to know. Which to me, it's fine because there's no continuation story. Yes, there's the comic that writer talked about. I don't know if that's prequel because it's about Mary, or if there's more after the fact of the characters. So I do like that. The lighting, I think the lighting was fine. It played a lot into the editing, however. One of the light, I think the only lighting we touched on was the transitional piece from the night where Sean writes the notes on the whiteboard in the kitchen and then wakes up to the morning, which I think is a lighting transition. There's the lighting of the fuses going around, but that's nothing really except that it's practical lighting and not artificial. I don't think there's artificial lighting. Maybe at some points inside buildings, like Liz's apartment may have been artificial at points before by how bright it is, and there's only one window present. Um, so that's a possibility, but I still think it's all fine. The zombies are interesting. I am a fan of zombies, and these zombies don't seem to have much of a hunger like most. They just seem to be have a noise problem. It just seems if there's any loud noises, it draws their attention to shut it up, and that's about it. Which is it's fine. It's this world zombies. It's just different, and that's okay. I think the is there anything I haven't? Cinematography. Cinematography is fine. It's really good with shots, especially transitional shots. The mirror shot that happened twice. A lot of the 1-2 payoffs was very well done. Costume design. I touched on Philip's outfit because I again maybe looked far too into it that he was very bland, and then he opened up when he did get opened up, and it was red on his outfit to match Shaun, so it was like a heart to heart situation. I think that was very well done if that is the purpose of it, because it's definitely a look into it show kind of situation, but who knows? Um, I do feel that there are definitely errors we touched on, which I'm in agreement with. I think it's a little upsetting the mom wasn't smart enough to give a strong feeling of heart to heart that Shaun had with Philip. I think that's upsetting to me that she was just either so much in shock of the situation going on or just so naive to everything that she just kind of played it off in a way to Shaun. Maybe she did know and she's playing off to Shaun not to worry, but it didn't really fully to me come across that way. And it's a lot up in the air opposed to Phillips that was very cemented of this is what he's saying with his last words. I think that's it. Objectively, it did go down a little. My objective score. It was originally 8.5. It's now down at an 8 because we covered flaws that I agree with that does lower it. And then I'll go to subjective. And the main thing with my subjective right now is unfortunately, I think this movie gets worse every time I watch it. I think it's a great first time viewing. And I'm sure my first time viewing, I probably would have given this movie an 8 or a 7.5 subjectively. I'm giving it a 6, which may seem a little low. But to me, it's a fine film. Uh, it gets from point A to point B. The things, however, that really lower my subjectivity is A, I don't think there's a single character in this movie I like. I think every character is poorly done in some way, not poorly done in the making of the character or whatever, how they're acted or whatnot, but in who they are.
Nothing
And
fits your taste.
yes, nothing fits my taste. Like the top character that was on my list was Yvonne until we brought up how awkward her introduction was. And then I went, she feels artificial. So I don't like anyone. The bottom of my list, I couldn't tell if I disliked David or Ed more as my least favorite character. I think I'm settling with David because to me, David is such an ass.
How,
And
how do
Ed's
you feel
just
about Philip?
stupid. What was that, Crimson?
Sorry. How do you feel about Philip?
I think
Phil my
Philip's stubborn. I think Philip being he seems pretty smart, and if he just opened up to the environment of the world of what's going on, I think he could be the brains of the operation. It doesn't seem this group has a Velma Dinkley of this mystery group. There's no smart character. And I think that's somewhat what it's lacking. Even if that smart character is the first to die off, it could be Philip, since he's very early on gets killed off. But it's played for more Sean's emotional piece, which is still fine to Sean's story. Um, but it's possible. It's just he's so again all these characters, the world going on, no one's getting this information. no one's reacting to the information, even though it's happening right in their town. It's not like it's outside of town and slowly coming in. There's people dropping in the street. There's people running. There's, situations going around Sean that we've witnessed. So all the characters are just not great. The second thing is I don't know if the humor fully hits me in parts, which is what Sinister was talking about, the subjectivity of the humor. There's some bits that I think are just played with the cinematography I like. For example, the part of Sean going up the slide in the backyard to look over the fence and come back down as a still shot. I like the humor of it being a still shot. The joke of just being like him, like, no, there's a lot of zombies. I don't find that funny. So there's parts like that that I found the humor in, which is just about. Uh, was there anything else? I feel like there was something else I didn't care for the movie, but it's still fine. It's an okay, fine movie, so it's a 6. Um, I guess the last thing I have here, I did write down earlier. I said how many quick cuts I noticed in the film. Overall, I counted 8 quick cuts.
All right. That kind of fits
And
Edgar,
those are
right?
like clusters, right? It's not individual zooms or
No,
anything.
individual. Like 3 of those are when he's giving his plan of like how to go get Liz and his mom, and it cuts to the car 3 times. Those are 3 different quick cuts.
Oh, well, I feel like there's more than 8 then.
There's definitely more than 8 then, if they're individual.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding
Yeah.
your
Okay.
counts.
Do you mean the collective montage of quick cuts, or do you mean the individual quick cuts?
Okay,
Like the
so
shot of the milk in the fridge, is that one or is that part of that segment?
that counts as 1. Not each time it's like 1 cut. It's the segment of the quick cuts.
Okay, okay.
Okay, yeah,
Then
that was real
that makes
clarifying.
sense. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Um, all right. If that's all, I guess I'll go to me. Um, I originally had both of my scores tied. Uh, uh, Pretty much the exact same as Crimson's, I think, starting score. Um, but I'll start with my subjective. I still very much enjoy this movie. I have a lot of fun with it. I've seen enough now that I can turn it on as background noise and be okay with missing it because that's what it's like for Edgar Wright films. You got to watch it a few times to get everything, and even then, you'll still occasionally grab some stuff that's new. Um, I still very much enjoy it. I don't necessarily die hard laughing at anything. I don't think I ever did, but I definitely recognize the comedy for what it is, and it makes me huff a chuckle every now and again. And it's definitely something that I can put on in the background and something I enjoy to have in the background. And something to I enjoy watching whenever I see it. Um, I don't know that I particularly love any of the characters, but I do like the film still. I still have a lot of fun with it. So I think subjectively, I am at an 8. For my objective, I started at an 8 as well, and it also went down because we talked about a lot of problems. I think the main sticking point for me uh, is there was no setup for the mom, even though like her physically passing away and being infected was set up. I don't think there was any emotional setup for that to have the emotional resonance that I think needed to stick the landing. Um, we kind of went over the misfired bullet counts. We went over uh the some of the character goofs, as we like to call them. I'm still 50-50 on Yvonne. Uh, as she is, I'm also leaning towards she could be removed. But I also recognize the necessity of wanting a reason for the military showing up, and also recognizing a source for the joke that takes place in the center with the two different groups. I want to keep them, but objectively, there's not enough for her to be justified to keep for her to be in the script, which is a shame. And I think that ties back to my major issues with her first introductory scene. Um, I think uh, you guys kind of went over a lot of the flaws, so I don't think I'm going to retread any ground. Know that I agree with most of them. I think the only one I think we're still had disagreements over was the I guess the quick cuts at the end with the military. I like quick cuts. I didn't find those to be particularly fitting. Though then again, that doesn't really factor into my objective, so I don't really have to worry about that much, do I? So I think the character goofs, though they are minor, they stand out more because it's very rare in this film, and a lot of them happen in the third act, which is very clustered together. Um, but this is a very dense script, and I think the first 2/3 of the film are very solid in terms of character work, and it's very quick constantly. You don't really have a moment of downtime, and there's a few times where I guess the main characters questionably become like stupid for the sake of the joke. Would going from obviously the obvious one is the records to going into the garden shed, and then uh oh, what is it called? Oh fuck. Well, never mind. That one left. So, but I did end up walking away seeing more problems objectively than I did going into the podcast, which was expected. I think for an Edgar Wright film because there's a lot to unpack usually with them. Everything is very layered. So I dropped from an 8 to a 7.5 objectively. Overall, I still highly recommend the film. I'm a huge fan of Edgar Wright, but I think the world building is coherent enough. I think the plot relies on the characters, which is to its benefit. But there are some things that are very questionable with the characters, and I think that's what dinks. Those are the most goofs in this film. I think the world building is mostly fine. We did talk about the reaction of the world. I think there's enough of it in here for it to skate by. Though I would like more, I don't think it needs more. Um, and yeah, again, character goofs I think are the biggest dink, but overall the characters are pretty strong, so it still gets a passing grade for me on that front. So 7.5 objectively.
And then there's Eddie who tried to kill his friends.
Yeah, let's not forget that. um, but yeah, I think if that's all, gentlemen, I can read us out.
I actually
Or do
have
we
two
have any?
things.
Yeah, all right.
One, does this film, Shaun of the Dead, make your top 3 Edgar Wright films?
No.
I've only seen 4, so yes.
Okay. Uh,
I of the four that I could have thought of off the top of my head, it's the fourth one. So, what
okay.
about you,
Out
Springs?
of the 5 I've seen, it is not in my top 3.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, I forgot
Considering
about.
you gave it a 6, I would be surprised if it was in your top
No.
3.
Oh yeah,
It,
you're
it,
right.
it I do think it's better than The World's End.
That is why it's in my top 3, because World's End is my last.
Well, funny. I have World's End above this. I think.
Which one haven't you seen, Crimson? Crimson, you seen Baby Driver?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think Baby Driver is beneath this for me, and I love Baby Driver. Granted, I like all Edgar Wright films, but
Oh, okay.
I do think this is better written than Baby Driver. I have some Baby Driver's great the first 2/3, and the last act, really the characters start falling off for me. Preview if we ever cover Baby Driver.
Yeah, interesting. I think.
And you had a second thing, Crimson? MC Springs?
Well, I think my list is Scott Pilgrim, Baby Driver, Hot Fuzz.
Yeah.
Maybe try higher.
Yeah, I'm Hot Fuzz, Scott Pilgrim, The World's End, this, then Baby Driver.
Oh wow,
Scott Pilgrim, Hot Fuzz, Shaun, and End of the World, whatever. At World's End. The World's End.
that
Keep
World's
saying
End.
At World's End.
Nope, that's a pirate movie.
That's Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, I always get it wrong.
Alright, you had a second thing, Springs?
Yes. My second thing was just kind of putting it out there because we've kind of touched on when we cover something in a sequence, it gets covered again. And it brings up the question of how strongly is the Cornetto trilogy a trilogy? For me, I believe it is because it's titled as such. It's not the traditional sense because the stories don't connect, but the actors are followed suit with the same director. But I just wanted to put out there that people, if you're looking forward to the next episode next week being Hot Fuzz, it won't be. And if you think next season will have Hot Fuzz, I can tell you right now it's not planned to be. However, if you'd like us to do the Cornetto trilogy, the other two films, or get there, give us feedback on it. I'm sure we can rearrange some things in our scheduling to accommodate for it. But as of right now, it is not planned.
Frank, I have a question. Do you view all the Monty Python movies as a series?
No, I do not. Those to
They're
me
all the
are
same
individual
actors.
films. Yes, but they're not titled as a grouping.
Neither of these. That was a fan name. They didn't come up with the Cornetto trilogy. The fans made that.
I'm just how I see it is how I see it that way. If we do cover Monty Python as another example, like Holy Grail, Life of Brian, Meaning to Life, what have you, it could also be the played where that could be a whole season, that could be one after another, that could be however we go about the scheduling of that. Um, but just my connection between those two, I see differently.
All right.
I have nothing.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, shall I read us out, gentlemen?
Sure.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you for listening, audience, whether it be Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Castbox, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, and Samsung. And if you're on and especially if you're on the YouTube side of things, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions, how much you love them. As always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Carson Maroon.
We had a Sinister Boy, and I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.